people in the ADC from the southeast, from the southwest, from the northwest, from the northeast, from the north central. And these are very key figures that have tested themselves in elections, not theoretical people. So I think we are good to go. The coalition has scattered Wike's plans. I don't understand the idea behind that question, so I I won't be able to address that. But on the issue of coalition, we are in the coalition, and let's not forget that there are people like us that are with the coalition, and just like Wike, we have not resigned from the APC. We are still bona fide members of the APC. But of course, we are with the coalition. If you want to ask us where our position, you go and ask Wike first what is his position, so that us too will answer you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and have a wonderful deliberation.
Thank you very much, Big Daddy. Thank you so much for that. LP.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon. And Big Daddy, I appreciate your submission. Is in line. I just want we to tweet down a bit, because there is something that is going on and that we are not even taking note of. They choose ADC, and we are the one that pressurized that we want to know the platform. This party is not working. This one has been filtrated. This one has been, and we keep on putting this pressure until they went and unveiled the platform they are working with. Now, everybody is saying move in there, move in there. Primary is around the corner. It's not only we that are moving in there. Both the APCs are moving in there, and they are as we are moving in, going to register there. They are also joining us to register, and they will also become part of the delegate. Don't be surprised. Most of them will come there. Their mission is to choose, because everybody is worried about dollarizing this one. They will dollarize this. The primary will not be free and fair. Even if the primary is free and fair, and all these APC that went there and become a delegate, they will focus on one unpopular candidate and vote for that unpopular candidate. That will also give a pathway for this man to win. You understand? Because all these things is we have to just tone it down. We have to calm down. I know that this is the concern of so many people, that especially the obedient, that it's not this one, it must be this. If it's not P2B, it's nothing. It's not P2B. No, it doesn't go that way. It doesn't go that way. Our problem is not supposed to be there. P2B will not be in the coalition that he doesn't know what the outcome will be. These people, for me, I don't even see a reason why we should be prioritizing who become, let them do primary, let them not do primary. I even believe in they already knows who they want to bring out. Because if they go for open primary, both the APC that are there will vote. Everybody will vote. Who have the highest candidate? Like some of us now, me personally, I concur with what one other guy was submitting here, that it's only when P2B join, that's when I will join. If he has resigned from his own party and now registered there, that's when I will register. I will not go there and be waiting. And Aerofy have already said that they have a backup of ADA to be registered. You understand? So these are concerns that we should be concerned about. Our enemy is not people in the coalition. Our enemy is not the delegates. Our enemy is what our APC plan right now? What are they planning to do? Because they know that this thing will unseat this man. So what is their next step? How can they get a popular candidate among the candidates that are being that are being tabled, that they are suspecting that will put, okay, they put Atiku will unseat this man. If they put P2B will unseat this man. So they will not be looking for unpopular candidate there. They will flood there and vote for that person. That is the truth. So please, let's just concentrate on, let's stop giving them pressure. They know what they are doing. We are the one that force them. Because me, I haven't seen unveiling this party is too early. That waited till this what they call the election is coming 2027. So we're unveiling it very early. Now we want them to push candidate very early. We want them to push primary. Want them to tell us everything just for us to know immediately. Doesn't make sense to me. It's causing unnecessary tension within the whole factions, within the whole people that came together, because we have different ideas. And once they bring in P2B now, you another problem will start. Once they bring in article, another problem will start within us. Let us tone it down a bit. Let's give these people a chance. These people are not just small boys today. None of us know politics than them. They all know what they are doing there. They will come together. They will give us who we want, and I believe they already know where they are heading to. Before somebody will come and they will go for open primary, then all of us will now go. We'll be choosing the right candidate. You will just see some particular people choosing on our popular candidate, and they will force him to contest to be in the primary, and you don't know that it's APC. I also concur with him. Anybody that is saying that this person or nothing is working for APC. That is the truth. I'm an obedient, but I'm not in that kind of mindset. Let's tone it down a bit. Let's not put pressure too much. Before we scatter what we just started to build. That's what I just came to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matt.
I'm the one that's supposed to go. No be Matt they talk. Now LP they talk before.
Yeah, that was
Okay, Matt
LP.
never talked.
Yeah, Matt, you can go ahead. Dr. AI, that's fine.
Yeah, LP spoke now. If I just
Okay.
speak anything.
Yeah, Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean Matt,
Yeah.
Matt.
Yeah, so after
And I won't
Okay.
talk now.
after Matt, we'll go with
Okay.
after
Yeah,
Matt.
yeah.
I think
After Matt,
Good
we'll go with
good
you
afternoon.
shall know the truth
Okay.
next.
I like the
okay.
discussion. It is necessary. Necessary
Is
and
it me talking
unnecessary at
now?
the same time.
Is it, Dr. AI, is it?
Turn over.
Am I allowed?
The Mark, no, we have Matt already. So after Matt, we'll go with you shall know the truth. Then we'll come back to you. Yeah, Matt, go ahead. Sorry, can anyone hear me?
Yeah. Matt, are you audible?
I'm muted. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So you see, the thing is, I like I always say, like I always start my submission. I like to speak like a Nigerian who stay in Nigeria, who is feeling the brunt of all the hardship that this present administration is giving us. Okay, let me start by saying this. For those few elements who are pushing some sort of narrative and those people who are buying into it, would you rather want Tinubu or APC to leave power 2027, regardless of any candidate the coalition brings, or you rather have Tinubu to continue and be waiting for when Peter Obi will be a candidate or we have the brighter chance to win the election? Why I'm asking this question is that, you see, we tend to not understand the major importance of this coalition. We ignore the major importance. We thought it's about maybe election or something. This government has taken us for a ride for the past 2 years because we don't have a formidable opposition to counter every of their narrative. And this is what this coalition is bringing. You see, Peter Obi knows his strength in 2023. He still went ahead with the coalition. He went inside. That is because he knows what he's doing. Why not allow him, since you said it's our principal, I'm an obedient and I voted Peter Obi in the last election. Why not allow him do what he wants to do, then we follow? When we are talking about primaries, they will donorize it. Already, we are already creating a premise. A premise already. A premise before they start the primary. Say we don't already create a premise, say they go share money. So regardless, even if they share money, they no share money, after the primaries, we don't put out for our head, say the primary, they don't rig up. If at the end of the day, Peter Obi did not emerge. You see, a lot of, like someone said, a lot of people on this space are from the South. I go to Northern people who are interested in this coalition, I go to their spaces, and they don't speak like this. They were even saying they will welcome, they are welcome to a Southern presidency because that is the Southern tone. that if Peter Obi emerge, they will support. They are not bringing this rhetoric of, I'm talking about my personal experience on their space, because I don't know another person, man. Because they know these things. In the last election, one of our greatest undoing is having lower support from the North. But check your timeline now. See the support this coalition is gaining from the North. And from a reliable source, they said major people, stakeholders from the North in this coalition, the stakeholder in the coalition, are for the man you are supporting. So if you are now putting a threat, Peter Obi or nothing, Peter Obi or nothing, and they now give it to Peter Obi, you are still looking for the support of these people. How are you going to convince them? It's a coalition. Different interests are involved. So you have to be open-minded. These people, what's the possibility? If my principal does not emerge, what's the other possibility? And as far as I'm concerned, there is only two people in this coalition that can bring votes. That the people know, the people in the coalition knows they are Atiku and Peter Obi. Regardless of who emerge, if the whole coalition put their support behind these two people, they will win the election flawlessly, which I know, which I'm 100% sure. So while we are doing this, well, although I'm not that bothered anyway, as long as I'm seeing my leader there, I'm high up, hopes are high. Now check this out. The people that are in this coalition, maybe they have governed one way or the other before. We have the times of PDP, when our National Assembly are still functioning. When Obasanjo want to do total, we know the story. I'm telling you, if you don't find a way to boot out Tinubu might do third term. This National Assembly will endorse it. I'm giving you a fact now. But we are here. We are discussing, is this man or nothing? Is that man or nothing? Is Atiku or nothing? Is Obi or nothing? Well, me, I just want you guys to pity me. Me, I did Akure here for Ondo State. This government is affecting me. I need a change. One of the things you guys, some people don't understand is that when you bring in a government and the government failed, if you vote out the person, the other government that is coming, we know that even if the person is a devil, we know that he has to perform before he gets re-election. But we are putting out a premise of the fact that if I don't get there, I must do 8 years, regardless of what I do. I think we need to stop this. Thinking what? Think well. Think well, oh. Make una think well. Let me give you now a scenario. In the last 48 hours of this coalition, una never see new things. APC now know that they have a party that needs to do next meeting after 2 years. They are now trying to hold spaces. You don't see APC hold space before. Why can't we just take this positive? If you want your candidate, like they said, this one of our greatest problems in Labour Party that time is that we are not able to register and enter. But you see an ADC that put it on the platter. Just enter, register. You get problem at all. Just enter there, register, and you become a member. Then later time, you go to your local government and get your card. During that Labour Party, if you do that one, we know if you do it. They are telling you that they need you to be involved. So why not get involved? Find a way to become a delegate, then choose your candidate to be in the election. Let everybody this man has to go. That's the paramount thing, number one thing first. Because I know what I'm saying. The people in Lagos know the type of man this man is. If this man managed to win second term and you feel like, okay, it is the turn of the South, it is not Peter Obi, it is nothing, then I'm sorry, I'm pitying myself because I'm in this country and I know what I'm facing. So guys, let's tone it down a bit. Push this coalition, push it to the grassroots. See, one of the things in town is because people are docile, they lose hope because there is no viable opposition. But we have one now. We have one. These people, they will do the work for us. Instead of us putting ourselves on the line, these people will put themselves on. They have the machinery. That's one of the things we lack in 2023. I don't know why we are not seeing this. That's one of the things we lack in 2023. Me, I'm open-minded. Whatever, the only thing I know there might have been some agreement before this coalition can reach this stage. And I know that Peter Obi is going there with an open mind. Maybe probably he feel like anything can happen. Then he's pushing himself. So me, I believe it will be transparent, and I believe we will emerge. If he did not emerge, what am I going to do? Let's wait it then. But I'm going to push this party so that it will be wide. People will see it. So that the ruling party will be shift. They will even do something for the people. These people are not doing anything. They are not doing anything. So please, guys, let just shelve all this I don't know what to put it, but let's shelve it and let this party move forward. Let's plaster it everywhere. Let's put it on their face that if they are going to leave that place 2027. I yield.
Can I ask you a question, Matt? Can I ask Matt a question?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
You can ask.
Okay. I've been hearing this talk of Peter B or nothing. Who has come up on this space since morning that this space has started that has ever mentioned Peter B or nothing? Because you referenced that a lot.
I said people that are saying Peter Obi or
That's what
nothing,
I'm
and
asking.
people
So
that are
who has
saying
said it?
wait, sir. Let me land now. I said people that are saying Peter Obi or nothing, and people that are saying Atiku or nothing.
You
You
never
see
mentioned
this
Atiku
space
or
here?
nothing. I am asking you who have said. Wait. The reason why I'm asking this question that you don't know is this is the narrative that they want you to sit on, so that they can use it to sell to people that this is what they are saying, that they are saying Peter will be or nothing, that they will scatter this coalition, and we are busy pushing it for them free of charge without knowing, because nobody has said this statement.
Sir, I'm not a kid, sir. I'm not
So
a
who
kid.
have said it now? Mention it.
Let me. You ask a question. Let me answer now. Kì í ṣe ìjà, sir. Ẹ jọ̀ọ́, sir. See, it's not as if I've since I joined the space, I've heard anybody say Peter Obi or nothing. But the premise of the discussions here is that some people are asking for something few days after the coalition. That's the premise of discussion here. And mind you, you might talk about speakers. What are people that are listening? I'm talking about what is on the timeline. That's what I'm talking about. So that people that are listening will know. I'm not talking about people that are saying Peter Obi or nothing alone. I'm talking to people that are saying Atiku also or nothing. That's what I'm saying. It's not about whether I'm picking some people that they are saying it.
Matt, yeah, that's fine. Thank you so much for your submission. I share your sentiments. A lot of us have made the same point that rhetorics have to be lowered. Be careful of how you talk about the 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 candidate from the other side. So yes, I quite agree with you. So we'll take the mic over to you shall know the truth. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Now, yeah, let's have your submission. You shall know the truth. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'm greeting from this side of Nigeria, or Lagos. So my greetings to you, son of Atelico. Greetings, good afternoon. All right,
Okay. Hello?
I've
Who is
been
speaking?
hearing what other people are saying, and that shows that we need and we really desire a new Nigeria, where son of nobody will become somebody without knowing anybody, where Nigerians are blessed with natural endowment called resources to go around. I may not be rich, but I can afford what I want or what I need as a human being. Quality education, security. Like when I was younger like that, we move in the night to take care. We are just afraid of ghosts. We know my parents used to tell us concerning the tales of by moonlight. We're always afraid of ghosts, not afraid of kidnapping or whatever that happened the night when you are traveling. that we from the outside of Nigeria, we always travel by night. We enter night bus, good morning Lagos, good night Lagos, good morning East. Then good night East and good morning Lagos. That's what we're known for. But now it's very difficult to go that kind of Nigeria we're looking at. And now another opportunity is coming closer to 2027. Coalition has been set. So going forward, there's something that I want to say differently from what others have said somehow is the primary. Contesting election primary is good. Indirect primary is good. Consensus selection is also good. I believe it's in the hand of the party decision-making members or whoever that decide when they will choose, majority carries the votes. The area I'm highly concerned is in terms of Nigeria politics. When it comes to Nigeria politics, nobody is a saint in primary election. Hardly. Maybe I will say I will give a minus plus in other small parties that are trying to come up. But because of the narrowization of the Nigerian politics made, they are not coming up. Nevertheless, they have already had major ones, but their primary is nothing to write home about. A lot of betrayals, a lot of some with you, but understanding points, they begin to shift grounds. It happens severally. If I'm mistaken of 1993 or thereabout, but this is recent one of 2022 primaries. I watched the parties' primaries, especially the major ones. Somebody agreed to work. When he reached on the podium, he began to collapse structure to whom it may concern. Whether it's voluntarily or is coerced or he have eaten the other cola and begins to collapse. It happened on both parties. So I cannot remove my eyes on that those people they are not become the St. Michael's or St. Paul or St. Peter. They are still politicians as we used to know them. So if you want to see a different ballgame, we should be now focusing on this party, whatever it's going to be, let their primary be a new turn so that those people on the other camp that are calling them the old cargos, frustrated politicians, disappointed politicians, that show that yes, I was that time, I saw, now I am poor. See the reason I am poor. Our primary is nothing of bribe or nothing of that. If they can do that, it's a new change we are looking for. Where I'm coming from, I'm looking for new Nigeria. What is a new Nigeria? That's what we used to do before. That we used to use dollar to buy like candidates, buy whoever to come and do primary for me. Can we tone it down? Then we fresh the elephants in the room, the iron neck that they will sell in soul to the highest bidder. Then we focus attention later on. But now, nobody is coming to that coalition. It's not a merger of parties. It's individuals coming together with whatever they have in their pockets to make a statement. This one is bringing his own and his members. This one is bringing his own and members. So they must have an agreement. Before I lay down my own dollar, we have agreed that it will be $1. We all supposed to be in agreement. It's a coalition of individuals. It's not a party merger. So whenever they are doing it, I will let us be preaching to our own people, wherever we are coming from quarters or from the zone we are coming from, that this is my own, this is what we want, Oga. When you go to that meeting that I will not be there, this is what we want. Let us be pushing to our own person and go to the decision making. This is what we want. See, they're bringing this thing. So for them to hear your voice earlier before now, let them not pretend and be pushing that day now, begin to blackmail you. Should be you agree. I wanted to hear there. We need to say it earlier before now. I would like the primary consensus, so it's okay. Indirect primary is okay. And what do you call it again? Direct primary is okay. But can they stop bribing the app? Let us have a free mind and free play. We are challenging free, fair, credible election. In our own primary, can we be like that? Because what we want to give you, how can you give it out? We are not want to question the ruling party. Let them give us free, fair, and credible. In your own house, are you doing free, fair, and credible? So that whoever comes to the equity, as we used to say, come with a clean hands. In my back of my mind is speak to or nothing. I stand by it. I have my reasons. Don't shut me down. I will not say so. I have my. You ask me, what is your reason? I will tell you my reasons. I have a lot of reasons to say so. You have a reason to say you, or don't pretend and lure me into it as a temptation or as your girlfriend. You buy me with heaven and earth. So I will come to your house. When I come to your house now, you do what you want. So you give me heaven and earth. You begin to talk another story. All of us are educated. We read people's mind from the tone of our voice, know what the person is coming from. Let us not be deceived. To whom it may concern. Please, we agree to work with ADC. I'm praying for it to have a platform because Labour Party we are looking at have already sold themselves to whoever is sold themselves to. I don't bother, I don't care. PDP have already done their own. I don't even care about them since 2015 after election. I haven't know where their stand is. But now we're moving to a new direction. What us have in mind, the terms and conditions. If it's
You shall know the truth.
given,
Are you still there?
I'm here, please. Can you hear me?
Okay, fine. Yeah, can you begin to? Yeah, you have one more minute, please, to round off your point. Let's move to
Okay,
the
I
second.
thank you. I've already repeating myself. I have made my point. That man is if you want to give Nigeria new Nigeria, or to give Nigerians hope, let their primary be free and fair. We should hammer that their dollarization or nationalization. Can they promise us they should leave it away? Let us go there and do it with your numbers or with what you believe. That is me. Ordinary for outside that, I know they, because I can't say I hate bribe, but I will be giving bribe. I hate say I know I will not buy somebody to vote for me. Then I will be fighting the government to give me free and fair. Hence I know say they will buy. So charity begins from where we are standing. It's not where we are going. That's my submission. Thank you for the time. I appreciate. God bless you, my brother.
Yeah, nice one. Thank you. You shall know the truth. I think we'll have Peter. Peter Obi is coming next, and then from the hands I can see up after Peter B is coming. Kolade, you've made a submission before. We'll go with budget, Kenny, and then Raj. So we'll go in that order. Peter B is coming, budget, Kenny, and then Raj. Go ahead.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. And God bless everybody on this space. Dr. AI, thank you for hosting it. It's, in fact, very insightful and educating to see the mature conversation that is happening. It is things that has to be done. We need to strategize like this and plan, mobilize, and find out how best we can go ahead to defeat APC. Because if APC is not defeated, Nigeria will go. Let me start by saying that the question of who appears as the flag bearer is very important. And the question of the North and South issue, that gentleman agreement of not doing 8 years, South doing 8 years, I think that will also play a very big role. It cannot, it has to be played. I think it is what will happen. And we, the obedient movement, we cannot allow P2B to do what he wants. When we say P2B or nothing, it does not mean that we do not believe on the democratic principle of a primary. It is also a part of influencing the process, and it is a political and democratically allowed that you also pitch up with your own candidates, sell them, influence, and say what you want. So I don't think that should be used against us. But we are begging, we are on our knees. We are saying that ADC shouldn't make the mistake PDP made when we were begging for P2B. It is very clear today that both age, region, equity of looking at the Southeast too, there is a lot of factors that says both competent, values, what he represents, shows us that P2B will be a credible candidate. Of course, we have Amechi also, who is young and he's credible. I know what he did when he was a River State governor. But we know P2B has contested as president. He came out from nowhere in 9 months. He got Nigerian youths, over 75% of them, to build a movement. During the meeting of this last coalition, when Dino introduced him, he did not only introduce him as the presidential candidate, he also introduced him as the leader of the obedient movement. It means even Atiku recognized the obedient movement. It means that in Nigerian political context today, we have a very strong obedient movement. You might say they lack structure, but they are a movement that is vibrant and that cuts across political lines, ethnic lines, age group, cultural interests, social interest, and it is a movement that have shown that they are ready to make a new Nigeria. So there is nothing wrong if we say others should join us. In fact, I expect, the way I'm looking at it, it might even be a consensus presidential candidate. Because why not? Because that is what we want. But anyway, let's go on and have issue-based talks about it. The only thing that will decide, the obedient movement have said anywhere P2B go, we go. Even if we want him as the leader. But what will decide this issue is the primary. It has to be free and fair and credible. Because if it is not, it will not also be able to bring a democracy to Nigeria. My appeal to the young people and to everybody is to be member. I like the person who said politics is local. Go to your ward. I've become a member now. I'm even looking for young people to sponsor. We have to go in and march in, because it's also shameful that those, David Mark, who was a governor when I was a primary school boy, is now today still leading. We need to make ways for young people to come in and dominate the party, women too. But my brothers, I take God begona. Give us P2B and see what will happen to Nigeria. Thank you very much. I
Yeah,
forget to say sisters too, because I'm sure there
yeah,
are
that's
sisters
fine. That's
of
fine.
this thing, please.
Yeah, thank you for your submission. Let's go with budget. I think you go next. Thank you.
I greet you all. I
10 over
think
10, I beg.
Nigerian.
This place now, everybody, now for everybody. Now for everybody,
What do you mean
including
by?
APC people. Including APC people.
I think it depends on what submission we the person. Why are you asking?
A strong APC gaslighter day here, and I make I dey tell you so that when you see
Don't
things,
mention
make
the
you no
name.
date
Don't
trigger,
no
Any
Kai.
make
Don't
you
APC
no
mention.
who
get
comes,
triggered
we
though.
welcome them
Don't
because
mention
all your sins
anybody's
are forgiven.
Don't mention anybody's name. We just have to take submissions as long as you want to say something. But the content of what you're putting out here is what will determine how long you will stay. That's fine.
I'm just telling you so
Yeah,
that
yeah,
you
yeah,
can
yeah,
be
yeah,
ready
yeah.
now.
I get the point. Thank you. Let's continue. Budget. We'll have you.
Okay. Let me start by saying this country belongs to all Nigerians, and regardless of your political affiliation, your religion, region, or tribe, wherever, you are a Nigerian in this dispensation. And if you are not going to put the interest of you being a Nigerian that will work for all of us before all those individuals you are following, then you are also part of the problem. Because this coalition now, for me, it is an opportunity for all Nigerians. It is an opportunity for you, for your family, for this generation and future generations to come. our unity, the decisions we take now, is going to have a ripple effect for future generations to come. And if we cannot agree that our unity is the only thing that can take us out of this situation we find ourselves, if we cannot agree that if we don't put our heads together, all of us will suffer the consequences, then we are just practically deceiving ourselves. This coalition has given us a way out that we haven't had for a while. Even the coalition that came 2015, people are linking it with this. There are two different situations. In 2015, a coalition was just made. Nigerians never had the opportunity to input or a say in what was going to happen. Now the time has changed. This is not a coalition of political parties coming to decide. No, an opportunity is there for Nigerians, the youth especially, that have the energy to come and input, they have the intellectual understanding, the creativity to come and input, to have a pathway and bring out a blueprint that this coalition will give Nigerians. If you say you are going to stay away from it because you are not comfortable with those in the coalition, then you are practically repeating the same mistakes we did 2015. Now is when we should be looking at, okay, what are our problems? For the past how many years of democracy, we are still battling with security, education, to even feed ourselves in a country that is blessed with arable lands across north, south, east, and west, healthcare for our people, even as common as potable drinking water for our people is a problem. Now, these are the things that we need to make sure that this coalition is going to put as its mandate, and what will be trickled down to the grassroots, because it's not just about the presidency. The governors, the senators, the reps, both state and national level, the councillors, the chairmen, that if you are going to be under this party, these are the things that are non-negotiable. This is the blueprint we want to achieve. We want by so date and time, or by so time frame, that we have dealt with insecurity entirely. We have dealt with our healthcare sector, our transport systems. We want transport road networks, train networks, so that the whole party will have a structure, and whoever is going to run cannot move out of that structure. This is where all Nigerians must put their hands in this coalition to make sure that they have a voice, and their voices are going to matter and will determine the narrative for all Nigerians. So that you won't say, no, you are cheated. You cannot stay away from the process and expect the process to be exactly what you want. If you want the process to be exactly what you want, then you must also be part of the process. And there has to be compromises, because you can never get everything you want 100% in this life. I'm sure we all understand that. And we must also move away from this culture of individuality of candidates. I'm not saying you cannot support any candidate, but we must put our hopes and our faith on institutions and structures that work, that will hold individuals accountable. We have to move away from putting a messiah mindset that it must be this person to change Nigeria. It must be all of us to change Nigeria. It must be the input of all of us, not the input of just one person. So regardless of the situation we find ourselves, an opportunity is there for us to have a way out, for us to have an opportunity to first remove this cancer of a government that is there. Then make sure that the people we are working with currently, we have a voice, and we can all determine the trajectory where we want to go and where we want to end up at the end of the day. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Budget. Yeah, I share your sentiment. I mean, we all have to do it together. So thank you so much for your submission. Yeah, Kenny, are you still there?
Yeah, yeah. Thank you
Yeah,
so
so
much.
please, guys, we'll have a lot of requests. People are, I think, a lot of people want to make submissions. So I would probably, if we can time our submissions to 3 minutes, that would be fair enough. Yeah, Odogo, I can see you. Thanks for joining us.
Why
So
can't be
yeah,
my time now?
sorry,
When
sorry, sorry,
10
sorry.
over 10.
No
I
vex.
hear you. No, no, no,
But
Wahala. Me, I know the
okay,
I know
let's
they
do
take
four
too long.
minutes, right? I think that would
I
be
know they take too
yeah.
long.
Yeah, go
But
ahead.
thank you anyway. I'm coming in reference to some people that have. I have problem whenever people come on space and start saying, "Oh, it's not being online and ranting and shouting." And I hate those comments. Gets to me because I value every single person that is screaming for good Nigeria. Even if you have a one follower, I don't think anybody have right to come on space and say you people are ranting, you people you're not on ground. People that is on the ground will be doing their on ground thing. People that is online will continue to do the online stuff. The reason I repeat that the oxygen that is fueling this coalition is from online too. We are part of the oxygen that makes them to be forming what they are forming today. So let nobody come out always online to talk down on people. This is the gaslighting that happens all the time. If we forget, I'm sorry for people that are part of our coalition today is part of the people that brought APC. I'm sorry to say that, but this is how we kept quiet in 2014, 2015, and the APC emerged. This is how it happened. They controlled the narrative because there was not enough people shouting online. So that's one thing I want to put out there. Second thing is that regardless of our disagreement, P2B or nothing, article or nothing, at least one thing that we have agreed upon, coming from P2B, me as a ardent follower of P2B, is when we do it, let's do it in respect. Let's don't denigrate each other. This is a conversation. In a conversation, we must continue to agree. This is a debate, and it will not stop. There must be people that will continue to shout P2B or nothing. There must be people that will be saying, article or nothing. But it's a conversation and it's a debate, and it has to continue. But the only way to make it healthy is when we do not throw insults to each other. When we don't go and open our skeleton cupboards of Atiku or Erufai or whatever. Let's let that this sleeping dog lie for now, and let's all focus. The focus, and while I'm keeping focus on the collection, it doesn't mean I'm losing my guard on anything. If anything goes wrong, to switch immediately. No, I am not. I am sleeping with my eyes open. I am 100. The collation knows the right thing to do. They do. They know the person that I have made this, regardless of me making the case that P2B is the best, and I will continue. I make that submission because this man has outworked everybody, not because I'm supporting. This is based on him, the work he has put on ground. Believe you me, if it was Atiku that has put that work on the ground, I will speak for him the same way. This man has outworked every single person that is in that coalition today. And that's one. I've also made the case. If you want to go regional or is the turn of these people, I will, as a Southeasterner, I will say, I will turn to my South people. I say, we supported Jonathan 80 to 90% vote. That's what we give to Jonathan. Twice. I will say to my Southwest brothers and sisters, we supported Abasanjo 80 to 90% vote. I will turn to North and tell them the same thing. I say, why can't the same be done to the Southeast? But those are my positions. But at the same time, I have to respect that is the North
that is big into this coalition, and they are the one that is spearheading, and they are the one that is making it happen. But I cannot lose the sight of what happened at the beginning of this coalition, the narrative that came out that made us believe that P2B is not even part of it, that is there sitting down somewhere and waiting for them to beg him. That was the narrative. Where did the narrative come from? We didn't know until P2B came on space. And we found out that this man has even been in the meeting from day one. So I cannot lose sight of people bringing those type of narrative again. It will not happen again. And that's why I cannot beat down on anybody. I can beat down on articles. I can beat down on the extreme side of a P2B side. But all I'm saying is that we are in conversation. But let's just agree that while we do that conversation, let's do it in respect and not demonize anybody, and don't demonize people that is online, because we are doing, some of us, we leave work, we don't sleep, we stay on space, not because it's so sweet, not because we like to talk. No, it's just because if I remove myself, me, Kenny, and the AI remove himself, Colade remove himself, then who will do the talking? Who? If we say, oh, that person is online shouting, and then I remove myself, and everybody start removing, then who will talk, who will be speaking, why this impunity is going on in Nigeria? This is the same thing that happened in 2014, 2015. Nobody was calling out what was happening, and they packaged something and sold it to Nigeria. So please, let's don't demonize each other. That's all I ask. Let's do the debate. Let the debate continue, both the extreme side, both the middle side, but let's do it in respect. Thank you, and I yield the mic here.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kenny. Thanks a lot for your submission. I think our in this order, I think we'll have Raj to go next, right? Yeah, Raj, welcome. Go with your submission.
Thank you very much, 10 over 10, and Dr. AI. Thank you for everybody who have spoken in a long while. I've seen a space that allows everybody talk respectfully with decorum. I think
Because you people don't allow
we
people
have
to talk.
started again.
Because
Dr.
you people don't allow
AI,
people to talk your own
Dr.
space.
AI,
That's why
Hold
you're
on.
appreciating it now.
Hold,
That because you don't allow people talk in your space. What do you people want Raj to come and
Dr.
say?
AI, is
He will come
because
and
you
he
people
will
do
come and
not
whine
like
people here now and trigger everybody.
Odogu, just hold on. You go after. I think you will go after Raj. But let's Raj. You. This doesn't mean the space will take whatever your
I
submission is,
was commending, no. I was
all right.
commending the decorous,
And that's what
the
I'm saying.
decorum,
Despite the fact you're,
which is good.
despite your commending it, it still doesn't mean would listen to some of the things that others have not said. You get what I'm saying? But just go ahead. Go ahead.
No, what I'm saying in essence is that we can all make submissions with.
I can't hear you. That wasn't me. Sorry.
Raj, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, I was
No,
muted.
you're not
So what
muted.
I'm
Go
saying,
ahead.
Nura,
oh, okay.
Nura.
So what I was,
Yeah, Kakamo.
please, can you mute your mic? Whose mic is?
Where is this noise coming from? I can't understand. Like seriously,
It
That
was
was
10
from
over 10. Where
Ibrahim.
is it
Ibrahim,
coming
it
from?
was Ibrahim.
Okay. Thank you very
No.
much.
Please mute your mic, guys. Mute your mic, guys. Thank you. Yeah. If you're not the speaker, if you're not speaking, please mute your mic. Thank you. Raj.
Yeah, thank you very much. Odogu was just because Odogu does that to me. So that's why I'm commending that the co-host and the co-host here for dialogue. They are ready to take dissenting conversation provided it's respectful and objective, which is the way to go. And let me start from my brother that talked about. I like the way he laid his point and talked about how Peter Obi, has done a lot of work in the coalition. An Atiku supporter too could even come and say, when did Peter Obi even start this chase? Atiku have started in 1993. They could also, justify him being the candidate with a lot of work he has done like 2 decades before Obi. So I'm just letting him know that as much as I respect and understand where he's coming from, the other side too will also have something to say, But nonetheless, this is where I'm going. With due respect to Ross, there is a Charlie Boy started one movement that he called Our Mumu Don't Do. Sincerely, Our Mumu never do. Sincerely speaking. And I will make the point. You see, I'm very cool, just like I'm an APC adherent or supporter. So I'm very cool with somebody to like ADC or to want Labour Party or to want SDP. And when we come online, we'll come to speak to that. Fine. But for somebody to come and tell me that you want a new Nigeria, that ADC will bring a new Nigeria, knowing fully well ADC was still part of the APC, the PDP, the Labour we had before. Come on, guys, come on. What are we even saying? If you come and say, yes, I want to put APC out, I want to support ADC, fine. But don't come and tell me a new Nigeria. It's like you are playing on my intelligence. Where is the new Nigeria here? The crops of APC and PDP and
we
DP
want
that were...
to play on.
Raj, I told you this before you started. If you want to make a submission that you think makes sense, I'll be blunt now. If you want to make submission will make sense, stick to the topic and make it make sense. And if you will make a submission that is disgusting, I'll throw you out. So I'm just being blunt. You see this, you're screaming. Get water to drink. I've listened to you on different spaces, and that's why I brought you up. I just wanted to know the direction you want to go, and you don't go other spaces saying 10/10 was gagging you. Bro, stick to the topic, make it make sense. If you cannot, you won't even, you will hear yourself the second time. Simple. Call it whatever you want to call it. I will unmute the mic again. Stick to the topic. Make it make sense to us who does not want to see APC remain. And if that doesn't align with you, then maybe you go look for another space. Please. I don't want you to say things that will sound insulting to the generality of the people on this space. And that's my submission, right? So I will unmute and let you have your time. You can have 4 minutes, but let that 4 minutes make sense.
Okay, thank you very
Go ahead.
much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Nigeria didn't get to where it is today by jumping. It was a process with over the time. And during this time, the coalition members have, at one point or the other, be at the helms of affairs. 10/10, is that making sense? Amechi was governor for 8 years and minister for 8 years. Is that making sense? Peter Obi was governor for 8 years. Atiku was vice president for 8 years. El-Rufai was minister and governor for 8 years and 4 years. Is that making sense? So what are we saying? I am saying it is fine to have ADC. In fact, that is the principle of democracy. There should be democratization of the system. But don't tell me that this same set of people who drove us here will be the one to give us new Nigeria. No, that's what I'm saying. Fine, support ADC.
See, wait, sir. See, wait.
Matt,
I will interrupt you.
This? Matt, can you
Let me interrupt. Wait, I know what I'm saying. Let me interrupt. Let me interrupt.
Yeah, we don't have two people co-hosting, except the host wants to come in. Just hold on a second. Give me 1 second. Please, just hold on. Raj, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, Raj.
Yeah.
Raj. Hello, Raj, are you there?
I'm there. I'm here.
Okay, we've been on this spaces for more than 2 hours, and nobody said that the coalition will bet a new Nigeria. I don't know where you got it from, right? So if they say it on those spaces, you collect the mic and you have a rebuttal there or whatever you want to say there, right? And I know your antics and I know how you think and all that. So, but let me engage you if that's okay. Is that okay?
Very well.
Okay, so why does APC wants to create a one-party state? They want to they weaken the oppositions and all that. And in the spirit of a democracy, why does APC wants to create a one-party state? Why?
Okay, thank you, Doctor. That the emergence of ADC is a testament to the fact that APC is true to the principles of democracy. The emergence of ADC. That is a testament to the fact that those at the end of affairs are true to the principles of democracy. So if ADC were now allowed to come or to be bettered, we can now say it's one party state. You see, politics is not served a la carte. It's a different thing. If you have a disarray and people cannot bring themselves together. But it's a different thing to now blame somebody outside, your own system about your being able to be together. No.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you, Raj. So the another thing is, why are the Northerners like they are not happy with the? Are we aware of the fact that okay, the Northerners are not really, some Northerners are not happy with the APCs and all that? What do you think is the cause of that?
Okay, Doctor, yes, it's valid. Just like some Southerners were not happy with APC during Buhari, this thing is normal, Doc. While Jonathan was president under PDP, some Northerners were not happy too. While Yaradua was president with the PDP, some Southerners were not happy too. It's normal. These are normal issues. We have our sentiments, we have our interest. But when we talk about collective interest, national interest, we should start looking at things from a wider perspective. Doctor, for any reasonable person, you know that 75% of the problem of the average Nigerian is a responsibility of the subnational level.
That's not true. Raj, that's not true. I was
Okay, no,
Don't
listening.
worry, don't worry.
maybe I will
I will
finish.
engage.
You
I'm
can
Okay,
getting over
counter
there.
okay,
I'm
now.
getting.
okay,
Don't worry.
okay.
I'm getting.
Doctor,
Don't
go
worry. I'm
ahead.
getting there. I'm getting somewhere.
I
I'm
don't
getting
know
somewhere.
what you
Don't
guys
worry.
are doing.
AI, I think
What?
I
you're
thought
You
giving
this was
some
a
understand?
dialogue.
relevant. I
Nobody is
think you're
abusing
giving really
anybody here.
I'm
AI, you are giving
I'm
relevance
driving
to
at something.
somebody that deserve no relevance.
Kenny, I'm driving at something. I'm driving at something. I'm driving at something,
Okay.
right? I'm driving at something. Yes, don't worry. I know them very, very well. I know them, right? Okay, Raj. So, when it
Dr.
comes
AI,
to
please, can you just give me
scholarships,
2 minutes? Let me put my thoughts together, then maybe afterwards, because this back and forth is really, destabilizing me. Let me just 2 minutes straight.
no, don't worry. When you finish making your point, then I'll ask you because sometimes you tend to like repeat yourself again. But go ahead. Don't worry. I've gotten something. So, when it comes to scholarships now, Tinubu is kind of like Tinubu government is by trying to withdraw federal government support to education in Nigeria, right? And he's comfortable with less student loan, but he went to St. Lucia to give them grant them scholarships. So does that make any sense to you, Mr.
Wait,
Raj?
no, I don't understand. You went to St. Lucia to grant good scholarship.
Yeah. That's some.
AI,
Have you read the
Raji
updates?
Raj has already admitted by himself.
No,
He
wait,
said he
no,
made
let's
a
wait.
comment.
Oh,
Wait,
No, don't worry, Kenny. I will
wait,
engage
AI,
him.
let me tell
Kenny,
you
don't
what you
worry
do. Let
now.
me tell you what you didn't
oh
recognize.
God, you people are
Raji
just,
Raj said the people that drove us here. That means he already himself recognized that the people drove us to hell. That is him himself admitting on this space. So why are you
okay,
still
so
asking
this is
him
also
question?
you
If
admitting
him
that those same
himself
people are the
admitted.
ones. You yourself are
So
also admitting that those same people
that's
are
all.
the ones who want.
Dr. AI, continue your engagement with Raj.
Don't worry, Kenny. I know these people very well. Kenny, don't worry. I sabi them.
No,
Mm-mm.
doctor,
I
you know
said
what? Let me
he
let me just
wants.
finish my submissions. Then you can
Okay, right. Don't
deconstruct.
worry. Go ahead. Don't
Okay,
worry.
thank you very
Yeah.
much. So, if you get my point, all here, the crux of my discussion here is not that ADC shouldn't be, or people do not have the right of association. No, but to now make ADC look like the saint or the saints from heaven, no. They are also comprised of all those we've been accusing that brought us to where we are. So that's what. So if you want to support ADC or bring APC down, fine, that's politics. But please, it is a blow on every average Nigerian's intelligence to see ADC as the vehicle to promised land. No. That's a blow on our intelligence, our
Raj,
integrity,
let me
and
ask you
our
something.
emotions.
Let me just say something. If the only thing Nigerians will achieve in 2027 is to take APC with Tinubu out of Aso Rock. I think that's enough.
Okay, you know
Hold on
the
a
problem with
second.
what you
Let me
said.
go with the second point
No,
again.
you know the
Hold
problem. No,
on.
there's a problem with
Let
what you
me
made now.
hold on.
Should I tell you the problem? Okay.
I will meet you. Since you don't want me to. If the only thing that Nigerians would have achieved by 2027 is to take out a president that does not know his right from his left, that does not have empathy, that all he cares about is his cronies, sharing everything, taking everything to himself, that all he cares about is what benefits him and his cronies alone, does not care for Nigerians. Think that one alone is enough. That will sound a signal to another coming government that Nigerians have the right and capacity to unseat an incompetent government. Go ahead. I'll go ahead with your submission.
Okay, thank you very much. The problem with what you said now, you said Nigerians, as if you don't recognize the fact there are people with dissenting opinion from yours. This is the kind of narratives we don't require. Yes, if you say if the only thing we ADC proponents could achieve, that makes sense. But when you say Nigerians, are you saying there are no people supporting LP, SDP, AD, and APC? This is the issue. You see? So you need to always be
10
very
over 10,
careful
we actually
on
driving out an
if
alien. An
And
alien that we
that's
don't know
what
where.
yes.
if
If
it let
Raji
me
Raj can answer
una
you
no go
where the
allow me
president
talk.
come from.
I go do 30 seconds so I go interject. I go do make I
No,
talk
where
now.
does the president come from? Where is he from? That's where
So
because the fight is to drive out an alien in Nigeria that came and hijacked power. Is an alien, as far as
okay,
I
Okay.
hold
know.
on.
If you can tell
So
me where the
let me
president came from, what school he
let me
went
just
to,
wrap
let's
up my
start from
point.
there.
So that because we have others, let me just wrap up my points because we have others. So my
Because you
point is
cannot say, because you don't know where the president came from. That's why you want to wrap up. You don't know where he came from. You don't know his village. You don't know his
no
parents.
now
So the fight of 2027 is to drive
now
out an alien from
you are
Nigeria.
dropping the bar of this discussion with this kind of statement. You are
It's
dropping
not
the
a
bar of
drop
this.
of by, it's a statement of fact.
Yes, now
Until
which
you
one is
say,
where did he come
Raj, you see, when you requested the mic, I intentionally accepted you to come up here. It wasn't as if I didn't know the direction you were going to tread, and you didn't prove me wrong, right? I didn't want you to start saying, oh, a space that 10 over 10 was co-hosting refused to give you the opportunity to even say something. But like I said the other time, right? A lot of people, since you don't want to hear Nigerians, but when it comes to you speaking against the coalition and speaking for APC, you use the term Nigerians. Then when those Nigerians you're referring to now come to say talk about how incompetent this government is, you begin to tell them, no, you don't speak for Nigerians. But the next minute you want to say Nigerians. See what I'm saying here, right? We have a president that has not performed. We have a president that does not deserve to be there more than 2027. We have a president that must go. And this is the resolution of a lot of people that share the same sentiment as the one you share while you're supporting your president. So let's continue the journey, right? And stop infiltrating spaces and wherever you find the opportunity to come and amplify this rhetoric that you're pushing. This market no go sell. So what I'm just gonna do, if Dr. AI permits me, is to give you another 2 minutes. But that 2 minutes I can interrupt it and send you out. Right? So please speak to the coalition and matters arising within it without necessarily discrediting it. I think that's where I'll draw the battle line. Speak to the coalition without discrediting it. So however you want to go about it, but you must not discredit because we have over 284 people here. We have over 10 requests. So I don't want us to keep going back and forth. Speak to the topic in in whatever way you want to, but don't discredit this coalition. That's my point.
No. 10 over 10.
Raj, are you audible? Okay, 10/10. Can you bring Fidelity up? I
I
can't
can't
see
hear
request. Honestly, I can't see
Raj
request.
Raj again.
I
Yeah.
was muted.
Oh boy.
You keep muting me. You keep muting me. I was muted. So,
You keep
so
talking
Raj.
about being muted. Guy, if I was
yes,
going
now
to be
will I
muting you,
just keep
why
quiet
bring
if
you
I'm not
up in the
muted?
first place? Guy, as I be you now, if I was going to be muting you, I wouldn't even want to
You
bring you up
all
in the
this one
first
where you
place.
they do. Okay,
No,
let me
no,
use
no,
that 2
no.
minutes in peace.
Bro,
Let me
just
use
do
that
your
2 minutes
submission
in
and
peace.
let's move to the next speaker.
Let
I
me
think
use
we've
that
had
2 minutes.
enough of this back and forth. A
Okay.
lot of people are
No,
waiting.
no, no,
So this
no,
is
no.
not the time for this gas boost. To be
No,
honest.
it's okay. It's
Yeah.
okay if you tell me that this is an echo chamber. Ha. You know, but if you say it is a discussion, a national discussion, then you have to allow me speak. But if it is an echo
Okay.
chamber, then I would
Let me now
gladly
say
drop.
it in let me now say it in capital letters. It is not a national discussion. It is for those people that want the good of the coalition.
Thank
Simple.
you for
Yeah.
acknowledging that there are
Yeah,
people
that's
who want
fine.
this,
Yeah,
and
that's
there are people
fine.
who don't want this. Thank you for
Like
acknowledging that. Is that not
like
what
I've
I've been
told
saying
you,
since?
you can't come and
It's not.
discredit
This
it.
is not the
You
stance
can't
of all Nigerians. Yes,
see.
why some people have the right to have this stance. This is not the
Ten
stance
over
of
ten.
all
Why are you
Some people,
stressing
Nigerians.
With
some
all
yourself
people
this
now?
also
Why
now,
are you
what
have
is
the
wrong
right
stressing
with
to
it
stand
yourself?
with
now?
alien.
Why are you stressing
Some people
yourself?
have right to
Eh?
stand with alien,
Why are
just
you
like
stressing
Raji
yourself?
Raj.
Somebody else
It's
can
not
go
about
ahead.
whether
I've
APC perform or not. We are talking about how ADC will move forward. You are bringing someone who want to come and
Who
gaslight
is
us here.
supporting an
I told you the
alien?
other time.
Who is supporting an
I told
alien?
you.
Huh?
sorry guys, let's move to Dogo. I've taken him out.
10/10. You see how they laugh. Dr. AI, you people see the reason
My bro.
why I interrupted him initially. And you guys allowed him put you guys where he wanted you guys to be. That's who he is. But that's why I left you guys to do well. I've been having a conversation with him. He wanted to have a back and forth. He came here to do that, what he came to do. They're having their own APC space now. Why didn't he go there? At least there's ADC in that space too. Why didn't he go there and go and give his own opinion that everyone will accept over there? See, you guys don't know these people, especially Raj. You'll be going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth for the next 1 hour without anything. He knows what he's doing. Anyway, you guys, thank God you guys took him away at the end of the day. So, good morning, everybody, from my own end. And I come with the warm handshake as our party logo and making sure that we are united and remain one in the coalition. But I'm actually here. I'm not here to talk about Obi or Atiku or Erufai. I'm here to talk to us. And I use the word us because it's not about the obedient, it's not about the articulate, it's not about the Buharist, it's about Nigeria. And when I use the word us, please, I don't want you guys to say, some people to come here and say, oh, you people. Don't let us use you people. It is we, because we are in this together. I've decided to start preaching peace in as much as these few days I was going back and forth with some people who keep saying, is this person or nothing? Is that person or nothing? And we fail to realize, to look at the very big picture. Please, like Kenny said, campaign for who you want to campaign for. Let's see ourselves like we're in the same party and everybody's trying to have their own different groups and there are people who want to contest under their group before we get to the primaries. But we should not, at the end of the day, use our selfish interest to not make us achieve the goal, which is the number one goal of taking these guys out of government. And when we see things happening every day, as far as I'm concerned, I don't care who the coalition wants to bring. To be honest, I don't care. I feel everyone in that coalition is capable enough than the guy that is there today. If that person now gets there and we see that he's not doing well, he's worse than bad, we take him out too. That's my number one priority. That man has to leave. I woke up this morning to a post seeing the guy, the whistleblower of the land that Wike grabbed for his kids. The guy was detained for 8 days illegally, and now they've served him a query. So, which shows that it is a fact. One man sat down, gave acres of land to his kids, and we are still here talking, it must be Obi, it must be Atiku, it must be this, fighting ourselves. And the man went on live TV and told you guys, hey, my kids from Ghana, they're not from Nigeria. Don't they deserve a land? He didn't give them the land in River State where he came from. He went to another man's land in Abuja to go and pack acres. And we allow people like Raj, who is defending this same idiot, to want to derail us. Bro, they are scared. You can see them. They've not had sleep for the past, since Tuesday or since when? Monday night that they heard the news. One space or the other. Now they've now started a progressive community on X, begging for people to come and join them. Now they want to have their neck meeting. Now you are seeing them going, they are jittery and they know. So it's for us to come together. Please, please, please. I will say, when I hear people say, it's like the coalition is to grab power, are you saying Peter Obi is in that coalition too from day one to grab power? Oh, they know that they don't want to give it to this person. Are you saying Peter Obi that is having that discussion with them from day one doesn't know what he's talking about? These are the guys on top talking. They know the best. Let us down here be united. Please, I am begging you people. If I look at this space, I can tell you most of us here are comfortable. Maybe 50% of us here does not live in the country. But what about the people back home in the village who don't have a choice? Who have not seen drinking water for once? Who are going to walk all the way in miles for them to go and fetch water? They're not even talking about electricity right now. They still live in mud houses. These guys don't have a choice. We can say, oh, if it's not this person, I can stay back. Yes, you can stay back because you know that your kids are going to free schools here abroad. You have a decent job here. You can send the $100 and the $100 turns 200,000 back home. And you are fine. What about those who could not? And when I keep hearing, oh, these are the same old people, I beg, my papa wasn't a politician, doesn't even have the money to even contest. Is it my father that you want to come and lead this coalition? Or is it me and you that we don't even have connections across the Niger? Is it me and you that want to start the coalition? I am begging. Kolade, there was a space we had that Malam Green hosted that we all agree to, going forward, be peaceful with each other. I want to beg you people. I might mention some people's names. This lady called Prince Zell or whatever her name is, and a couple of other people, Alfonso or whatever his name is. You guys should talk to those guys, please. When you say you don't need another group for you to win an election, or you want to sit out, the other group too can keep quiet and be watching. When you say get the ticket, we'll now sit out. But would that make us win? No. It's sometimes not the person that comes out the loudest that can do the worst. Trust me. There are people that will just keep quiet and be watching. I am begging. I don't care. As far as there's unity, as far as we saw the primaries goes fine, and even if it's going to be a consensus, as far as all the leaders agree and everybody is fine with it, let us move on. Our number one goal, Bat must leave. I love the kind of question Dr. asked Raj. You said they should do student loan in Nigeria, but you went to another man's country and gave them scholarship. Scholarship. These wicked men have their kids abroad. Their kids don't pay for school fees. until they want to get to college or probably university. Depends on the country that you are, anyways. Because if you're in the UK, it's still free. As a citizen in the UK, it is free to any level for education. In America, it is free till we're out of college, then high school. I mean, then it's either you have you get go and get a loan and go to university, or probably you get sponsorship and all that. But at least you don't think about school fees from when your child starts elementary to secondary school. Free feeding, free school bus, free. The government still gives you money once a year called child credit, child tax credit. My son's own is $4,000. My son was 4 years old. It's 4,000 from the government, free. He has free medicals, insurance. These people know these things. They have kids here. They are all wicked human beings. They know the right thing to do. They don't want to do it. Tinubu's 2 kids are they are in New York here. Each of them bought a house worth $1 million. What do they do? What do they do? What are their jobs to buy $1 million fucking house in abroad? In New York, for that matter. Shay goes around donating 500 million, 200 million, $1 billion. What does he do? These are the things. Please, these things alone should get you angry. That even if it's a goat, I will say it, that they bring, I will vote for that goat. If the goat now gets there and I refuse to eat grass and says he wants to be eating salad, then we'll go back for that goat and say, I think it's time to put a knife on your neck. Please and please. I am comfortable, to be honest with you. My mother is the only one. I'm the last one of my family. My mother is the only one in Nigeria, and my mother will not finish $200 in a month. She won't. But we're all here. When I wake up every day and I see the numbers of messages I have for billings in a day, is worth this fight. It is worth it. I beg of you guys, let us tone it down like Kenny said. Please and please. It's not about the South, it's not about the North. You don't go to the market and tell them I'm from the South. Oh yeah, sell this yam for me for 200 naira. You don't go to Kano and tell them I'm from Kano. Oh yeah, sell this rice for me for 20,000 naira per bag. No. Every region is hungry. Everyone. There's a slogan in Nigeria now. This Tinubu government. That word, this Tinubu government. The government should be ashamed of himself. But they don't see it that way. They think it's cruise. They think it is cruise. When you talk to somebody, this government, is that not hardship? When the president comes out and tells you less than 2 years, everybody hates him. Doesn't that tell you to tell him that it doesn't, Oga, you are not doing anything. Everybody hates you because everybody's hungry. Everybody's suffering. 200 people were roasted like barbecue. The man got to Benue. He said, I could not go to the village where it happened because the roads are bad and because it is raining. And people sat down in that hall clapping for him. Won't that alone make you get angry? There is no day of mourning. They never declared one day of mourning for those 200 Nigerians that died. It will never happen in any other country. No one day of mourning. Instead, he said, I will try and find a way in my schedule to go and see them. All because the Pope spoke about it a day before. That was why he made that comment. So he never, a call came in. He never had the idea it was going to come. He wasn't going to visit them. Took him days to decide that until the Pope spoke about it. All the way from Italy, where the Pope they serve. You can imagine that. 615,000 people died in 1 year in Nigeria in the year 2024. 615,000. Are we fighting a war? In 1 year. Not be we talker. Now same government statistics office put them out. And if for them to put that 615,000 people, I can bet you it's more than that. 2.2 million people kidnapped in 1 year. That alone, not they make una vex, and we are still talking. We just started this coalition. We are talking about who wants to lead, who wants to be the candidate. Is that the priority? The priority is to anybody that comes. Let us take that. We are the coalition, not those people. Obi has 1 vote. Atiku has 1 vote. Put Atiku family and Obi family together. It not reach 1,000 votes. Now me and you be coalition. Now me and you go out there. Because now me and you they suffer. Obi no they suffer. If Obi broke today, the worst he can do, go to Anambra State. I was a governor. Oh yeah, start giving my pension that I said I didn't want before. Atiku was a vice president. Oh yeah, if he broke, go to federal government. They'll give him pension. For him and his family, security, everything, house, everything, sure. Everybody the same thing. Now me and you. But if these men came together and say, look, guys, people are really suffering. Let's drop the fact that we are not suffering. Let's lead this thing. Let's allow them. Then let where would they suffer? Go. Face it. Imagine me, small Odogu go come Nigeria. I go they use money collect private security. Because I won't go from Lagos. I want to go from Lagos to Benin, which is less than 5 hours drive. My mom was begging me not to take that trip. Lagos to Benin. She was begging, please fly. And I drove 22 hours from Colorado to Toronto, Canada. I left Toronto. I left Colorado on Thursday. 22 hours, 1,700 miles. I drove it in less than 24 hours. Across countries, no insecurity. Road free. No police for road. No, not thinking of kidnap and all that. Those ones not they pay us already. I beg of you people. I'm not talking about any candidate. Going forward, that's my own resolve. The only resolve I have is to make APC people cry. Bring down their government, demarket them, and promote ADC. That is all me. I am now. I'm a PDP man. We will stay in that PDP and work for ADC. If Wike can do it, we will do it. If Abure can sit down as chairman of LP and be working for Tinubu, if you are in LP, stay in that LP, work for ADC. If they want to do any in that LP, make sure you ground that party down. That's what we are doing in PDP. We will ground that PDP down. Nobody get 2 heads. We will be in that PDP and we will work for ADC. We will do that. We will not leave the party. No. Because if we leave it, they might want to look for another corner to come and derail what is happening in ADC. All of us will be there. Scatter it together. As far as Nigerians get what they want. One thing I want you guys to know, they are scared. They are jittery. They never expected what they saw that day on that unveiling. They never expected it. And they will see more to come. More. So please, my brothers, I'm not going to call obedient or articulators. I see us as one now. I see us as we. I am obediently articulated. Yes. That's the word. With what is happening in Nigeria today is enough. Is enough for us to be angry. For this man to leave. I don't care whoever wants to come out. I don't care. They must go. Look at the data now, my brother. Look at the data now. Before these guys came in 2015,
Odogo Abeg, breaking news. 5 governors about preparing to join ADC, 5 PDP governors.
Now, those
So,
ones, we know them. Don't worry. We know. We're not bothered about those ones anymore. Okay, since those ones that they come to APC, they come, have you been hearing about them? Is it not we that we are selling them before? Have you been hearing about them? When was the last time you heard the APC, the Delta State governor speak? When was the last time you heard the Akwa Ibom State governor speak? That is the truth.
this one are even coming to ADC now. These 5 governors, they are
Oh, we're
coming
coming
to
from
ADC
APC
now.
to join the coalition.
Yeah, from PDP to ADC.
That's what we
From
are
PDP
saying.
to ADC.
It's not a new thing. We are used to it. We know we have useless dump governors in the PDP now. I'm a PDP man. We've been saying this for a long time, so we're not bothered. Does it look like news anymore where you hear that a PDP governor is decamping to APC? It's not like news. That's why it's from the south. It's from the south. So my people, let them keep decamping. But the people are decamping too. The people are decamping, right? So that is it. I better make I use the mic for now. They get one call. No vex. I will be back. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dogu.
Uh-huh.
Thank you so much for
Abeg,
your
10
submission.
over 10. Odogu no hear me. I
Yeah,
say 5 PDP
I noticed he
governors.
didn't hear you. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I got the
So,
point. So who do we have next? D Mark. I think he's connecting. Can you hear me, D Mark? Okay, let's go to Stephen. Stephen, you have the mic.
Greetings to you all. Thank you very much, Dr. AI, for taking time to host this space. It's very important that we ensure we have the conversations going. Um, I just wanted to come and add my voice to the urgency of the moment. Let me greet Kolade. I see my Oga Elvis in the house. Everybody, all the regular members. Sweet Angel, how far now? Happy Independence Day to the those of us in the US. It's very important that we are careful not to lose the momentum and the moment that we are in. I think I agree with a lot of things the our brother that just spoke from the PDP, what he said, a lot of things he said was on point. Um, except the last bit where he said he wanted to stay in his party. I understand the loyalty to party. Took and play that game. After all, Wike stayed in the PDP and is a minister and a disruptor on the APC, right? Um, but it's dangerous for those of us on the obedient side, those of us that believe in Peter Obi's candidacy. The game is almost ab initio going to be an uphill task in the coalition. Why am I saying this? There are veterans in this coalition that know how to play the game of primaries, know how to play the game of trade by barter. They are experienced veterans. No need to mention names. We know them. They are all in the high table, right? Our own principal, for me, those of us that believe in PO, our principal does not have that level of experience or gamesmanship. It is the reason why we have never really had someone like him to head a major political party ticket until 2023. And 2023, the major parties still did not give him the ticket. We need to be very clear-eyed. Just like in America, you have two-party system, Republican, Democrat. I heard Elon Musk was talking about after frustration, he wants to form a new party. He's going to fail. As popular and powerful as Elon Musk is, it's not easy to form a third force. People have their own life's problem. Two parties are enough already. It's hard to form a third one. But we did that in Nigeria through the Labour Party because of the quality and the personality of His Excellency Peter Obi. That what we did in 2023 is what is causing the earthquake you see today. That now APC wants to now start hosting Twitter space after Oshomole famously mocked us that we were 4 people tweeting in a room. They want to join the 4 and become the 5 people. because they recognize, just like someone said earlier, I think the two speakers before me, that we shouldn't gaslight people that come online to speak. It is shaping the narrative. You won't believe the people that are listening to us on this space right now. Some of them are anonymous. Erufai could be here right now. He'll just be anonymous listening to you. Everybody hops on Twitter. Everybody, all media, international observers, they are quietly listening to know what the people are saying. So I beg you, in the name of God, if you have access to data, it's time to stay on this platform and shape the narrative, because this is what makes the Arise Morning what's trending. This is what makes bloggers what to write about. This is what will make people know where Nigerians are. So stay where you can, particularly if you are not on ground. Maybe you're in diaspora. What else can you really do apart from mobilizing people on the ground, sending money to make sure people register? It is to stay online on the topic. You could have been anywhere else, but you're here. Many of us have a lot to do, holiday in America, for example. But we are here. That means we care about Nigeria enough. So kudos to all of you on this space, speaking about this, our dear country, Nigeria, because who else will do it, right? I've seen spaces on the MAGA group online. You see them since their election, they are still as though they are campaigning. They are always there daily. They are talking about Trump's agenda, one thing, one thing. They understand narrative. The Israel-Iran issue, you see the Israeli space, the Iran space. People understand that these are key. So I'm trying to correct that impression that Nigerians, I know we used to mock ourselves, cho cho cho. Cho 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 is how politics is formed. It's mainly discussion. Parliament was formed as a result of this, right, from the French Republic. So conversations are very, very important. Having said that, there's a mistake we can make as obedience, which is repeating what we did in 2023. After Obi emerged and we came and said we will be the structure, they say we have no structure, and we made a mark. If you listen to Dr. Dati Ahmed yesterday, I believe yesterday, he said, according to the record, he was the VP on that ticket. They had 10 million votes. According to, and if you know Dati Ahmed, you know that he's not going to lie. There are people that you can say this one does not lie. Dati does not lie. They had 10 million votes. If we could do that without a governor, without a senator, without a traditional ruler, without police, without army, if we could raise and give 10 million votes in a major election such as the presidency, where there was massive voter suppression, I mean, they didn't give PVC, they were violence, yet Peter Obi and the obedient movement delivered that number of votes. You can see why APC is no longer sleeping. You can see why the official handle of the APC wants to host a Twitter space tomorrow. You can see why there is panic. They are running like headless chicken. Wike is like someone that has that is drunk of alcohol, running from media house to media house. He can't help himself. Amechi is his new nemesis. Why do you think that is happening? Do you think Tinubu is comfortable in his St. Lucia? Abi now he has gone to Brazil here. Think he's comfortable? It's chaos in the APC camp. They can't help themselves. If that coalition succeeds, which it will by the grace of God, Tinubu is done. There is no way around it. Why do I say this? With Peter Obi in that coalition, and God, what willing the will of the people succeed, which is what I've seen in the APC, in the ADC um, rule book, is that they are going to do direct primaries, right? That's likely the way. And if that's the case, that means the person with the most numbers will win. But if obedience stay aloof and take the advice of my brother that just spoke, who spoke very eloquently about the way we are at, and say stay in your party, who will form the delegates pool? Who will nominate those to go to Abuja to decide who becomes the leader of the coalition? It is PDP people. It is other people. It is people that may not have the same view as you. So I think it's time for us to quit being cheerleaders and become players in this game. Buhari was less than 30 years old when he became relevant and powerful in this country. So was Gowon. When did Tinubu become relevant? Since 1993, how old was he? Even though he was not among the youngest. When did Atiku start running? 1993, how old was he? At what point do you come down from your wherever you are and say, This Nigeria is our country. We have to fight for her. We have to get involved. I'm saying this because it's dangerous for you to lose the opportunity to become part of the coalition early. By the time you get there, 2 months to election, they've made their decisions already. By the time you say, oh, let me wait and see. Wait and see. If you are a stock trader, those are invest, or do you do any major business that moves quickly, like politics, snooze, you lose. There is no clearer way. Peter Obi is in that coalition. ADC is the platform. Some people are still thinking Obi has not left. What are you? Are you the candidate? I want to see people joining the ADC en masse. Right now, I'm happy because the website is even crashing. That tells me some people have sense. You need to get in that party urgently, like not yesterday, day before yesterday. There's not if the coalition, for God forbid, does not raise Peter Obi and you say is Peter Obi or nothing, you can do that. But right now, as of today, the ADC needs to be overwhelmed. If there's no structure in your state or your local government, you become the structure there. We got to take back our country in a way that shows that we are active citizens. That's what Aisha Yusuf is saying. If you listen to Aisha Yusuf on her timeline, she's shouting out up the top of her voice. Get involved now. Don't complain later. Because complaint does not work. I don't know if you have noticed Wike. He doesn't care about your complaint. He doesn't care whether you are dying or hungry. Neither does Tinubu or these APC people. You say somebody that came up here now that was trying to gaslight us. He has the animal that is trendy. I don't know what, the army cat or something with a Tinubu cap. Knowing what Nigerians are going through, he's here to sell this disaster that is the Tinubu administration. He's here to sell it to you. He's here to tell you that you are dying of hunger, but it's okay. That your insecurity is everywhere, kidnapping, that businesses are shutting down. He's telling you, we stand on that mandate. You have to be very diabolical to stand on such a mandate. It's like standing on the blood of people, like the IDF does in Gaza. You are watching children burn to ashes and you are laughing. That's what APC people are doing. Nigeria is in comatose and they are selling it to you, say you can, just like Wike dances. For me, I have made a 2 yesterday before I went to bed. I said, my main motivation for this coalition, aside from Peter Obi himself, is to retire years a Wike. For me, the guy, I can't stand him. I know I can't stand the guy. He will tell you that yes, he can give land to his children, like somebody said earlier. And then he's in Nigeria. They ask him, where you get money by Rolls Royce? He said his father is rich or something. I don't know why. The guy, God, we can do better, guys. I'm praying that you understand that it's urgent to join the coalition and be part of those that shape the narrative and push for direct primaries. There's also a danger. I used to say, let them give us Peter Obi. I don't disagree with you. That would be the best day of my life, right? But we have to be careful because the coalition has other people too. Alhaji Atiku is there. Ameki is there. There are other people that politicians don't play with their interest. So we must be willing to do the work if we want to be able to be proud that we have a coalition. So I will stop so far because children is here. But in any case, thank you for the conversation. I appreciate you all.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. Thank you so much for your submission. Who do we have next? Can we go with Chidility? Then we'll go with Afu. I think that's how I brought you guys up.
Please,
Yeah,
can I just get
Chidility.
few minutes to just round up my whatever and drop? I've been staying here for too long.
Kolade, can you hold on a
Okay.
second? You've made
Okay.
submission before.
Just few minutes. I'm not doing long lengthy submission. That's why I said I need to drop so you can bring
But you
others up.
don't hold on a second. You don't do that, right? Just hold on a second. Chidility, are you okay if Kolade makes the submission for a minute? I can time him if you're okay with that.
No, Chidilisi can go. I'm
Uh,
just letting you know for the next queue. He
I
can go
can't
for
even hear
two.
anybody. I can only hear Mr. Colade here.
Oh,
so
it's
Chidility,
your
can
turn.
you give Mr.
Really?
Kolade 1 minute?
Okay. Can you hear me, boss?
Yeah.
Yes, we can. But the co-host can't
Okay.
hear you, so that would be a problem. The co-host can't hear you.
No, I can hear
Okay.
him.
Just
Oh, okay,
let
okay,
me
he
just
can. He
because I
can
want.
now. He can. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thanks for the space, and I've been listening to everybody. First of all, I was kind of upset when we allow Raj to come in here to distract us. I mean, this is not 2023. We made a mistake. We should not allow it. As long as our principals are having secret meetings, we should also be having secret meetings and not allow these guys to come and distract us again. Please, I beg all of you. This is not business. It's not a football match where ticket is so for you to come and watch. We mean business and we mean business. And for me, I just want to say the article supporters here, Erufai and everybody, we are one family. In as much as most of us have said one thing bad or the other against each other is normal, right? Uh, for me, I just want to say among all the groups in this coalition, for me, I can say it's only uh, Peter Obi that has an organized movement, which is has a leader, a recognized one. I'm sorry to say, if you have, please quote me wrong and tell me you have. Uh, do Atiku have a movement that has a leader, just like Dr. Tanko? Do RFI have a movement that have a leader just like Dr. Tanko? Please, if you do, can you guys talk to them to start having meeting also with obedient movement leadership? Because one guy came in here and was lamenting that this Twitter handle is speaking this, is attacking RFI. I was just laughing. I don't know how we continue to make the same mistakes. How what people says on Twitter space, we just trigger you and you assume it's everybody that is obedient movement that is talking. No, as long as I'm concerned, until the leadership of the obedient movement says something, that's when you can come in here and generalize. As long as they are not saying it and it's coming from individual, which anybody can change his Twitter handle's name, just like he rightly said, someone changed his name to ADC Democrat Marketing Article. It's normal. We cannot go and say article people. It can be anybody. It can be even Raj. It can be APC for claiming to be ADC, change their Twitter handle to distract all of us. So please, if your principal have a movement that has a leadership, if you don't have, this is what you need to go and work on. As for Biden movement, we have leadership structured that is working, that has been busy for the last after since 2023 election came and passed. We've been busy working. It's just it's just an announcement. We are good to go. So please save your energy on Twitter fighting people who are attacking who is attacking who. Swing into your own grassroots. If you don't have leadership, form your leadership. Work on until wait until the ADC structure their leadership completely. They only have an interim leader and secretary, right? That is why you see P2B, his leg is still in the Labour Party. Erufai is still has his leg in his own party. Atiku still have his leg. Many of them have their leg in their own party because of what they are negotiating. They are discussing. For me personally, I don't even want primary because I noticed one thing about Nigeria is every primaries brings enemies. Every primaries bring enmities. They should come together and negotiate and agree on one person. It's better than primary for me. Honestly, I must tell you the truth. Because when we go to primary and somebody at spend order and win, order will go to court, order will pull his group, it becomes a problem. So it should be a gentleman agreement. When they agree, totally, that's when they will resign officially from their political parties. So please, we as a supporters, what we should be discussing is peace, strategies. We should not be coming to Twitter to attack people, even to analyze. Yes, we'll keep marketing our candidates. It's obvious. P2B deserve the candidacy. And I don't know who, as long as Southern tenor or Santa tone is concerned, he remains the best, right? We'll keep marketing him while we keep doing what we are doing at the grassroots level to win people over. This is what other parties should be doing. This is what Atiku supporters should be doing. This is what Aerofa supporters should be doing. Not listening to who is attacking who is attacking you. The question is, what are you doing in your own grassroots? Who is your leader in your own movement? What is the name of your movement? If you say it's a articulator, do you have a leadership in your articulator? Do you have a handle? What are you tweeting from your handle? This is what I want to say, so that we can know we are in for a good business. Not telling us is your candidate when you don't have you don't even have a movement. You're only relying on governors, right? But we don't have governors. We are relying on what we are doing, how we are getting people within ourselves, within the movement. So please, I'm begging all of you, Rufai and other people, if you don't have a movement, go and structure yourself, have a leader, have a point man, which can negotiate with obedient leadership. I have somebody who will speak for me. Whenever they agree something good, they speak, they will tweet it, they will have a meeting, say, obedient, we have agreed on this, we are moving in fully. And that's how it should work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chidility. Yeah, thank you so much for your wonderful submission. Can we have Colade? You still want? You said you want to.
Yes, I just want to just
Okay,
like wrap things up
please.
as I can talk.
Can you do that in a minute? So
I,
Alpha, you go next.
okay.
Colade, let's have you here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Afonso. Okay, so yeah, so what I'd wanted to speak earlier, but I'm glad that the event have taken over that, and I think we are back to normal now. Let each person. It's good to talk. It is good to talk. People listen when you talk. So when people come on spaces and say, "Oh, we think the what's it called? Our party should do it like this, do it like that," that is what they call feedback. So please, we should allow people talk. We should let them talk. Whoever they support is not the problem, but they should talk so that people can get feedback. Again, I'm in support of the leaders sitting together to negotiate things out now so that everybody knows where they stand. They can put in all their resources. Delaying it will only make these candidates hold back a bit. It is only those who are 100% certain. That's politicians for you. If they're 100% certain that, oh, I'm in for this and this is where I stand, this is what I get, they're putting their 100%. If not, they all will have something we call a backup. So that is what someone like me is saying. And my fellow brothers from the other camp, we are all one. Like I forgot his name, rightly said just now, Odogun rightly said. We are all one. We are all working towards one goal. But that does not mean each party does not have a strategy to outshine the other. So no camp is naive here. Everybody, we are all adults and we will behave like that. So please, let's stop name calling and let's stop pointing fingers to a particular group of people or that. Everybody is speaking their mind, what they hope or they wish to happen, and that's not a crime. That's not a big deal. And I hope that our leadership listen and they do the right thing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Colade. Yeah, thank you so much. Alpha, can we? Are you still there? Can we have you?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Been an
Yeah.
interesting conversation. Good afternoon, 10 over 10. Good
Good
afternoon,
afternoon,
Dr.
my
AI.
brother. How you doing now?
Yeah, my boss. I'm very fine. How many minutes do I have so that I know how
Yeah,
to?
you take 4 minutes. Yeah, let's do 4 minutes if you don't mind.
Okay.
We'll go with
Okay.
Nakibe. Yeah,
Okay.
go after you're done.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyway, yeah, some people still think I do not support the coalition, but again, this is my thoughts and this is my stand as of today. If it changes, I will also make it public. I think in this particular election, if Nigerians actually want to vote based on issues, based on for the fact that we want to remove a president who is not performing, this should be the first time we vote against our traditional pattern of voting. If you ask anybody who supports certain candidates, the reason why they are supporting their candidates is because of the traditional sentiments that we know that have existed in Nigeria. Oh, it's either they believe that the North has more votes, the Northerners will turn off for this person and all those things. So if Nigerians cannot come out collectively, something similar to what we saw in 2011, where Nigeria unanimously voted a candidate against the traditional pattern of voting, with only two regions not turning in that direction. That means we are not yet ready to make the decision. So for me, personally, I am for the candidacy of President Peter Obi. And I don't even think we have another option. I don't think we have any other option. I think it's the only option. And I don't even think I want to even go to the primaries. Some people want primaries to test your popularity. But one thing I've noticed, um, I think, my personal opinion though, I don't think you can even reach that. Because if you look at the leading candidates, the two leading candidates, not the third guy, the two leading candidates, they have enormous supporters. And to be honest with you, if you go through a primaries, which will be rigorous and because it will pass through a lot and everything, yeah, we can say, oh, be nice, market your candidates, we are all in it together. But I have observed primaries election across the world, even in Nigeria, it's not always like that. Even the APC primaries of 2011, sorry, the last one, 2023, was part of what broke them. And that was why opposition won that election. It doesn't matter how you look at it. Opposition won that election. They managed to be declared winner because of they stole it. But even with INEC figures, APC lost that election because they couldn't reach consensus after the primaries. 80% of Oshibanjo supporters did not turn out for Tinubu. The same with Amechi supporters. And we don't want to have that in this election. We don't want anybody to come out last minute and feel cheated. It doesn't matter how you pretend the primaries will be transparent, how it will be, Nigerian doesn't even have what it takes to conduct that type of primaries where everybody will be satisfied. So that is why I don't even think we want to reach that, because you have two people that have almost similar support. Or in my own opinion, I believe Peter Obi have more overwhelming support than Atiku Abubakar. But I think if you look at it by geopolitical region, both of them have large support, very large, and they are very big. So I don't want a situation where after primaries, you are now trying to pacify the person who, and all these things through the fight. So it will be better that you reach a consensus so that if you want to start pacifying people today, that everybody will work together today. I mean, it makes more sense than going through these fights. That is what I think. And finally, I also buy into Kenny's argument, right? We in the Southeast, if you do it by regional thing, the regional normal traditional sentiments, which hasn't really worked in Nigeria, we have actually voted every single geopolitical region, right? No matter who is on the ballot. We have voted the Northeast in 2019, voted the Northwest in 2007. We voted the Southwest in 1999 and 2003, right? We voted for Goodluck Jonathan, South. So I mean, South did replicated that to us in voting Peter Obi, and North Central also did gave us a whole number of votes. That's me, if I want to talk on that level. And I think it's now time for other people who haven't replicated it to do it. But anyway, it's not a moral game. And I still remain and I still firmly believe that if we actually want to go in and win this election, we need to conclude the issue of the candidate fast. Everybody work towards it. And I believe that Peter Obi should emerge no matter what, because I'm not seeing I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing any future. I'm not seeing any other thing. God willing, I'm not seeing anything left. I don't think we even have any other option. This is not me disrespecting any other candidate, but I don't think we have another option as it stands. That is what I think. Thank you, 10 over 10. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, AI. So God bless you all.
Yeah, thank you, Alfo. At least you made your case without demarcating any of those potential candidates. Thank you for your submission. Can we have Nna Kibeya? Good
All right.
afternoon.
Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon, 10 over
Yeah, you
10.
have the mic. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for giving me the mic. I have been following up the conversation for a while now. And believe me, my brother, I listened to Mr. Steven, I listened to Mr. Kolade, and their submission kind of, how do I put it now? It sank in me, like it resonated with me. Their submission really resonated with me. What do I have to say on this afternoon? When it comes to the coalition, to me personally,
To me personally, I think it's fair. I think it's just. I think it's the right thing to do because I'm just trying to be as moderate as I can. I'm just trying to be as rational with my, as you said, that nobody should talk down on any candidate. So I'm just trying to be rational as I can, as much as I can. To me, I think it's best and it's just if the election or the in fact there should to me if it's for my if my thoughts or if my wishes were to be anything that can hold water or hold whatever, you understand? I would say there shouldn't be any primaries. There should just be like a consensus candidate. The coalition they should come together and agree on one candidate. And to be just, believe me, my brother, to be just, I think it's fair enough for somebody like Atiku to step down at this moment. You understand? Because if we want to be sincere with ourselves, the guy has done the PDP collapse today is as a result of Atiku's desperation to be president.
Nakibe, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt
And
you.
that's what I'm saying. I'm
Yeah,
just trying
but
to be as
I don't
rational
want
as
you
I
to go
can.
that direction.
You understand? I'm just trying to be as
Did you
rational
listen?
as I. So it's
Did you listen to Alfo's submission? He made his case clear without calling any other candidate. See, you don't need to refer to any of them, and that's my opinion and advice, please, because what he just said now would warrant another article's fan to request the mic and engage you on that, and I don't think that's necessary. At the end of the day, we'll begin to do a cleanup of what it's not really worth it. Go ahead and make your submission without necessarily calling this guy's name. Please. Yeah, go ahead.
okay. You've muted me. I just think it's fair enough for Atiku at this point to just say, okay, you understand. And even in all consideration, based on the political, should I call it permutation, or based on how things are, the unwritten agreements and everything, I just think it's fair enough for this presidency thing to still be zoned to the south. I'm not just talking about things that have happened before. It just makes a whole lot of sense, you understand, for this and I think this is what we as obedience should be pushing for. You understand? Because it's all politics and we are also trying to sell our own candidates. So I'm just trying to put it in the best way that I can. You understand? So I just think it makes a lot of sense if we start pushing for because it just makes a whole lot of sense for us to start at this point. The conversation should be having a southern candidate. That's how we should try to shape the narrative. That's how we should try to push because that's what favors us. It's politics. That's what favors. So at this point, what we should be talking about is having a southern candidate. You understand? Because it makes every logical sense. It makes every factual sense. It is the best and the right thing to do just now, not just for the sake of politicking. You understand? Because it's the best and the right thing to do, and we have somebody who is credible, who has the capacity to lead at this point. So it makes a whole lot of sense. If nobody wants to come and start stressing anybody, you understand? It just makes a whole lot of sense. You understand? For this thing to be zoned to the south. I don't know if you guys are getting me, but believe me, if we say we want to go to the route of to the primaries route, my brother, I don't really see anything positive coming out of if we say we want to go that route of having like without a consensus. You understand? I don't think there's any. I don't even we know. Okay, look at that room that day. If we should be sincere with ourselves, look at the day they had that coalition meeting, the last one they had. Look at that room that they does that. Look at Peter Obi in that room. We are smart people for Christ's sake. We are young Nigerians, man. We are young. We are very smart people. Guys, look at that room. Does Peter Obi look like somebody that if they say, guys, look at that room. Look at the people you saw there.
What
There are
happened to
routes
the
I don't
room?
want to go.
Nakibe, let me even engage you a little bit.
You understand? There are routes I don't want to go. But think as a young, smart Nigerian that
What
you are.
happened?
Look at that room.
What happened to
Look
the
at
room?
that
Let me
room. Look
ask
at
you
that
now.
room.
Yeah,
So
what's wrong with the
the
room?
conversation now should be having a southern candidate. That should be the conversation. Be smart as a young Nigerian, as the sharp
What
guy where you
happened
be.
to that
Look
room?
at
That's my
that
question.
room. Look at that room and
What is
push
the
for a
problem with
southern
the room?
candidate. Simple. Are you getting me? Look at that room and push for a southern candidate. Look at that room and push for a southern candidate.
Sorry, I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, my brother.
So I was asking you, so what happened to the room?
Now you will need me to now start going back
That's
and
why I
further.
said the
You
other
understand? You are
time.
the one that still said
Come.
there are things that we
That's
should try
why
to.
I
That's why
Yeah,
I've
said
been
come and make a
I've been
yeah.
able
case.
to just
Turn over.
manage to be
Allow him to
rational as
talk.
possible.
Just keep quiet.
Now
Just
you're
allow him to
asking me
talk.
now to
No,
still
but
go into
there
those places that you say I shouldn't go to. You are the one that said, okay, don't do like that. I'm just trying to be as rational as I can. You're asking me what happened to the room. That you want me to come and start talking about the things
Yeah,
that you said
bro,
I
take
shouldn't
it
talk
easy.
about.
Just give your submission.
can you have 1 more minute? Just wrap up your point, okay?
Oh, all
Nakibe.
right, like I said, there's nothing much else I even have to say, but I just want us to be smart because I believe in this movement, in this obedient. I know you guys are all smart people. You understand, and I don't want us to be like people that are just that will end up being people that will just be used to achieve somebody's. You understand? No. We are too smart for that kind of thing, my brother. Don't let anybody come and start in the name, all in the name of coalition. Somebody will now come and start cajoling you, because they have their own, and they know if this thing go the way they are saying open primaries, open primaries. My brother, they know. They know, and you guys are smart people. So why do you want to fall into that nonsense? Don't fall into it, my brother. Push for a certain candidate. You understand? So if we as obedience, we should tell people what we want. That this is our negotiation. On the negotiation table, tell them this is what the obedience want. That they say they want a certain candidate. Finish. We have a voice. We are obedient. No be Peter Obi. Somebody just said Peter Obi and his family, they are not up to 1,000 votes. We are the people that are going to tell him that, see, this is what you want. On the negotiation table, tell them that this is what the obedient wants. Simple. When you are there on the negotiation table, you have your numbers, you are coming with your numbers, you are coming with value. On the negotiation table, tell them that this is what the obedience, this is what they want, this is what they say they want. They say they want Southern candidates. That you do your 4 years and you go. Thank you very much, my brothers.
Thank you, Nakibe. Yeah, I was gonna ask you, did you watch the interview Amechi granted?
Yes, I did.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to confirm. All right.
But I'll say something. I'll say something in
No,
regards to
it's
that. Me
fine. I
and you
just
know.
since you said you watched it, that's fine. I mean, let's move the mic to. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm. That's fine if you watched it, right? So who do we have? UAL. Can you? Yeah, let's have you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for giving me mic 10/10. My speech will be kind of sided to. I just want to talk to the obedient in the house. Also, when the ADC is formally set up, although it's already in the machineries is in place, but I just want to focus to obedient. Please, if someone comes up and pick up a mic, since we are having a general space and said we should tone down our voice on Obi or nothing, please, that's a trap. That's a pitfall that's sitting for us. Had it been we are still 4 people tweeting in a room, they will not invite us in this coalition. Had it been we are nobody, we didn't win Abia State, we didn't get 6 million votes. Nobody will invite us to this coalition. They will take us out. So what I'm saying in essence, you cannot take away your competitive advantage because someone said it's not good. No. We obedient, we gain our votes through noise making by pointing out what is wrong in the society. Now they have brought us to the table. We want to take another route. The problem is not yet solved. Why are we toning down our voice? Is good governance already in place? Why are you telling us to tone down our voice? Had it been we wanted Atiku or any other person or any other human being, would have gone with that person on 2023. But we selected Obi, and Obi is merging forces. So we keep on sticking on what we want. If sometimes they come and disguise or kind of trying to shame most of us that talks and say you are not a politician. Brother, or sisters, don't argue with such a person. Yes, accept that you are not a politician. It's not a crime not to be a politician. But one thing is certain. By the virtue of you being a human being, you are a political animal. So inherently, you are a politician. So don't even argue with that person. Because you have to politicize something around you. You are a subjective human being. You are not an objective human being who just walk freely. And also, when they try to blackmail you, that you argue with emotions, brother, or sisters, don't argue with them. Yes, accept it with 100% certainty. You argue with emotions. Your children's life is at stake. Your future is at stake. Your pension. Most of us are abroad. We retired and come back home. We want to come back to a good society we experience. So that is emotion, that is feelings. Anything that concerns life, human being, emotion must be there. And no decision making in this life is 100% objective. You must put some heuristics or biases or sentiment. So when they say you are emotional, accept it. It's not a crime to me. And let's come to this issue and analyze. Is it a crime to say Obi or nothing? Is it derogatory? Is it against the law? This is internal politics. So, and in democracy is always equitable distribution of power and deepen the voice of the minority or the opposition, which the coalition is doing. So you cannot gag me and tell me to stop demanding for good governance through Obi. I want to tell you, obedient, we are doubling down, which is very, very wrong. There is a template out there. I thought by now the chairman or the people spearheading obedient movement would have done something. The template of MAGA are there. We would have immediately Trump lost election. The MAGA did not relent. They keep on campaigning Trump or nothing till they get Trump. Then we are just like everywhere again. There are no coordinated projection, no coordinated person to champion these voices to something. By now, we would have started to do convention. Through this convention, you teach people how to hijack political party, whichever we find ourselves. Had it been this AGC we form now, how can we hijack that political party? You're just telling everybody, go and register. No, we should have a coordinated force. Yes, the people that have the ears of these coordinators, let them start doing conventions. They call it card. This is competitive advantage. According to Trump, he said, you don't have a card, you have a card. This is our card. This is the bargaining chips for P2B. If we die down, P2B will not have voice. The same thing the PDP did to P2B. When P2B was skimmed out of the political structure of PDP, had it been the people keep quiet, P2B would have stayed. But some group of people came and said, Obi, move out. And Obi move out. From 4 people to 6 million people, more than 6 million people, but let us accept 6 million. So please, let us have a coordinated movement.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Can anybody hear him? Alpha, can you hear him?
Hello, I can hear you.
We can't hear you.
You have to.
Hello?
Can,
Hello, can you hear me?
okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Do,
So,
can you do that in 1 more minute, please?
all right,
So that I
thank you.
can move to the
Okay,
next
let me
speaker.
just wrap up. What I'm trying
Yeah.
to suggest here now, please, let's start something like a movement. If geopolitical zones or states, let's not call it convention. Let's keep that vibe. That movement, it's called obedient movement or obi movement. Let it be a movement, not the docile association that rant. Let's have a move in that movement by hijacking these political structures. Now that we see if tomorrow P2B accepts to move in, let's hijack. That's why we lost in LP. So let's correct the mistake by applying and being coordinated. So if tomorrow they say they want direct or indirect primaries, at least what we will be demanding for fair and true election primaries, because truly primaries is done by states and local government. If obedience control local government, control state chapters, anything that's happening in national, that's their business. What we will be demanding, fair election, fair primary, so that when we come in there, they will not change the party list, because that's their way, changing of party list. So if actually they change the party list, then we say this is rigging. But if we are not there, we won't know the process. So to me, let's start that movement again and lecture people, educate people how to become party people. But to be a politician is not a big deal. It's to have conscience that the decision of that person affects your generation, not just you. That's the simple truth. So you have to participate in that decision-making process by electing or by making decision who will rule or govern me. Please, I know I might say a lot, but the essence is that don't double down in Obi or nothing. That is your bargaining chips. Obi will use it in that room to make an argument. But when you believe that you have arrived, they have brought you to the table, they will just take you away, and you have no voice then. That's what they are playing. They are sensitive. They are good politicians. They are strategic. They are doing it. But when you bite into that trap, that's the goal. We already finished. Thank you, everyone, for listening. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, UAL. Sorry, can we? Okay, yeah, Prince, thanks for your patience. You've been waiting for a while. Can we, Prince Favor, right? Yeah.
Please, can I quickly address something that UAL said?
Sorry, who is that?
Nakibia. Can I quickly just
Can
just
you
30
can
seconds?
you do that
Just 30
in
seconds.
exactly 60 seconds?
All right, in less than 60 seconds.
Okay.
It's not very strategic. Like it's not idealist. It's not an ideal strategy for us to be saying Obi or nothing. Southern presidency or nothing. When it comes to the South, it favors who can compete with Obi in the primaries from the South. So it's not a good strategy for us to say Obi or nothing. If we say Obi, just say Southern presidency or nothing. It makes more sense. You understand? Thank you very much. That's addressing what you said. Southern presidency, this is what we should be pushing because we know it favors us, we obedience most if it comes to the South. Thank you.
Yeah, Prince, can we have your submission, please? Prince, Prince Favor, are you still there? Okay. We'll go Austin. Can you go ahead?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I have been listening since, and I don't understand this Obi or nothing, Obi or nothing, Obi or nothing. And it's actually coming from people from Southeast. What do you really want? This OB is not only a Southeast project, and if you people continue OB or nothing, Amechi is there in the wind. We will support him. He's from our side. We can easily support him, and then we will move on. OB or nothing. What do we really actually want? Man, sorry, I'm tired, bro. Thank you.
Ugo, just are you done? Okay.
Yeah. Please, I'm done. I'm
Sorry
done.
for sorry for feeling frustrated. I have my own opinion too on that, but it's fine. Everybody is allowed to. But I mean, it's all right. Prince, I think you're back now. Can you go ahead with your submission? Okay. Osita, go ahead, please. Is Osita still there? I don't know. Can anyone see? I mean, Dr. A, are you there?
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, Osita,
Yeah,
go
10 over
ahead.
10.
Yeah, go
Yes.
ahead.
Okay, yeah, thanks. 10 over 10. And also to every other person on this page. Um, I think 10 over 10. Thanks for moderating it to a certain level. I know where you are coming from. Also, I know where the other two candidates are talking about because we need to be very careful. Even me, myself, I'm somehow on the level of dirty. I'm in between. I'm in one leg in the coalition and one leg out. But I think one of the most important thing there is that once there's an opportunity to show that what is going on is transparent, that's why I say we need to be careful. And if I was the moderator, I would allow people to express their views. Once you put people in a silo view, then you now start to create different groups, and that will now allow the evil party that have done absolutely nothing with their president gallivanting from Lucia to Brazil, from Brazil to I don't know where he's moving up to. But what I'm saying is it's good for people to express their opinion. And once people express their opinion and they see that something is fair, people will not talk much. But once people are being kept in a corner, then you now start to have all these setting groups. Yes, I believe that anything that we do now is to kick out. It's more like remove the devil, you know. I agree with what you're saying, 10 over 10 is very, very essential, even with the PDP members and the other groups, Labour and other parties. But we also need to consider the fact that I remember during the election, a lot of PDP um, states in the South, especially PDP group parties in the South, broke down their distance for Labour. I saw it. So, so I think one of the callers there mentioned something about it is not Peter Obi or nothing. That is wrong. It should be a Southern leader. Because if paraventure article comes up, there could be even be groups within the South South that will go against it. That's why I say we need to be very careful. And that's why I believe that people should just say what they want to say based on their mind. And also, I think somebody here mentioned something about like you have Tanko that is leading the obedient movement. Do PDP people have it? Do other parties have it that are part of the coalition? That is very key. Those are the kind of people that will sit down, talk, and calm nerves. I know obedient movement is a little bit more structured. PDP needs to have a calm head like Dr. Tanko, people who are mature and calm that can manage all these kind of differences. Because in our, you know that in our this new party we are talking about, ADC, we are more of a free group, allowing people to express their opinion, so people can say what they want to say. Also, I think we should also. I remember, I think I was going through social media. That was today also. I saw some immature. When I say PDP member, who put on the chart by showing votes of who won vote or who didn't. That's unnecessary if we are trying to go for that collusion. And it now triggered people who are coming from the other parties because we know that if we should say the truth, P2B won that election. So when you bring out fake results, even PDP members came up and created an announcement about that P2B had 1.something million votes in Lagos. But of course, you know how these guys did. They now brought it down. Then you will know the magic. What's his name? Wike did in Rivers State. Tinubu did not get up to 2% of the votes in Rivers State. All of a sudden, they twisted everything around. P2B won that election by a landslide. So what I'm saying is that people saw all these things. So it is proper that I think we should not run primaries in this thing. I so that this coalition is a stronger group. I'm thinking that they should set up a some kind of strategy in South South. If they don't want to do that, they should come out with a genuine reason why they are not doing that, so that it's open. So when people see it, then when people are going to vote, people are now saying, anyway, we need to vote out this devil. Let's all go for this person because it has been transparent. But once people just notice that there's some kind of dubious thing during the primaries, the whole thing is gone. The whole thing is gone. This whole coalition will have gone as a mess because I can tell you, a lot of people will now say, sorry, let Tinubu go again. So let it be transparent. Let it be open. Nobody's giving money. If anybody, not that thing, one that people are running, then somebody will now say, oh, I'm no more running again. All his votes now go to another person. All those kind of things, all those things should stop. That's why I said all these guys who are there are mature. They should sit down amongst themselves and now say, come, what do we really want? So that we do not agitate the people in the grassroots. Then lastly, I have something very important. The problem itself is not even this election, 10 over 10. The problem is INEC. INEC. What is it? Let me tell you, if without, why do we even need to do a coalition? We don't need it. The problem is that INEC is a tool working with the current administration. All this thing about all of us suffering with PD, no, the problem is INEC. How do we reform INEC? How do we solve that problem of INEC? As we are talking now, I can tell you they've sat down, so we're coming up with another scam they want to do. I know they did this one, they did it early in the morning. You don't know whether they're planning to do this one even in the afternoon. You don't know what they are doing. They've sat down and they are planning everything. So I think people like Aerofire, who is a member of our coalition, and who I had, or I think I read in the past, nominated this particular INEC chairman, or some of them, I should call him to order and I say, come, all these dubious uses should end. Make this free and fair. If not, these are the consequences. And one more thing, we need a international um, partner in this fight because I know vividly, we know that if anybody has read Jonathan's book in terms of the interference of that 2015 election, Obama interfered in that election. That's a fact. John Kerry landed a day before the election in Sokoto. So the West should know that that those people who interfered in that election that brought in Buhari, because if you notice, Jonathan won that election, and when America got involved in it, the whole thing changed. Then Jonathan just had to give in because of all the threats, and he felt that America was going to get involved. American and international should be aware of what happened, and they should redo what they did 2015, because they are the ones that brought in these demons. If Obama did not interfere, Jonathan would have gone ahead and been re-elected again because you won that election. Thank you, 10 over 10. And thanks for doing a good job. Yeah.
My brother, thank you, Star, for that wonderful submission. You see, so let me even say this, right? About a couple of weeks ago, Odunayo, if anybody was there, invited former Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports, Solomon Dalong. If anybody was in that space or listened to that space, when he was asked the question about this preference for who becomes or who leads the coalition, I think I will refer, I don't know if he recorded it, but he said something. And I try to pay attention every time I listen to these major stakeholders. And that's why I feel um kind of confident they're going to make the right choice. These guys are not living in, they don't live in another planet. They live in this same planet that me and you live, right? That man said he would support a candidate that is less than 65, that will be less than 65 by 2027. We listened to El Rufai a couple of weeks ago. He said something. We listened to Amici, and that's why I asked that question to the one of the speakers a few minutes ago. If he has watched, or yeah, if he has watched that interview by Amici, he made it clear. So I don't want to keep talking about that, but to be honest, I think we're not talking to people that live in another planet. And if you have a leader, you believe he's going there in your interest, then I don't think you doubt his capacity to go there and not negotiate what will make sense. So that's my opinion, anyways. So, and I've maintained this position that I don't belong to the school of thought of Obi or nothing. You get my point? That's me. Obi or nothing. But I have him as my preference. So you can question what if it makes sense to you. But like I'm saying, the fact that it's okay now. Osita, you made another vital point. The importance of El Rufai in this equation and this conversation. He's somebody you don't even want to have in another camp. And I've heard this, what El Rufai did, let's even imagine he wakes up tomorrow, God forbid, and says, oh, because of what I've heard from these people about me, I am not doing it again. Let me just go and sleep in my house. I think your guess is as good as mine. Anyways, so let's go. I don't know who is going next.
Yeah, so sorry. Sorry, tell you what, I just want to add something for what you said. You also agreed with that, my point on I didn't say anything against. I may have, because of the coalition issues, I may have said certain things about Erofai. I don't want to say that he's part of the coalition. He's a human. He may have realized his mistakes. And like you said, he's very key. He's very, very key. And he should just understand that Nigerians have gone through a lot. So whatever anybody is saying, I agree with you. I'm not in that group thought of that it must be OP. No.
Yeah, and again,
But
sorry, Osita, to even add to what you're
yeah.
saying. I think this morning or yesterday, except anybody wants to misinterpret what Sule Lamido said. He said if Obi comes out in this conversation, that he will support him. But I don't know if some people still don't believe that, right? But another thing again, I want to even respond to. Somebody was saying, look at that room. I mean, the day the party was unveiled, right? Look at that room. Like, look at that room. This same room that you're saying, look at it. And that's why I came with that question. Maybe it didn't sound well to anybody.
Mm,
You get
yeah,
that same room.
yeah,
Sorry, my brother.
but
That same room.
mm,
Somebody was saying, "Look at that room." Some people were, in fact, that's the room that has brought this jittery that we are seeing within the camp of
but
APC. You get my point.
10 over
The
10.
caliber of
I
people
get your
there.
point.
Yeah,
Yeah, but 10 over 20. Whether caliber or
10
no
over 10,
caliber.
you
People,
made
people,
mention of
people don't
something I
trust.
said.
People don't trust them, and that's the point that I'm trying to draw. That's why I said it is key. They do it in such a way that is extremely transparent.
exactly.
Even this my brother who is here now and is talking to Obi, he will change his mind.
I get the
But
point.
if they don't smell a sense that is not transparent, my brother, the whole thing is gone.
Exactly. It has to be
That's what
transparent.
I'm saying. 10 over 10. That's what we
Yeah,
should preach for.
it has
It
to
must be
be.
transparent. Even this our brother that is talking about is Obi, he will change his mind. But once, because even you are saying all these people are respectable. Respectable in Nigeria. How many of them are respectable in Nigeria? They do all sorts of things.
Yeah, you see.
So, bro, 10 over 10. Let us go for transparency. I'm telling you, obedient movement, all of them, even Steve, all of them in the US will all come back.
I
But
think.
once there's
Osita,
that little chance that is not transparent, that's the end, brother.
Yeah,
There's
Thank you.
I share
there's
that
nobody in that
opinion.
room that will just change overnight. These are people we know their track record, we know how they play their brand of politics. Let's not be turn into dull people here, my brother. Let's
So
not turn
so
into
I,
very
I
dull
share
people.
the
We know how they
sentiment that
and
it
we know
has
their
to.
brand of politics. Do you expect them to not change overnight? We know their brand of politics. We know what is going
My
to
my
happen.
my bro,
That's
my
why I say,
brother, my
look at
brother.
that room.
my
Do you
brother,
think
my
P2B
brother,
stand a chance
brother,
in the direct primaries
my brother.
in that
There's no need
room?
fighting, my brother. Do you want another 4 years
See,
of
hold
Tinubu?
on a second.
My
Osita,
brother, please, let's not even go to that
let me
angle,
What we
please.
respond.
should push, what
See,
we should push is a
Brother,
southern
I don't really
candidate.
care at this point now. I don't
What we
care. The
should
money,
push
just
is
like
a
Stevie, the
southern
money I
candidate.
pay
That's what.
every.
sorry guys, I don't want it to get chaotic, right? See, whether you support Peter to be 101% and you feel you don't need these people, you are joking. So you can call them names, call them whatever you want to call them. You are not. The more you call them that name, the more you try to demarket that person. So I can't belong to that camp with you. See that room. What happened to that room? Is it smelling? That's the question. What happened to the room? The room I saw people that can help him protect those votes. If at the end of the day they chose him, that's the room I saw. Those are the caliber of people I saw. I don't know what else you saw. And I don't want this giving APC people. I literally didn't let Raj say anything derogatory about any personality there. And that was even from somebody from APC. So I shouldn't even we shouldn't even let somebody within us demarket them to that extent. That's the point I'm trying to make. Look at that room, look at that room. This same P2B now that you're saying P2B or nothing. Let's assume Elijah Chukwuka Abubakar wakes up tomorrow and said, okay, Nnakibe, you've said, okay, you've called me names, I'm not doing it again. Erufai hears what he said and said he's not doing, everybody goes home. And that your be or nothing will remain with you, right? You will now go and vote him and go and protect the vote in the north. Yeah, let's be serious now. At least you can go and look at my timeline now and say, 10/10. Okay, now I know. Go and look at my timeline. I make a case for my candidate almost every day I wake up. I tweet it because that's the way I think I can make my own case. I've registered. So when I make my case, I'm making it as a party person too. But I can't call anybody name. I still insist on that. That has been my stand from day one, before the coalition was even formed and the party in the first place. Guys, let's stop this thing. To be honest, I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair. If I was the person trying to support P2B and I just entered this space and I heard somebody like it calling me names, you think it will motivate me to put in my 100, right? No, now, guys, let's even try to be reasonable. Or he has his children here listening and trying to maybe relay whatever we have as conversations here to their dad or mom or whatever when they come back or when they discuss in their family houses or something like that. And then the person is saying that this person they were saying this. Come on, guys, let's be fair. Let's just be fair. That I support in 100% that this process has to be transparent, whatever it is. And then the realities they have to look at what the realities are. We know what the realities are. And I've referenced the people I've listened to and I've heard their interviews. I know where their sentiment to an extent lies. Amechi made it clear. And that's why he said, when Sheung asked him, he said, is he not capable of of course he is. But we know if Amechi stands and P2B stands in any election, we know what the answer is. But I cannot come out now and tell you, Amechi, why? He cannot do anything. He is needed in this. You see how blunt that guy is. Anyways, I don't want us to keep insisting on this point. Please, let's to be honest, what I'm preaching here, to those of us that support P2B, we just need to be reasonable, right? Push and push and push. Don't let the other person look like he's desperate that he wants to use you. Nobody wants to use you. If you said they want to use you, are you more sensible than the P2B that is discussing with them there? So you see clear, you see better than him. He said he's been in this conversation with them since, for over 18 months. And you think he didn't see anything reasonable that will benefit me and you? Then if you think he's been doing that to all this while without considering me and you, then why is he your leader? Anyways, that's besides. Sorry, I'm holding the mic for longer than necessary. Let's move the mic to, I think it's Pat. Pat, I don't know. I don't know. Pax, yeah, Pax. Sorry. Let's do this. After Pax, we'll go with H Zona. Yeah, H Zona. Good afternoon. Thanks for having you. Michael AJ. So Pax, you go, and then we'll have Echozuna, Michael, and Obed. I think that's the hands I'm seeing from my end. So let's go with you guys.
Tenova,
Yeah.
please, 30 seconds. Can I
Good
quickly
evening.
address something you said?
Good
Because you
evening. Good
mentioned
evening.
something
Good
about
evening.
what I said. Sorry.
Celebrating. Can I speak now?
Yeah, go ahead and Pax.
All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you. 10/10. And thank you to the host. Good afternoon, everybody, wherever you are spacing from. Well, and 10/10. I just want to appreciate you once again for this last submission you just made, because I keep on asking myself, if we are serious in this country, the only condition that we should be having now is that Tinubu out or nothing, APC out or nothing. That is the only conversation we should be having. And let me give you guys a background share so that you can understand that I speak today not from a standpoint of any bias. I am a PDP member. I worked for Atiku in the last election. I supported Atiku. I was even a member of his presidential coalition, whatever. Uh, support group and all of that. What am I saying? I will not stand here or at any time and insist that is Atiku or nothing, because that will not be a sensible thing to do. The problem at hand needs coalition. And the fact that there is a coalition means that nobody has any form of absolutism. If you do not need anybody, that is when you can stand on your own and say, oh, you are giving a demand that must be all about you or nothing. The fact that you have gone into coalition with other people shows that you need their helping hand. We must understand that. So nobody is coming into this coalition as a substitute or subordinate. As a matter of fact, looking at the numbers from the last election, you cannot write out any party, either Atiku or Obi, because they almost have the same number. So why must you now come with any grandstanding that, oh, it is either your principal or your candidate or nothing? Having said that, the point now is that I believe, like a lot of people have also said on this space, that the most important thing, even outside, see, forget those who are on these spaces and on that are online. The most important thing for Nigerians now is they really want to see things done differently. It's not about just removing the guy in power. It's also about seeing that the process by which that person will be removed will be transparent and reasonable enough for us to believe that the party coming into power can do what we expect them to do. And how do we have that kind of belief? Is to see that there is enough transparency all through, from the primaries up to the election. So it is too early to now start jumping the gun. And like someone said here, I, for one, if I see that, okay, any primary is done in the coalition, which a lot of guys have been saying probably that there is not going to be any primary. You understand? That there will be a consensus candidate. But if we see that whatever they decide to do, the political gladiators now, whatever they decide to do, as long as it is transparent enough, we should be able to believe. If you say you are supporting someone, you believe in him, you'll be able to believe and support his decision. If he says, oh, this is the guys I can work with to achieve my goal, you should be able to accept with him. Not shadow boss that candidate into a condition that he will not be able to negotiate properly. I want us to understand something. We all have our hope and like bias is all the same. For me, politically speaking, and with all calculations, being enlightened politically now, I can say the best that any coalition can offer. I'm speaking for myself now, not thinking about my party or the person I worked for in the last election. I can say the best candidate any coalition can bring up now that we unseat the current government and ruling party is best from the south. That is my submission, right? I'm not going to mention names now, but for me, I think it's best from the south, because at the same time, Nigerians are sentimental people. They are ethnic people. They are religious people, and all of these sentiments cannot be wished away. Now, are you going to really stand up today and say it is just one candidate from the whole of the south that is viable enough to unseat Tinubu? Then that means you must be in delusion. That is how I feel. So we should stop all of this. It must be this or that. We already know that we have front runners, people who we know that is the most likely to be the candidates based on their antecedents and their popularity, right? But don't grandstand. Don't rub it on people's face. Don't make it seem as if they are begging to be part of this. Everybody is equal in this, as long as we are working towards saving Nigeria and saving Nigerians from the hardship that we all are facing. Now, before you now even start grandstanding, the coalition is on ground. What role are you already playing? Have you joined the party? Are you going to be a member of the delegates, even if there is going to be a primary? Because at the end of the day, if people should now, they should go through the route of delegates, and you are not part of that delegate, you just still be on this space crying and saying it is not fair, it is not credible. It's time for us, and I feel like most of this problem is caused by diasporans who just believe that they have all the 100% idea of how Nigerians must be. There are dynamics to all of these things. We have seen it in the last election. And a lot of us shouted that, oh, if we go to the election with a divided house, we are going to fail. And we saw what the end result. Do not let us make the same mistake. Let us get involved. If you feel you want your candidate to be that candidate that after all that is said and done, they cannot push him aside. What are you doing? Are you already a member of the party? Are you going to be chosen as the delegate who will go and speak in support of that candidate? These are the things we should be working towards. Then finally, before I drop the mic, the most important thing is that we should know who our enemies are, and we should pick the fight that we want to fight. I feel the fight that most Nigerians should be persistent about is the terms and conditions that we really want, no matter who is chosen to be the consensus candidate. What do we really want? What do we really want to see differently? But if you think that, oh, some new actors are just going to come and usurp all of these gladiators in an election cycle, then you are joking. You are joking. Some people have been building structures over their lifetime. And I tell you today that it is the words that they speak to that structure that those people will follow. They have been there for these voters. They have done many things, education, ceremonies, and all of several bills that they have sorted for their structure, for their members. I know all of these things. So they will not speak, and someone else will speak, and they will go with the stranger. We need everybody. We need all hands on deck to save Nigeria. Let us stop denigrating any even the leaders of those who have come into the coalition. We do not have any right to denigrate them or to belittle them. We should have our demands as Nigerians, what we want to see different. We should get involved in the formation of the party. The party is almost like a new platform now. That was why all the escorts of the party were dissolved. And so far, so good. I think it has only been two that have been chosen, the acting chairman and the national secretary. That means all other roles are vacant and open for people to fill in. Are we already doing that? That is when we can make demands. Not just come on space and write down people's effort. People spend hours talking on phone, even to bring different actors together. But you don't know. You just come on space and you water down those efforts. We should stop it. It's either we want the ruling party to rule for another 4 years, or we compromise and come down from our high horses to make sure that we save Nigeria from this quagmire. That is my take on this. I yield the mic. Thank you.
Yeah, fantastic submission, Parks. I share those same sentiments. You see, the whole I mean, you cannot get what you want by saying nobody goes into negotiation by having that kind of stand. It's this person, or this is my salary scale, or this is what I'm asking for as a salary, or nothing. It's not possible. So if you support Atiku and you're saying it's Atiku or nothing, you are joking. If you support P2B, you're saying here that it's P2B or nothing. Himself will not even want to hear that kind of thing. Anyway, that's besides the point. Chosen, I think you're next, right? Sorry, my brother, for keeping you waiting. Go ahead.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much. I greet everybody here. For the last speaker that just spoke now, there is something he first said. He said that our initial target should be to remove Tinubu. Every single Nigerian know that the first target is to remove Tinubu. But after that, what you should ask yourself again is this: who can? You understand me? Who can be able? Let me put it this way: who can be able? We have already agreed that we want to remove this man. Then, who can be able to achieve this end? That's the most important thing again. You understand me? And for the look of things, like what I used to say in every space I've been to, I don't like sugarcoating words. I don't like deceit. I don't like saying something to deceive myself, or being a kind of politically correct. No, I will say it the way it is. You understand me? And for some obedience here, it's like some of you guys are not, should I say, you are not emotionally stand, like you are being carried away. The same thing is applicable to article boys. I read yesterday that they have been talking about this coalition for like 18 months, 18 good months. So what do you think that they have been talking about for that 18 months? To be honest with you, from my own understanding, I believe that the issue of who is going to get the ticket have been resolved. But these people are big wigs. These people are warlords. Like how would I put it? These people are big guys. They don't have to. They have followers. They wouldn't come out and be saying, "Okay, we have zeroed our ticket to this person." No, they wouldn't say such. It will discourage their followers. That's what I observe from all these things. Except something happen at that minute, which I wouldn't pray for, because some people are still having a doubt, and that doubt they're having, that maybe in a last rush hour, something might, no, something negative might happen. Fear that maybe article will like try to clean the ticket, and it will be a very big disaster. You understand me? I'm not even talking about Amaechi, because if you talk about the only people that can be able to unseat Tinubu, we talk about PO and likely Atiku. These are the only two people. I'm not talking about any other person for now. You understand me? So, for obedient people that will come in and be shouting, or maybe try to attack Atiku. Atiku is not anybody's enemy. Let me tell you the truth. You understand? It's like you guys never understand what is happening or what is on the ground or what you guys are even fighting for. When I see the comments, when I see the posts, all these things, I say these people are not even serious. To be honest with you, now it's not the time to be attacking each other, you know, Basbo. No, all these things that is happening now is, should I say, is a kind of a gameplay. You understand me? To confuse, play this game to confuse my enemy. That's what I observe. Because you cannot just in this time bring out all your hands. It wouldn't work that way. So if you see Obi, see, and the most important thing, many obedient, you guys hate Yerufai well. But if you guys should know the kind of game Yerufai is playing on the ground in favor of Obi, you guys should stop. You guys should stop saying any negativity against that man. Me personally, I don't like him. But I believe that guy is working extra hard for P2B. If he's doing it for his own, maybe try to become VP. Me, I don't know. But I believe and I know that guy is working extra hard for me to get the ticket. If at all they never concluded on that aspect. But I believe that guy is working extra hard. And again, I see some article boys, their own self is too much, to be honest with you. Because obedience, I think obedience, they only attack when these article boys try to attack. But article boys, if they attack, they still go ahead and attack PO. Honestly, I don't understand. To be honest with you, I don't understand. And if we have to be honest with ourselves, sometimes sit and observe. That's the way you will sit and observe something. Then you don't even have to think too much. You have gotten your answer already. Because if you sit and observe these APC people, look at their format. They're always fighting. They're all fighting. What they are fighting for is for Atiku to get the ticket. And me and you know the reason. If they drop 10 posts or 10 quotes or comments, 9.5 are in favor of Atiku. They castigate and antagonize, talk negative things about PO, about Obiden. Because these people are their threat, are the threat they have. They wouldn't want to engage them. They would want to engage them. But if we have to be honest with ourselves, the level of Atiku and Tinubu, I believe they are like almost the same 6.5 half a dozen. There's nothing so much different from them. Though Atiku still have conscience more than Tinubu. That one I will say that Atiku have conscience more than, and he will perform good more than Tinubu by far, by 1 million times. No doubt about that. But as it stands like this, what we'll be talking about is who gives these people hope, who inspires hope. I read where some of Obedient, they are saying that give us Obi and leave the rest for us. And to be honest with you, that's the fact. There's nothing like, you cannot use love you buy with money to compare an organic love. You understand me? It's like a kind of first love. You cannot use love like you're trying to win this girl heart, trying to buy her many things, trying to buy her just to win her heart. What if the money finishes? The love will not be there again. You see? So if you want to, I'll keep on saying it. Whether you take it or you leave it, whether you like it or not, that's the truth. I cannot change it. I cannot stop saying it because I want to please you. No. If you want to remove Tinubu, the only way is through PO. But the only thing I have to ask people is for them to soft pedals, for them to, slow down, turn down their tone. It's getting high, it's getting too much. The emotion is getting too much and it's not good for any party. You understand me? It's not good for any of these Obi and Atiku. It's not good for them. People have to speak, but I have to finalize. What I'm saying in essence is this. It's very simple. All of us want good something. We want good governance. I always say it. I remember what happened in 2022 in PDP, where people are screaming, give them Obi, give them Obi. At the end of the day, what happened? And I believe those people are adults. They wouldn't want stick to stick into their eyes for the second time. I believe they wouldn't want such to happen. Except, like I used to say, that's the only the fear I have. Let me be honest with you. Because Tinubu is unpredictable. He can do undo. It's not a god anyway, but I believe he can do undo. Except at dying minute, he now promise these people what I don't even want to. I don't even want to think about that. Except if not, the way things are going, everybody know who is getting the ticket or who is going to get the ticket. And please, everybody should turn down their tone, turn down their voice. You should understand me. You cannot forge ahead with the way kata attacking. I only attack people. Like there's one person I always attack here, and I promise myself, I've dedicated myself that anytime I see that guy on space, even if I never wanted to speak on that, I will come in that speak, request for a mic to speak and to speak against that guy, because the way the guy is going, as in his tone is too much, and I would say the name. But anytime I see the guy, I must certainly request for a mic to speak, because the guy is not even helping matters at all. He is not helping matters at all. Even if others have subpedaled their voice, have turned down their tone, the guy is still talking loud, talking anyhow, yarning rubbish. Please, I beg you, everybody, because if you look at what is happening in Nigeria, if you look at people, if you look the way people are suffering, if it doesn't pay you, it pays me a lot. You should understand me. It do pay me, because if you used to send, I used to say, if you used to send 2 naira before, now you have to send 6 naira or 8 naira. Does it make any sense? We are dying. People are dying. And the only way to get it right is this 2027. Because if we out of our selfishness or out of our ego miss out in this 2027, it's going to be a very big disaster for everybody involved, especially those big people, for everybody involved. I've been honest with you. I rest my case. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you, Echezona, for that wonderful submission. I think you hit the nail on the head, and that's what I share. I share same opinion as yours, to be honest. Guys, there's even something I've noticed. I don't know if anybody has noticed that so far. Some of this, there are some postings that you will see. Oh, is article or nothing? It will be no. And when you take a closer look, you begin to find out, this thing is probably a new account or something like that. So don't believe everything you see on social media. That's what I'm trying to say. Well, I think we have attitude here. I don't know who. Um, yeah. Okay. Sorry. Attitude. Hold on a second. Let's go. Obed and Mike AJ. Then we'll come back to you. Attitude. Sorry for the wait.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. 10 over 10. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, everyone, the speakers, and of course, everyone listening to us. I will make it very quick. I'll make it quick. Um, um, what I like us to, what I just want to, drop my own little control. People are actually clamoring for Obi because of his pedigree, because of what people believe he can do. All right. And we both know, let's be sincere to ourselves. But let's be smart about it and make it a collective desire and demand by saying we need a leader from the South this time. Not Don't just come and say, hey, mention a particular name. So it will look as if we're being tribalistic. They just like be smart. South, we need someone from South. We know who we want to pick, and then smartly and then unanimously pick a candidate. And ADC must pick someone with a great pedigree, not based on I know you or we are friends or you are from my party. We don't need that now. There is something we are trying to achieve. So anyone joining this coalition must know that it was formed to achieve two things. At least from you, that's what I feel. Two things. One is to remove APC from power. The second one is the journey of rebuilding Nigeria
and then making it habitable for us and even our future generations to come. I understand well people keep saying will be or nothing because if you look at it, most of the people we have in ADC now are majorly cross carpet politicians who are crossing into ADC for their own selfish gains. The most important thing we need to do now is to stand strong in this coalition and make sure there's no loopholes anywhere. Because take it or leave it, some of them, crossing into ADC now, will still be approached by APC. You know the way they do now. They will come at you with propaganda. They will come at you with anything just to scatter it. Tinubu is not a novice in this game. And then use it to bribe and scatter the coalition progress. And then make it weak just to unseat ADC at the end. They might wait for you now to look at you, observe you, and look at the momentum, the kind of fire you're catching. If that fire becomes too hot, for them to bear, and then of course they will come in. Tinubu is not someone that will just sit down and let you win him without a fight. No, don't forget, INEC and about 90% of the judiciary are in Tinubu's hands. So let ADC sit up. Do you understand? Let them sit up and plan themselves very well. And lastly, this is very important. INEC must be what? Reformed. INEC must be tamed and controlled. The IRF must be working if it will be used. A system must be put in place to make our votes count. And after this, then we are good to go. This particular one I said, now this INEC thing, if we do not do something after getting the right person, all right, we should shift our gaze towards this INEC. Because if not, like someone said here, they had one that maybe this time around is going to be probably in the middle of the night or early in the morning. They will change. And once they announce it, it's left for you to start fighting. And then lastly, as for El Rufai to be in this coalition, this is what I feel about it. It might not be the best, thing to do. It might not be the best, but for me, I feel it's a smart decision. You know why? Take it from El Rufai. El Rufai is very, very instrumental to pulling a very large number of votes from the north. If you there's a video making around right now, what this same RFI, I understand him very well. I know where we're going to, so I don't want to go deep into it. If I begin to unravel RFI, what that man can do negatively, but that's not where I'm going to. You can see the video now of what he was saying about about Christians, the voting and what would be. They thought it would do this. I don't know if anybody has watched that video, but that's not where we're going to. But we know where we're going to. We know what we want. Do you understand? If you begin to profile some of them, I mean some of them, you know that they're actually very, 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 very good, to join this coalition. It will help us. So that's just what I want to say. Let's just stand strong, pick the right person. Honestly speaking, I have someone, but I don't want to. I'm trying to be diplomatic about it, but every one of us, if you be very, very sincere to yourself, we know someone already that has a very, very great pedigree that we can pick. That if we do not pick him, there's going to be a problem. It doesn't mean that something will not happen because these people are waiting for who you will pick. If we don't, that'll be a problem. So I don't pray at the end that we both laugh. I use my mic. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Obed. I agree with you. It's a chess game. And that's why I'm asking all of us who believe in the ability and capacity of this ADC, hopefully on sitting Tinubu, to take things easy. These guys are chess masters. Like they know the game. They know the game better than me and you here. One person is waiting for the other person to make a move, and then the other person will counter the other way. So you don't want to show all your cards. You just formed the party 3 days ago. You write three right there and there again. You bring no. I don't think. I think we have a duty to even populate the party first for all of us. And that's where me I'm encouraging the the party stakeholders, the main people that form the party, to give this party a youth. I mean, make it youth of face of the youth. Let the youth populate the party and not the elderly ones that should be giving us advice. But their capacity and their advice, strategically is very, very important. But anyways, yeah, thank you so much, Obed, for your wonderful submission. I think we have Attitude to go next. Um, Guys, if you've spoken before, we still have a
10/10. Can I quickly say something?
sorry, who I can't see who is speaking.
Nakibia.
Bro,
Can I quickly say
we've been
something?
going back and forth with your submission.
No, I'm not.
I hope
No,
it's not to
you
drag
guys
us.
So
misunderstood.
Hold on a
You
I'm
guys
second.
gonna take
misunderstood me, and you didn't
my
give me a
time
chance to
now.
explain
Made
myself.
for pro. I'm gonna take my time with all due
Nakibe, hold on a
respect. I
second.
was called
Attitude.
on. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, attitude, go ahead.
So thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. AI. Thank you, 10 over 10. Thanks for everyone on the speakers now section. I am pained, you know. I'm pained as a Nigerian and as a black man because I'm trying to understand if, as an African, our intelligence is retrogressive. I don't know if our education is not thorough in the sense that we don't have that capacity to evaluate and see things through. I think that is why most African teams go to get a foreign technical advisor, because that's what I'm seeing here, where we do not take out time to analyze or get into the dynamics, the real matter. I think that's what happens when you see African teams sacking their local or home-based coaches and go get a white skin or a foreign advisor from somewhere. I think probably it's an African thing. I think that's why the continent is this way. A lot of the leaders we have in Africa actually have a thinking, a mentality that has kept Africa this way. And I'm beginning to see that the leaders, of course, flow from the people, the followers, or the citizens, and the society, level of education, level of thinking, psychology, mindset, and all of that, will not understand why we have a very, very important tax. And at this point, we are refusing to employ emotional intelligence. So make sure we don't, in my place, they say, don't kill the rats with the pot, or don't throw away the baby with the bathwater. Being able to separate emotions, separate sentiment, becoming rational and logical and reasonable to the extent that you can actually do these things without putting your emotions before logic. I've seen a lot of big handles. I am a big head, a diehard follower of His Excellency Peter Obi. I've seen a lot of big handles that I actually thought should know better. And these persons are closer to my principal in a certain way that I think and I'm scared if they will not influence his decision and destroy this opportunity we have to remove APC in 2027. Let me tell all of you, whoever you think you are, if you believe Peter will be becoming president and it gives you that bragging rights to enter Aso Rock, or you are thinking of the contracts you will get, or the ministerial positions you will get, or your ability to flex as being the one there now, running the town, running it, whatever it is. Because power intoxicates. So I don't know where these demonic utterances or demonic things are. I don't know where you guys are I don't know what you guys are manifesting. I don't know the spirit you are manifesting not to see that the number one tax we have is to remove APC in 2027. And we should go about it in the most emotional, intelligent way, not to put the pot with the rat inside and scatter all of these things. And let me tell you, if we miss this in 2027, everything we worked for, I mean my generation, your generation, everything we worked for will all be gone, will all go down to the drain. Why? If APC comes back in 2027 because of our ineptitude, because of our lack of emotional intelligence, let me tell you, they are going to reinforce these policies, this body language, and all these things they've done, destroying of our institutions, collapsing our constitution, and all of these things we are seeing, it's going to even increase and progress in a geometric manner that the country will almost become ungovernable and unlivable.
If you believe, if you miss this because you want to be politically and academically correct, that Peter Obi has a chance in this country, in this Nigeria where they still capture, where the institutions are weak, where the people are defeated, just one gunshot in the southern part of Nigeria, you see grown-up men, even not gunshot, let's just say even talks coming with sticks or even kubuku like as it was done in Lagos. First weeks, you see grown-up men with beds, with mock shoes, fleeing from their polling booths. For us in the South, because we know how to talk a lot, but we don't know how to face things with action. If you believe Peter Obi would ever be president in this country without a coalition, I think you are mad. You must be very crazy to ever think it will happen with state culture, institutions that are weak, a people that have been so battered and beaten. Our education was destroyed. Society was destroyed. People are poor. They will sell their vote for peanuts. They even lack confidence. They lack self-identity. Even they don't even feel Nigerian. They don't even feel Nigerian. They don't even. There's no love and commitment to country anymore. People just want to leave, and they will accept anything. You don't have the people. In the sense that the people cannot even fight, especially those of us in the South. They cannot stand. They will easily fall. You don't have institutions. You don't have INEC. You don't have the military. You don't have judicial. You don't have anything. Then these gentlemen, I don't think they are babies. They are quite older than us. And I think there are a lot of them in that coalition in ADC right now that I didn't know they should be able to do something that is right. We are not looking at Eldorado right now. We are not looking at us just starting from, because Nigerians have this fantasy mentality, this utopia mentality that, oh, it must be perfect. Everything must just be exactly the way. And politics is never like that. Politics is not moral. Politics is not perfect. America was not built, one of the oldest democracies was not built over a very short time. But you begin to build precept upon precept, setting precedents, building institutions, and beginning to churn these things over and over again. If you believe that just Peter Obi can face all of these things alone in today's Nigeria and in the political terrain, I think you are extremely naive and you are stressing all of us. You are stressing us because at the end of the day, I believe the APC, I believe there's something going in for them. In 2015, they were not this confused. If your aims are more strategic, better thinkers, logical, and more emotionally intelligent than you, they would defeat you anytime. Argentina is playing Nigeria, for example. And Argentina seems to be the most technically smart team. And probably we have the more physically endowed players, or probably we even have more stars on the field on that particular match. But the persons with the tactical and technical know-how most often times will steal the show. You will play the game, but you will lose the match. You will play to the gallery. So let's keep occupying spaces. Let's keep talking big handles, keep occupying space. Occupy space, flex your muscles. Erufai he has a nuisance value. Whatever English you want to speak, flex your muscle, show us validation, seek validation, destroy this coalition. Because most of you are even abroad, and most of you don't know what the average Nigerian is going through. You don't know people are struggling to find meals. You can't even pay their rent or their medical bills anymore. People are paying rent now in millions, thousands of naira. You don't even know what they are going through. We just want to start from somewhere. Yes, there are valid sentiments. That's, oh, it's the tone of the South. That's the valid sentiment, like someone said that Nigerians are emotional. And I think our emotional mind is what has plugged our ability to be logical, to think right in this country. It must be my brother. If my brother is not in position, nobody should be there. If my brother is stealing, he's not stealing. As far as it is Buhari, the Northerners will not speak. Let Buhari steal, it's okay. Let Tinubu speak, it's okay. The government is from my side of the country. The government is from Benin City in Edo State. He's a Benin man. Let him steal, it's okay. By the time we don't jettison all of these things, we will be at the same place. Sentiment valid. emotional disposition valid. But why can't we see that this election is a very tactical and technical election? That any wrong move, you may play to the gallery, you may make all the noise, but you will lose it when it matters most. And let me tell you, APC is like Van Nistelrooy. They will do anything. They're in the 18-yard box waiting for you. Any mistake you make, they will punch it in, they will rub it in, and they will use it. They have the advantage. So please, Peter Obi or nothing, let it be in your heart. Oh, the guy is good. He's not a saint, though. He's good. The man is good, has great credentials, and we know all of these things. But please, can we be a bit emotionally intelligent and smart about this? So we don't rock this boat. A lot of persons are in this coalition. Why don't we just do what we are doing, support it tactically, and see how we can get into ADC? Populate its voting block or whatever it is, delegate list or whatever thing. Let's see how we can infiltrate. Like someone told me in the last election, where we now have to start defining if FCT, if and plus FCT and FCT meant something logical, or where the judiciary or the Senate told us that IREV and BVAS was just, it was not mandatory, that it was just advisory. And someone asked me in particular, where were you when they were making these laws?
Sorry, attitude.
When the
Can
Senate
you?
was passing this law? Go ahead, I'm
Yeah.
rounding up.
Okay.
Rounding up.
Thank you. Yeah. Go
Rounding
ahead.
up. Where were you when they were making these laws? Where were you when Senate was passing RF BVAS as mandatory or as advisory? Where were you? Where were you? And now we are here at this point where we must make sure that we employ emotional intelligence. Don't destroy this coalition. Your Peter Obi will never be president in this country if this system persists without a coalition in 2027. Aid.
Yeah. Thank you, attitude. Can we? Yeah. Thanks for your submission. Can we, Michael? I think you, in that order, you should be
Yeah,
going next.
yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Can
Go
you hear
ahead.
me?
Thanks for waiting.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
All right, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Yeah, so I've heard some brilliant submissions here and some others not so much. I just want to thank you, Attitude, for closing up sharply, and your points are very, very valid. I don't want to overflog what you said because somehow, they somehow seem to flow in the same direction I want to speak. But I'll first say, um, so this is a coming together of several factors, several people with different ideas. So I don't expect everybody to gel in the first instance. The coalition was just announced a few days ago. So I expect that people would have this rancor. It's normal. My hope is just that going down the line, that we won't be hearing this sort of, arguments anymore. And I'll start with saying something. And somebody had mentioned, see that room. It was funny to me hearing somebody say, see that room. And I'm going to ask that same question you asked 10 over 10. Waiting do that room. Because as far as I'm concerned, I look at the other side, the ruling party, and see their own room too. They had a man who was caught on camera stuffing in dollars from an alleged, an alleged, you know, corrupt practice. But the room no smell for people where they support him. They supported him with all their whole heart. Even the person who is president too, we saw what they brought out concerning his, background. The room didn't smell to you, but you have something against a place where you claim that you support Peter Obi. You have a problem with the people he's rolling with. Now our own room dey smell, but that other side, their own room na air freshener dey spray around. See, guys, like Attitude has said, we need to be serious because, as far as I'm concerned, most of us are just going to repeat it. In fact, APC doesn't need to do anything. They just need to sit down and watch you guys destroy everything without having to do anything. And that's what they're waiting for. Because you can't just seem to understand that we tried this in the first election, we didn't go anywhere with it. Many people say Peter Obi won that election, but I say I'm sorry, but I disagree because if he did win that election, I would see verifiable documents to state that he did win. Yes, we know they did Magomago in River State. We know they did one or two things here and there. But where's the document to show the tabulated results? Where did we see him win with over 6 million, 10 million votes? Get serious, guys. We can't be talking like this all the time. This is even becoming childish that we, as Nigerians, young people, will be arguing this thing on spaces. I'm not one for conspiracy theories. I don't enjoy it. I like data driven stuff. I like things that are real. And as far as I'm concerned, before Peter Obi decided to join these guys, his eyes were open. He knew what he was going in there for. And if you say you trust your leader, then you should give him the benefit of doubt. Let's see how this thing is going to play out. I don't like people who don't work. You don't want to work. You want people to do the job for you. And you demand. Demand what? Let me just take an example from Donald Trump, the US elections, when he lost the last time. I didn't see this MAGA movement you see today. I didn't see them go to sleep. In fact, they increased what they had been doing to get him elected in the first instance. There were different people that started putting up their own, even with the Twitter silencing of most of their voices. They increased in numbers. I mean, Elon Musk had to buy Twitter so that he can propagate this message. They are all over causing havoc. People did the groundwork. They were going to places where, in fact, Donald Trump, who we know he doesn't have a thing for Muslims, had to calm down, start mixing with different groups. He wanted the black community to vote him in. He went there. Despite the fact that I said rubbish, people didn't like him. He went there, made friends. People you never expected to vote Donald Trump in the last election. They voted, and that's why he's president today. And he won in a landslide. Because why? He was able to go to groups that he never thought, people never thought he would work with, and he was trying to bring them in. When he won, he turned his back against them. Deport is what we keep hearing. And those people who now feel alienated, they're wondering to themselves, how did we get cajoled by this man? You guys don't understand his politics. You still want to repeat the same mistakes you did in 2023. And I don't have the. In fact, I've mentioned it in one of my tweets. I said, if I was Peter Obi, I swear to you, God who made me, I swear I would just leave the whole thing, because it seems to me that this man will never become anything politically if he's still going to have hangers on like some of you. I support him wholeheartedly, and I don't believe that he's the only one that has the magic wand to change Nigeria. I don't believe it. It's a collective effort. I only see him as a man who is driven by his desire to see Nigeria change. And he needs the help of every damn Nigeria, whether in opposition or whether his party people or Igbo, Yoruba, also every group, he needs their help for Nigeria to begin to make progress and make those changes that are valid for each and every one of us. Now you have a coalition, different people from all walks of life. Can't we just give them a chance? Let them even discuss. Nobody has even said anything. These guys just came to present themselves and say, okay, this is the vehicle we want to use. They have not said anything aside that. And we're already projecting. If it's not Peter Obi, we don't want anything. Okay, fine. If it's not Peter Obi, then what? You go back to Labour Party. Who's going to give him the ticket in Labour Party? It's the same way all of you drag. Oh, no, no, no. Peter Obi did it. He got Labour Party ticket, went to the election. Whatever was done was done. He lost. You fought. Well, we'll do. Nothing still happened. We're still opposing, talking on spaces. For the past 2 years, nothing. There's nobody that can say we've done anything superficial to get the ruling party on their toes, except this ADC that just came in which day. Since ADC just announced the coalition, you can see the government is now panicking. That's why you see Wike on TV. How many days now? You see people tweeting. They are jittery because they know, oh, if it was Peter Obi, only Peter Obi, oh, we don't worry. We know how to defeat it. It's only one man. We divide the ticket as usual. We've won. But they know, oh, this is a coming together. We've not seen this type of, what are these people going to? They're surely going to pose a challenge. And you see them opposing. The ADC have not said anything. They really just presented themselves, and yet we cannot even let them breathe. We can't let them even discuss. The leaders who came up brought with their own party structures want to collapse it into the ADC. They've not even said anything. They don't say this is who we are supporting, or whether it's going to the north or whether it's going to the south. Or they've not said anything. They've only just presented it to us. And instead of us to be patient, watch as this politics is being played before we even start demanding, okay, this is what we are going to do, and this is why we want our candidate to be the president, to head that presidential ticket. We're already preempting them, insulting, throwing insults to different people, bringing us all manner of speculations. People on one side saying, look at that room. Another people say, oh, these people are corrupt. Like as if there's any politician in Nigeria that is clean, that is very clean. Get serious, guys. I'm sorry that I have to put it this way, but it's just the truth. We can't continue this way. I'm not even in Nigeria. That's the painful aspect. I could sit down and just chill and say it's none of my business. But this is my country, man. I listen to people every day when they call me and complain how things, and I want things to change. And then I wonder to myself, wait, if the people in Nigeria are not feeling it, why should I be bothered? I don't think I'm coming to Nigeria anytime soon. But I want to support anything that will make sure that Nigeria removes itself from this evil government in power. Now, if I far away, can I just speak? I don't want any interruptions, please. If I can be feeling this way, how much more you guys who are in Nigeria who are facing these problems every day? And I'm not gaslighting you, I promise. I am saying it the way it is. If we continue this way, I bet you he will not still win. And then what will happen? You destroy the country or what? You don't even have the numbers, you don't have the power to do that. So what next? I beg, let's get serious. Allow these people discuss. Let them discuss before we start preempting them. Even Peter Obi said it himself in the last space he held. He said, don't talk about anybody, don't insult anybody on the coalition. The man has put, I know they listen to our leader. I know they listen to our leader. He said it himself, don't insult anybody. Leave it. We are working together. Leave it. But no, it must be my own way or no way. I beg, I'm done talking. I just want you guys to just calm down, take a breather, let this thing pass. Both sides, though, I'm even talking about the PDP. I'm also talking about Obi supporters because it seems like those are the only two opposing sides clashing. So if we're clashing together, then what happens to the APC in power? We're not even clashing with those ones, and those ones should be. We should have a united front facing those ones. But we are facing ourselves internally. Oh, oh God, God will help us. Thank you for letting me speak. Over there.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. I think no, ours is just when ours is a family conversation. We're just rubbing minds, trying to disagree, but we can't even be compared to APC. APC is clearly not what we should even be considering in the first place. The party is going to go. Like there is no two ways about it. We don't have a choice. We don't have a choice. It's APC out or nothing. Not even all this what we're talking about P2B or Atiku. APC has to go. I think that's the conclusion. We're just counting down, waiting for when to get them out. We have a president that does not know what he's doing. He has no idea what governance is all about. He has no idea. Like he doesn't know what is going on. He's clearly disconnected from the people that he claimed to be governing. That's just the truth, you know. So what we are doing is just, trying to do some housekeeping. The APC is in disarray, not even the ruling. I think that statement that the president made then is coming back now to haunt them. So thank you for your submission. I share same sentiment as yours. Who do we have? I think we have is it Chief Pedro.
Admin is spoken.
Sorry?
Sorry, guys. Admin is spoken.
Oh, Dr. AI, we'll have you back. I wonder where you went to, but it's fine. It's fine. Nini, did it?
But let's hear from the ladies. Nini.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I had issues earlier on. Um, I came in a space with so much assurances, and now I'm walking back. And now that it's my opportunity to speak, I have so many questions because I've heard so many things. So, more than a submission, I'm gonna ask a few questions, and hopefully, the following listeners will be able to give me some answers. So, we often speak about 2015 as an example of a successful opposition being able to topple the incumbent power. We remember the context and everything. Going back to 2015, did any of you here currently in this space had any doubt that Buhari would be leading the ticket? So the coalition came together, the PDP governors left, and they all went to APC. But at it was there any time I remember that APC at that time, the newly formed APC held the primary, but was there any moment where you had any doubt that Buhari would be leading the ticket? That's my first question. And if you had no doubt, what was the reason? Because of his popularity, I assume. The very fact that we're here spending so much time with the newly formed ADC, thinking about who might be leading the ticket, it's already for me a sign of a big disadvantage, and hopefully it will not lead to failure. The fact that it is not obvious for many people that there's a particular candidate that we should go for, it's worrying. Number one. Number two, I failed to understand. I failed to understand, and I'm going back to the Buhari argument. I don't recall anybody asking his supporters to tame their enthusiasm. On the contrary, it was encouraged because you know that you needed that level of enthusiasm to be able to topple a government. It was not just, oh, we hate PDP and we hate Jonathan, is that there's a man here that we believe in, and we believe that he's going to take Nigeria into a better direction, which it ended up not being the case. But there was something to look forward to. I don't see, I live here in the US, I follow elections in many countries. Usually going into a campaign and saying, vote for me because I am not the other person, without offering any tangible um I don't know, any tangible alternative, just saying don't vote for the other party because they're bad without offering anything in return, only leads to voter apathy. People are not energized, people are not organized. They just feel like, okay, let them sort themselves out and I'll stay home. And my fear is that going to this election, if the message is not, yes, we need to take power back from APC, but also we want to build a better Nigeria, and any man will do, what will be happen is that you will make rigging easier for the APC, because many people will simply not be engaged. Because people do not go out for things they do not believe in. Not liking a party, I've seen it in many countries, is not enough to motivate people to come outside, stay for long hours, and queue in and guard their votes. You just demotivate people. So my last And my last question or comment, rather, I would say, is that a lot of people are saying follow your principle, follow your leader, but that's not how the democracy is supposed to work. You give direction to the leader, and he is supposed to lead in a manner that satisfies you. So you give him the direction, and you support him in a way that will implement policies that you believe are good. We are not sheep, and political leaders are not they're not herdsmen that are holding a baton, and they just give us orders and we follow them. That's not how democracy works. We are supposed to speak out, tell them what we want, and they're supposed to follow our lead. And once somebody earlier said that they understand why Africa is the way it is and our country is the way it is, and one of the reason is the way it is as up till today, citizens, we still do not understand how much power we have and what we're supposed to do with that power. No man in that coalition should be able to tell us you should do this and that. We should be telling them this is what we expect from the coalition. And once you give us that, we will go to bat for you. Anybody standing back and advising people to be quiet and let those big men do what they need to do and we simply follow through does not understand how democracy works. But what I want to say is that some lessons I don't believe were learned sufficiently from 2023. People seem to want to make the same mistakes. People tell you that we don't want, if you do not give us that, we will withdraw our votes. And they have proven that without their votes, you were not able to win. If you choose to go again in the same direction, then you should expect a similar outcome. And if you notice, I have not named names, and hopefully people will be able to understand what I say. But now, more than ever, while they are consulting and they're deciding themselves, it is not the time for citizens to be quiet. It's time to voice their opinion and then let them deal with the consequences. This is what we want. If you do that, we'll support you. If you don't do that, we will not support you. So do not expect our support, and you will not be able to attain your goal. This is not the time to be quiet. And that is my submission. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. AI, are you still there? Okay. Yeah, Nene, thank you for your wonderful submission. I do not recall anybody being told not to ask for, any of the followers being told not to ask for what they want or who they want as their preferential candidate. You get what I'm saying? I can't recall anybody doing that. But what we've consistently maintained is for each supporter or each base to do that with every sense of decency. You get what I'm saying? Do that without necessarily um, casting aspersions against the other um, candidates. And the previous era you mentioned, the I think it was 2015 or 20, I forgot the date, but those times are past. Like this, looking at what we have now and who we have to deal with, we're talking about two different people. I believe you made reference. I believe you're referring to Jonathan's. We know who Jonathan is. If the Tinubu we know now was to be Jonathan, a lot of the things the opposition, got away with, wouldn't have. Wouldn't have even happened in the first place. We'll have a sitting president now that does not give room for any divergent opinion. But you can't compare that to Jonathan, and that's why some people, not me, I believe he you can call him a Democrat, yes, but you can't call the one we have right now a Democrat because he doesn't even amplify or represent what a Democrat epitomizes, right? So I'm coming back to your question. To the best of my ability, I think that's how I would answer it. We are not asking, or I'm not even advocating for anybody to have their opinion. not heard, express it, but express it with every sense of decency. Because looking at the people we have and moving into this election, all of those stakeholders, like all these men trying to form this new party in one way or the other, have a role to play. They are they will be very, very vital heading into that election. And that's why I advocate and I preach. You don't call them names. Make them look irrelevant. Cast aspersions at them, like I said earlier on, and then discourage them from. In fact, when El Rufai first moved from APC and he went to SDP, they thought it was the. They thought that was the end. I am sure they are jittery. They are scared, knowing the caliber of people that are in this current coalition, and that's why I'm of the opinion that you don't have to discredit their personality and their character. So I think that's the part of the question I mean, part of your question I can answer. So I have my candidate, I have who I support, and I have who I believe has the capacity to to change the direction Nigeria is going at the moment. And I've consistently maintained my position, and I've consistently pushed for that case on his behalf in my own little space and my own little way. But I have not done, if anybody can go check my timeline, I have not done any, I have not done anything or said anything to demarcate or put in this, bring to disrepute any other candidate or any other candidate or personality of those people in that coalition conversation. And that's the position I've been preaching. So anybody can do that, but you don't come and tell people, oh, Obi that did this back in the past, back in the days, or Atiku that has so much this. No. So that's my position. I thought Dr. AI was still with us if he got some other part.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you so much. Yeah, I'm here. So thank you so much, guys. A whole lot has been said, right? So
I don't know if you listened or
a
if
whole
you
lot.
heard what other
Yeah,
part of
yeah, I heard what you said and all that.
okay.
Everybody has his own genuine concerns, and this is not a period. APC is trying to give us a talking points where we can begin to repeat some things and let's say yeah, slow our momentum and all that, right? And some people have been to other spaces, they've listened to some things, and you understand. And I've seen that, okay, when they come to this space again and they feel okay, like maybe it's an extension. No, this is not an extension of that. It's quite to the contrary. On this was even we started this way by exposing APC, the crisis in APC, a whole lot, and Wike, and how his plan was thwarted. A whole lot we talked about it. Then the coalition matters arising and all that. Feel free, see your mind, promote your candidate, campaign for your candidate rigorously, why he should be there. You understand all that? And the people that are leading the coalition, they know what is at stake. They know what is at stake. And they'll give the impression APC, the mainstream media is now pushing this publication, oh, article led coalition, and I was just like, huh. Right? He tried all he could, he tried all he could, you understand, to lead one of, and they said, no, no, no. So then Babachi Lawal and few others came, and like then Erufai, then so a whole lot happened behind the scene, and they know what is at stake, right? And they are also consulting. So the coalition is just barely 3 days or thereabouts that was formed, right? Hopefully, from time to time, if we build this community, we'll be able to have people from like Inakakos to come and be talking, like addressing some questions and all that. Hopefully, we can be having some hint of what's going on the back end, right? People will be free to ask questions. But while we're also doing that, because if you say, okay, like this is a candidate, automatic, then the other candidates, supporters, what will they be thinking? Just right? So, and that's it. So, in the light of that, because of course they will look at, okay, the person that tick the box, the person that can easily, let's say, appeal to the South, appeal to the north, north is northwest, south, south, south is southwest, that has that national spread, that has that acceptance. So they know all those things. The people that we're dealing with, and if they try to play hanky panky, they know that okay, a whole lot can go south, a whole lot can go not how we want it, also, right? So if you want Obi to if you want Obi, campaign for Obi, right? If you want Atiku, campaign for Atiku, right? So while you're doing that, but trying to insult the coalition leaders and this and that, I don't want to do that. I won't do that. That's my position, right? And people should voice their views, people should voice their position, but do it in a way that it doesn't affect the fragility of the coalition bond. So that is my stake. APC is there for us to also expose them and all that. I can tell you that if the most difficult thing to attain is having that unity. It's really difficult, but it's attainable. Having a united front from the supporters to the leaders. So the leaders are trying to see how they can establish that united front among themselves, right? Then their supporters, and I can tell you, APC APC will know that yes, there is something really, really strong, right? So I'm coming from that perspective, and some of us are getting to know Nigerian politics. Don't Nini say something? Yeah, prior to 2015 election, there was a uniting force. There was a uniting force. Someone that people really rally support. People, like, if he speaks, like, people really wanted him to be there, which was Buhari. So it was obvious that Buhari will be given the ticket, like, from the get-go, even before it was formed. We know that, right? Right? And that was Buhari's own was coalition of parties, political parties. The CPC blocks, they have Buhari, right? So then the ACN have Bola Ahmed Tinubu, but they can't do Muslim ticket. The ANPP, right, have their own again. I don't know who they are fronting. I can't remember, but maybe Shatim, Madu Sharif, or one of those, right? So they had that. So this is coalition of individuals, not party. So it's different, right? So if everything is formed, an agreement is made, now they can leave their party and continue. So it's different, and it's very, very delicate. Okay, I don't want to be part of it. I remain in my party. That's fine. They go back. So it's in its formative stage now. So how can they build that bond? How can they build that? They are still they are still in the stage of confidence building, right? So that is also because with that unity of purpose has to be established, right? And I can tell you that PO stands a very, very high chance of also being given. Very high chance. You understand? So some people will be like, oh, he should be given automatic. Then those other people will now feel, oh, it's not fair, right? But we'll come to that. They might say, okay, hey, this is it. The coalition leaders can say, hey, we want power to remain in the South. Who are the two candidates? Who are the options? Oh, we want it to be open. We want the consensus candidate. So let's look at, okay, the events of the few days ahead, like maybe 3, 4, 5 days, 1 week from now. We'll reconvene again and talk about it, right? Hopefully we can be meeting once in a week on Saturday, 10 a.m., 11 a.m. We'll talk about all those things. If there's a need again, we bring someone from the inner caucus to come and also address us on the space, because we want to be involved. But before then again, are we members of the ADC? We have to. Right, I wanted to register there, but I needed one or two things. Then, as soon as I register, I will make it known that I've registered. Then I will encourage people to also register. Do your bits, right? So I understand people's frustrations and all that. So, Anini, you want to add to that?
Dr. Aminu, yeah, the party you said the other time, it was ANPP, and then there was also ABGA led by Rucha Sokorocha, and then there was also the new PDP led by Alhaji Atiku Abubakar himself. So those were the other three parties that came together to join CPC and ACN to form the new APC. Yeah, so that was the point I wanted to add. Um, can you hear me, Dr. Aminu? Okay, I don't know if he's still there. Yeah, I see. Yeah. Comrade, good afternoon. How are you doing? God's will. I think you should go. Then we'll have Pan African, then Comrade, and then Obaka. Can you guys still hear me?
Okay, before they go, Nini, has that answered your question? Nini has some concerns. Nini, hello?
Yes, hi. Yeah, your answer has partially answered my questions, but like I in my submission, you've noticed that I've not castigated any of the men that I saw in the room when the party was announced. But I think instead of shifting the burden on the supporters, what we should do is to put pressure at the top. The men that are there that are making us question here, and some of us fight amongst one another on who should be the ticket, should feel the burden to be reasonable and perhaps drop out so we can avoid that division and reach that unity that we need. The burden should not be on us, the supporters. There should be men with a conscience big enough to understand what is at stake and not to put the party and the coalition in jeopardy because of their own selfish interests. And in the name of unity, I will not name who I think that person is, but it is unfortunate that we are in this situation, and that person is partially responsible as to why we are in that situation. Don't forget that Tinubu is giving Nigerians hell right now, but that the first 8 years of APC were not rosy either. Some people were responsible in bringing APC into power. You cannot be the arsonist and the fireman at the same time. You cannot be responsible. There's no accountability in our part of the world. You can help in bringing a disaster and then have no shame whatsoever, take no responsibility, and claim and you want to come back and act as a hero to take us out of the situation that you put us in the first place. The burden, and I don't know who is in the inner circles, but some people at the top should feel the pressure to drop out and to be reasonable so that their supporters can focus on mobilizing, registering, and be ready to be there at the polls and secure the votes while they do their parts. The fact that we do not have men that love Nigeria more than they love themselves and their selfish ambitions is why we're in this place. And if the coalition fails, it will not be because of their supporters, it will be because of those very same men. And that is my submission. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, Nini, thank you so much for that. Yeah, Senator,
Okay,
go ahead.
good conversations going on, good conversations. But let me just um, let me just redirect our focus, our energy into what I have seen from my own perspective over the last couple of days, and maybe that will settle some nerves in this room. Um, this started with the violence space when Peter B was in violence space, and I remember because I was listening. You know, I remember the first question that addressed the coalition and him being picked as the presidential candidate for the coalition. I remember he took about 5 minutes. A substantial amount of his narrative, his response, was about the agreement of the South, the presidency being zoned to the South. And I was really curious because I was expecting him to like go into a different direction with that response. Like when you ask, why, what, about what's going to happen, you being the presidential ticket or whatever. I was thinking that he was going to say, okay, hey, I'm this, I'm that, because I have an excellent record or something like that, or I've done this in Anambra State. No, he didn't even go into that. He didn't even touch into any of those things that has to do with just him, Peter Obi, as himself. Because I was expecting to actually, bolster his his gravitas and credentials, but he didn't. He actually just focused, really, really focused on just talking about the presidency, the agreement that you have to do 8 years because we are so diverse. We are such, we're a highly divided country where you have the North and the South, the North versus the South. And there's an agreement that is the North is going to do their 8 years. After he moved to the South, he's going to do 8 years. And he was very particular about it, that explanation. If you write to the violence piece, go back and listen to it. And then it was later in the violence that he started talking about other things like marketing himself and all that. He just talked about it like offhand way. But I was just wondering after that violence, I was just thinking about it. But then I had to go back and rewatch El Rufai's interview in on TV. And El Rufai was so particular about something else. He was asked, why did you support Tinubu, somebody who doesn't have a name, a verifiable educational credentials, and all that? And I was really, really, surprised that his reason was just focused on the fact that they agreed that the presidency will be zoned to the south. So whoever came out as the candidate from APC from South, he was going to support as a party man. That the agreement in APC was that the presidency was going to be zoned to the South. And that was the reason why he supported Tinubu and nothing else, and nothing else. And he also talked about the agreement, that it's going to be 8 years from the South and all that. And I took that, I'm like, okay, so if that is the case, and he actually so I went back and I Googled and I checked online, and I noticed that he had been very emphatic that the South needs to do 8 complete years, starting from 2023. 8 years, not 4, 8 years. So with combining both Peter Obi's response and El Rufai, you can begin to kind of form some kind of opinion on where the thinking of these coalition leaders, their minds were. Because he was actually so specific. He said, look, I've got, this got to be, he's got to finish 8 years. The South's got to finish 8 years. So that means that in El Rufai's mind, the South still has 4 more years after 2027 to serve, not, not the North, the South, as far as El Rufai's own narrative is concerned. And he kind of said the subtle message. But now, what actually really, really confirmed it, well, I wouldn't say confirmed because I know one that confirmed, but what really confirmed it was Amechi. Emphatically, he wasn't even mixing words. And that was just a few days ago. Amechi came out on TV and said point blank that the South must be the president in 2027. No ifs, no buts, no nothing. He didn't qualify it with anything, or maybe this or this. He just said straight and forward that the South must be the president in 2027. And that's it. If you go back, you can go back and Google it. And then I was just saying, wow, so the principles, the leaders of this coalition have actually kind of marshaled out the template of the direction of, not like you said, we're not going to criticize any of the candidates, we're not going to criticize any of the leaders, we're not going to criticize any personality. We're just going by what they are telling us. And you have to understand this. When you listen to these guys talk, you have to actively listen to what they're saying, because sometimes they insert certain things in the things they say, but sometimes we just miss what they are trying to convey. So when Amechi said that, I was like, okay, that is interesting. But then what kind of sealed it for me was Wike. Wike had a meeting with the PDP a couple of days ago. And part of the big framework that he was driving in that meeting, Wike owns PDP now for crying out loud. So anyway, he reiterated his biggest problem with the PDP in 2023. And that was that he decided to go rogue. He decided to go rogue in 2023 because he felt that the South, the president was supposed to be zoned to the South in 2023. And that was the reason why he said that was the excuse he was given. He had given that excuse a couple of times ago. Agreement. If you agree to go, to zone the president in South, there's no reason why you can violate. Why PDP had to violate that, and that was why he decided to go rogue on PDP, and he still continuing to go rogue. But now he came back a couple of days ago in a PDP executive meeting and reiterated, so very emphatic, that because I think after Shehu had interviewed him yesterday. I watched it, and he was kind of waffling. And then they asked him, okay, if I think Shehu particularly asked him, if the presidency from your party, if you have you have a candidate from PDP presidency, I mean from a presidency candidate from presidential candidate from PDP, who are you going to support? Are you going to support Tinubu? Are you going to support your PDP candidate? You can see that he didn't want to answer that question, but he now said from where, which was very ambiguous because he said from where, and it was actually as Segun was looking at, he said from where would the president, where would it come from? So what he was actually indicating, and I had to go back and I said, okay, why is this guy not really wanting to answer that question? So I had to go back and now watch his executive meeting he had a couple of days ago at the PDP, or with the PDP executive committee, and specifically was saying that the presidency for the PDP in 2027 must come from the South, because he was still referring back to what happened to him or what happened to PDP in 2023 while he went rogue and practically burnt down the PDP party. So he now said for us to move forward, we have to make sure that the PDP comes from the South, the candidate comes from the South. So it now fast forwarded back to yesterday's interview with Shehu. He was asking Shehu, from where is the president going to come? Is he going to come from the North or is he going to come from the South? But Shehu was not smart enough, was not intelligent enough to actually respond or kind of follow up with that question by saying, okay, suppose the president comes from the South, just like you had mentioned in your executive meeting, what would you do? And that would have put Wike in a box, because if the president was going to come from the North, you would have been sure that Wike would have shut that down by saying that the North is not supposed to be president in 2027. And that was what screwed up PDP in 2023 and is willing to burn down PDP if that happens again. So all these coming together from Peter B and El Rufai and Amechi and Wike, and I know a bunch of other people. We don't have to. I know we're in a state of panic, everybody's worrying, and I just want to console everybody that if you look at all the nights of the leaders in the coalition, and you're not leaders like Wike, you will be justified to understand that the coalition is heading in the direction of having a certain presidency, presidential candidate in 2027. And when we have now looked at, and I'm not criticizing anybody, we agree not to criticize anybody, we're not going to insult anybody, but we look at the only two leaders in this coalition that have actually tested their popularity on a national stage is Atiku and P2B. Nobody else. Nobody has tested their popularity in the national stage. But out of both of them, the only person that has the credential of saying, okay, you come from the South, Southern president, it's just P2B. Let's be honest about it. So I'm not criticizing anybody, but I'm just saying that based on the narrative that's been established so far, it will be I want to say, I would say it will be flying, trying to swim upstream, trying to fly against your headwinds if you do not pick a presidential candidate for the coalition from the South. That would put Wike in the box, because right now he's going to say, oh, okay, well, the Southern president or whatever. And then you have the Nasir Rufai, you have the Amici, you have all these guys are going to now coalesce. And we're going to have 4 years of a Southern president. And then the North is going to have their own coming after in 2031. And that's only fair. So we're not just going to just have a situation. And how would you expect to conduct an election in 2027 by saying, I mean, you're giving APC a big weapon, because they're going to say, okay, wait, you guys are violating an agreement that has been established, a long-standing agreement that South is supposed to have 8 years. So you guys want to get somebody else from the North to kind of cut off this agreement that has been had nationwide. Everybody understands that this is a standing order, this is a standing agreement across the nation, and you're trying to violate. And they're going to preach and drive that message all across the southern states that, look, these northern people are trying to usurp you. They're trying to deny you of your rights. They're trying to deny you of what the agreement has been. They've already done their 8 years with Buhari, and now they want to cut you short and disenfranchise you from the southern states, and they want to, decimate, deplete, depreciate, and take away your rights of having your full 8 years of presidency in Aso Rock, and that cannot be acceptable. How would you respond to that if you have a Northern candidate in the coalition? That's going to be a hard case to make in the southern states. I don't care if you have a Tinubu, criminal Tinubu, drug dealer, certificate forger as president, because the southern are going to feel that this is an insult. After having a Buhari for 8 years, you want to still come disenfranchise the southern states? So I'm just saying that this is the general sentiments, and we're going to be calm. The leaders are going to make the right choice to make sure that the southern states don't feel disenfranchised, and we're going to feel accepted in this so-called contraction called Nigeria. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Godfrey. Dr. Iwa, are you still there? Who do we have next? I think we have um, Pan African Ubaka Comrade. I don't know if you're still there.
Comrade, comrade is one of our regulars. So, comrade,
Yeah, I called you
your hand,
I'm
before.
here.
make
I'm
your hand
here.
not paying
Yeah,
you.
I'm
I
here.
am here. Pan
I
African
beg,
is here if I'm allowed to speak.
make comrade talk. I beg, make comrade talk. I
Yeah,
beg,
I
make
called
una
you
no vex. I beg,
before.
comrade.
Please, you see, this is
Oh
one
yeah, oh
thing
yeah. Go
about
ahead. Go ahead.
It's not by
Nigeria.
Doctor
who
Lisa.
comes
It's
first. You
not
understand? You get
right.
some people. Sorry, Pan African. You understand? You get some people be saying our regulars. If we get space, like they come, you understand, and all that. So it's not by who comes first, who comes second, who comes. You understand, and all that, right? And there are people that ones who are here, you understand, ones they know that and they've been with us in the last they've been coming like in the last 3 or 4 months and all that. So we can't just see them and say, okay, we'll just like let's say for instance I go to violence space and all that, they will also look at okay people that have been coming regulars now 6 months 1 year. So it's not like okay first come first about best. So please don't feel that okay because you're in the speaker section it has to be that. I'm sorry about that. So comrade Abek, thank you.
Okay, yeah. So I will enforce my privilege as a regular here. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I have listened to the discussion, beautiful discussion, and in the spirit of unity, I like the direction of this space. Um, no malicious attack, and yeah, because at the end of the day, the potential of this coalition depends on coming out of this whole thing, the primaries united. Yeah. So because at the end of the day, if we don't come out united, we might just have a coalition without having a coalition. And that is a very difficult or bad position to be. Yeah. So God's will, let me start off from where you stopped. Yeah, the whole North South argument. Yeah, I will admit that is a moral argument. It is not a legal argument, however. And unfortunately, like we always say, there's no morality in politics. Yeah. There have never been any election cycle when Southern and Northern are no contest, whether in a general election or for primaries. Even if you look at the so-called APC primaries in 2015, yeah, 2015, when it was supposedly the turn of the North, right? Guess who contested in that primaries? Rocha Sukocha contested, even though it was supposedly the turn of the North in the APC primaries. Yeah. So that said, it's just unfortunate that okay, it's just a moral argument, but yeah, morality, if you look at the last election, the 2020 election, we have always had a, a gentleman agreement that Christian rule, Muslim rule, Christian govern again, Muslim. Then when the Christian is governing, the vice should be Christian. When the Christian is governing, the vice will be Muslim on written rule, right? So Buhari did 8 years Muslim, then Tinubu, another Muslim, took over. So there's also a written agreement that it should have power should go back to the Christians. But unfortunately, like we said, or I've said earlier, this is a moral argument, it's not a legal argument. And that is why Tinubu flew a Muslim ticket. Okay, to the extent where Tinubu don't break that Muslim Christian transition and he became a Muslim candidate, conventionally he should pick a Christian candidate, right? But Tinubu now broke another barrier again. Okay, first of all, the Muslim Christian transition have been broken. Now we are having a Muslim Muslim transition. Then, even in that Muslim Muslim transition, he now had a Muslim VP. You know why? Because this gentleman agreement is a moral argument. It's not a legal argument, and there's no morality in politics. So that said, the whole power must come back to the South and everything. It is like only, I mean, I think politicians use it when it's convenient for them, and nobody can hold them to it, because at the end of the day, when you look at the entire Nigeria no two, I mean, it's not a fun, it has never been a front burner issue. Yeah, yeah, it has never been a front burner issue. Okay, and that's why Nigeria overwhelmingly voted for Goodluck Ebele Jonathan in 2011, even though the North has to continue their turn, right? And a Muslim has to continue their turn. But Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, a Southern Christian, took over the federal government. Yeah, because it has never been a front burner issue. And if it was not a front burner issue yesterday, it is not a front burner issue today. But however, I'll put that aside. Having established that, I think the entire primary will be contested on other issues, right? And make no mistake, it has to be contested, okay? Because Dr. AI, when we interrogate the ADC primaries, yeah, it does not give provision for consensus, even though people have been crying and shouting about consensus. Yeah, if except people try to propose, okay, it should be a consensus, then you go into a primary, a make believe primary, and just for the sake of doing the primary. But okay, and I'm not a candidate after that. But I mean, at the end of the day, when you talk of consensus, um, you need a unanimous um, concession from um, all the aspirants. Okay, so that said, this will go beyond an Obi and Article issue or affair. Yeah, even if Article step down for Obi, if you cannot convince Amaechi to step down, then there's a problem. You don't have a consensus, and vice versa. If you convince Atiku and Obi to step down, I mean, if you convince Atiku to step down for Obi and Amaechi no step down, you also have an issue because it has to be a consensus. So I think that idea is far fetched because I was looking at Aisha Yusuf post, but before I come to that, okay, she said, okay, take a survey, and I mean, like, I don't even know why I mean, we're going to depend on a survey to produce an internal party primaries. It doesn't make sense to me because if you are talking of surveys, online or offline, it circumvents party members. And me as a party member, I want to have a say in how the flag bearer of my party is produced. So don't take survey online or offline. Let's even be clear. You don't the integrity of that process will be mad because outsider non-party members can come and vote. Yeah. So that is a flaw in that process. Even though there's no provision for consensus in the ADC constitution. Yeah. So that said, the ADC constitution stipulates the terms of engagement, and let me pull it out quickly. It says the nomination of candidates for elections into public offices shall be through elections by members of the party. Yeah, it's clear, members of the party. Yeah, okay. The National Executive Committee shall issue guidelines and regulation in accordance with this constitution for the nomination of candidates for election into public office. Then finally, it says the National Executive Committee of the party shall be the final authority for confirmation of names or list of party nomination for election into public office. So this process clearly stipulates a direct primaries, right? So if we are abolishing consensus, then of course everybody majority of people will be opposed to an indirect primary where delegates go and vote, which can be corrupted based on the whole demoralization phenomenon. So I'm vehemently opposed to it, and I know a lot of Nigerians are too. Then that brings us to the issue of a direct primaries, right? So when we talk of a direct primaries, it means that all card carrying member can vote, can participate. When all card carrying member can participate, it shows that the outcome, the output will be a reflection of he that has the biggest political capital. So you cannot refuse this process. There's no logic or rationale to refuse the process. If you think you are the man to beat, then go into that direct primaries and pull your political weight. Amechi say, he's contending and probably in his own right he thinks he's the man to beat. Let his base turn up for him. The same with Obi and the same with Atiku. That is how political gladiators settle their political scores, right? So, on that basis, the direct primary process has been established even by the party internal constitution. I guess the issue now, okay, to make the process rigid, okay, so that we can ensure a free, fair, and credible primaries. Because make no mistake, a deciding factor that we are going to come out from this primary united is if this process is free, fair, and credible. Because if one party feel the election is mad and there's evidence to that, I mean, in their own right, they have the right to pull out from it. And that's why it is in the interest of the party leadership to make sure, to ensure, okay, that this process is free, fair, and credible, right? And on that basis, Dr. AI, I am here to market my 3 point proposal for conducting the ADC primaries. Number one, the primaries, right? It should be a direct primaries. It should be a direct primaries, like as contained in the party constitution, right? So, and it should be limited to the front runners of the party. Why did I say it should be limited to the front runner of the party? Because people have identified a loophole that, okay, if this is made open, APC can infiltrate, fund a candidate. Okay, they'll use state treasury to do vote buying, blah 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 blah. Even though I think it is an uphill tax to bribe everybody for, because remember this direct primary will be held nationwide. Yeah, and probably there might even be an option for online voting. So which means if you share dollar, if I don't get my own dollar from my cubicle here, you are in trouble. How do you want to get my own dollar across to me? Yeah. So so I think that way, because at the end of the day, the entire party structures they know themselves. Yeah. So if an Amechi come to buy form in the presidential primary, obviously we will know that he's a mole, right? So that's why I believe that okay, this should be closed looped. Yeah. So yeah, just to address that issue. So number 2 points, yeah, people have also raised the concern that the remember that article I read, you kept hearing the National Executive Committee because they have vested with the power to provide oversight into that primaries, right? So I think there's a trust issue here based on say, okay, people feel like their candidate can be disenfranchised. Yeah, people will make the argument that Aribesola na Amechi guy. So a primary he supervised go return it will be favor Amechi, right? People will make another argument. Oh, David Mark now this person guy, now that person guy. So on that basis, I am proposing that each of the candidate representatives should be included in that national executive committee overseeing the primaries, right? On that note, for example, if an Obi have an Aisha Yusuf and Tanko in that national executive committee supervising and overseeing that primaries, then his interest is covered, right? So it provides an additional guardrail, safeguard into that process. Yeah. Then number three, the final point: automatic disqualification of any candidate who attempt to cheat. This will go a long way to preempt the idea of corrupting that process, bribing, vote buying. Even though I know it's an uphill task to even corrupt that process where they go on 36 states nationwide. Yeah. So and I think people might identify other loopholes and come up with additional safeguard or guardrails to protect the integrity of this process. Because remember, this process have to enforce free, fair, and credibility, so that the winner will win in good faith and the loser will lose in good faith. So that said, if we have a resilient process like this, okay, and we go into that primary, I think the onus will fall on every support base to mobilize, to organize, right? To enforce turnout, to support your candidate, so that he that has the biggest political base will decide the outcome of that process. So even if you have to launch a campaign, all eyes on the ADC primaries, please do it to put pressure on the leader to ensure a free, fair, and credible primaries. So, in order not to risk hogging the mic, I will close here. I will also maintain that in this entire process, one thing like, I mean, when if you have, okay, in a rigid process, primaries, and you insist that no, you don't want to partake in it, it is giving, it is showing weakness. Actually, I'll be honest with you, right? It's showing weakness. Like you are writing yourself up before the game even starts, right? When you bring up, okay, 10,000 of issue why they should crown you, even though you have other politicians with huge ambition and ego, I don't think it's practicable. But anyways, thank you, Doctor. I think I've said enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So okay, yeah, okay, guys, you can respond. So if you feel you want to, so let's have an open mic, right? So based on okay, let's have an
Yeah,
open mic. If you have a
yeah.
contrary view,
Yes,
I'll
yes,
finish. So
I'm
you
here.
can just hold on,
Dr.
hold on,
AI.
guys. Yeah, I know. You understand? Nakai. But so we'll make it an open mic, so at least you can unmute and talk. So and all that. So yeah, so you don't have to wait
Okay.
until forever to
Yeah,
talk. So
AI, I'm not
I
asking
think
I'm not
because it's
asking
not my turn.
question. I just wanted
yeah,
to
so
Dr. AI.
I
confirm.
know. So you I just want to establish a protocol. So let's say based on what okay Comrade has said, you want to say something, 30 seconds, 1 minute, then another person picks from there. Let's make it interactive and all that. Thank you. Yeah, so
Mine
the
would
floor is
be
yours.
five. Mine would be
Doctor,
Yes,
five
yes. I
Starting
want
seconds.
to
with
say
Godswill.
something too.
Madam, hold on. Kenny, let's start with Godson.
Sorry,
Briefly,
Dr.
please,
AI.
Godson. Please, Godson. Briefly, because
okay,
he called
okay,
you. You understand, and so just briefly in a minute also. Then another person will continue. Thank you. Let's make it
this is gonna be less.
interactive.
This is gonna be less than a minute. This is gonna be less than a minute. Just check this out. Check this out. Is presidential candidate to the south in the 2027 election. Now, this Amici, I mean, this Wike, he talked about zoning, PDP zoning, presidential candidate to the south in 2027 election. Now, let me respond to what Comrade said. We cannot compare the Muslim comparison along with South, North and South, because the Muslim comparison, Christian comparison is amorphous. It doesn't have geographical. After all, you have as much Muslims in the North as much as you have in the South, especially in the southwestern states. So you can't really say, oh, Muslim, and based on that, and you compare that. Now, the claim that the coalition is unconditional is false. I mean, we see people losing their mind, having heart attacks when obedience and keep saying, okay, Peter Obi or nothing. You lose your mind when you hear obedience say that. But Amechi, a couple of days ago, has drawn the line in the sand. He went into this coalition with precondition. He already said it. He's not hiding it. He said it. He said he was unequivocal when he stated, with condition, as part of his involvement in coalition, that this presidency candidate for the coalition must be zoned to the south. He didn't make he wasn't cloudy about it. He was very unequivocal when he stated that, and that was his precondition. Now people are just screaming and losing their mind and say, "Oh, Peter B is giving us condition. Oh, Obedience is giving us condition." But guess what? Amechi has already stated his condition and he made it public. What in the world are you saying about that? So at the end of the day, when you talk about direct primaries, card carrying members, let me tell you something. Go back and look at Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders. What happened? The Russians knew that they didn't want Hillary Clinton to become president, and they infiltrated a whole bunch of primaries that was conducted between Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton with Benny Bros. And even at that, even at the Dems convention, Democratic convention, you still had Bernie Sanders and his Bernie Bros being funded by Russians, disrupting the convention and making it hard for Hillary Clinton to unite before the general election. So if you have, no, I don't care how you have your direct primaries, you're going to have an influx of APC urchins buying a bunch of ADC membership cards, and they're going to participate and disrupt the process as much as possible. And there's nothing you can do about it to control the situation, because you're going to have a majority of the APC urchins running around across the country with ADC membership cards, infiltrating the direct primaries, and there is nothing you can do to stop them, because they're going to cause confusion and they're going to try to demand that Amechi or maybe that any of the weaker candidates are the ones that they are voting for. You cannot be exposing the sanctity of this process to the APC. It has to be controlled. It has to be a controlled environment. It has to be a consensus. And that is the way to go. And by the way, this whole thing about obedience giving conditions, that's bullshit as far as I'm concerned, because Amechi has already given his conditions and he said it already. He said the presidency should be zoned to the south. And that is what I call condition before for the coalition.
Okay.
Take it and leave it.
Okay. So here's the thing. If you tell me Amechi has given his condition, right? Um, everybody should give condition, and everybody should hold sway that their condition must be met. Yeah, and that is why the whole condition something is not the way to go, because everybody have their condition. If another candidate come with his condition, he no go favor you, right? So that whole condition something like the party law is crystal clear, right? So your condition falls outside the boundaries of the party laws, right? And that is a problem. So having said that, I'm not sure, like talking about APC flooding the primary, whether it's going to corrupt the process. Okay, what are they coming if they flood the primaries to vote? Like what like how will that influence the same? Some they say okay, voting article. Some of them believe article is a weaker link. Some of them believe OB is the weaker link. So they'll split their votes and it cancels out. Yeah. So at the end of the day, I thought we are the majority. We in the opposition are the majority. I don't think APC have that human resource, okay, that would tilt anything. To any day. These guys are four people tweeting in the room. So
No, no, no,
I'm not going
comrade.
to do sleep
It
over
will
that.
tilt it. No, comrade. They will tilt it
Therefore, they
because
have
they will
enough
not.
number
No,
to win
no,
an
no,
election. Then
no, no,
you
no,
can't
no. Hang on.
you
No,
can't argue and do a
no.
counter
That's
argument later
calm
that these guys are
down. That's not
minority.
the calculation. Listen first. They will tilt it because they will either be adding to articles already existing loyalists or obese already existing loyalists. So they will tilt it. So they will just come with that delta or incremental, if you
Therefore,
get what I
if
mean.
they
So
will tilt
they
it,
don't have to have a
so
majority.
so so so,
So
so
that that
if they
that
will
your
tilt it,
analysis does not work.
if they will
Wait,
tilt it,
listen.
if they will tilt it, it
Yes.
means your bases are equal. Yeah. So that level you
Not
think you have while you
necessarily.
are asking for consensus, you don't have it
No,
then.
no.
If you think APC will
Com,
provide the delta.
wait
No. Your
now. Wait.
opposition can funnel people to
Exactly.
register in a. It happens even in Western world to tilt the primary election. It happens
So
in
can
in
in the US where they do primaries, yeah.
yes,
Um,
it happens
I
in
mean,
US.
has it been tilted by
Yes,
outside
yes,
non?
yes, yes, yes.
Well, when
Sometimes
tell
when
me,
let me tell you how it
give me
happens.
instance.
Sometimes, okay, I will give you an example. When a Democrat is running, when a Democrat hate a Republican or the Republican hate a Democrat that they feel they will, will be a fiasco position. What Democrat will do is that they will go and register for Republican, and then
Give me example. Give me example. Don't talk out of thin air.
This happens mostly in local election or House of Rep. I
Okay,
don't
we are
have
talking
any
of
one of
presidential. We are talking of presidential
uh,
election.
uh,
So you compare like for likes.
in
Hillary
president.
and
Uh,
Bernie Sanders. Hillary and
comrade.
Bernie Sanders.
No,
You have
no,
two.
no, no, no,
So
no, no,
no,
no, no.
I
That did
don't
not happen
have
there.
presidential. But anyway,
That did not happen there. Don't make up stuff.
let
Comrade,
me
no, no,
make my
no.
comment to
Sorry,
you,
sorry,
comrade,
Kenny.
real quick.
I just wanted to address comrade. Just please, in 1 minute, I'll be done. So, comrade, honestly, I agree with your analysis because I mean, ADC is now a very big platform. Let's not forget that there are a lot of other positions. There will be governors, there will be senators, there will be House of Rep members. So, to that extent, that structure is important, and we must have a process that is clear, a democratic process within the party to return candidates. But you see, the presidential, I don't care what method is used. The coalition has to present a ticket that can win. The party primary or the structure of the party is not a replacement for a strong ticket in 2027. You know, we'll be deceiving ourselves if we think that a beautiful presidential primary by ADC that returns a weak ticket will sway people to say, okay, even though the candidates are not so strong, but because there was a beautiful process in arriving at them, you are in the minority. You are not less than, you are not up to 10% of the people. We have done the polls. You know, so it's not going to work. Yes, I agree to the extent that the down ballot, there are actually a lot of position. If this ADC thing clicks, honestly, it presents, I mean, the opportunity is so big that you know, we have the potential to make a lot of changes. But one of the most important, shall I say, trigger points, or the most important component that will make it work is the presidential ticket. It has to be, they have to work from the answer. They cannot leave anything to chance that, okay, let us show people a fair primary. No, I don't think that's it. It has to be strategic, and they must match APC, you know, properly. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Obaka.
Oh yeah, hello. Thank you very much. Greetings to the host, Dr. AI, 10 over 10, and then greetings to everybody, both at the speaker section and the listener section. Um, I, uh, I, I think,
Obviously, the hosts here don't want me to talk on this platform. Obviously, I can feel that.
okay. The what Comrade has said is in line with the submission I had in mind earlier, that direct primaries is the way to go, because we are not just saying we are saving the country, we are also saving democracy, right? We are also putting a part to say that we are clearly choosing our own leaders. We have to send that message to globally. The global world needs to receive that message loud and clear, that democracy we have defined, created and instituted our own democracy, that we the citizens are putting democracy in place, and no other influence does to our democracy but we ourselves. So here is the thing. I feel like that direct primaries also not just sends us signal globally, but it also prepares the citizens to fight and defend their vote. Yeah, to fight and defend their vote. Without mincing words, to me, I know. Yes, some people will say, what's there is there, but for as it stands today, the only two politicians that we know that has the character, we are not competence can be debated, but has the character first, and also even competence inclusive, is Peter Obi and Dati. Anyone who says that Erofai can bring in the numbers, which means that there is question to be made to our northern brothers, if they feel like of all their leaders that Erofai has But that is by the way. But here it is now that
No, please
going
complete that
forward,
thing you want to say now, Obaka. Complete it.
eh,
Please complete what you want to say now. That thing you said now, just complete it.
I say if our northern brothers feel like of all their leaders that Erufai is competent and has the character to lead this country, we are still in we are still I don't know where I don't think we are in we have not even crossed the 1900s. We are still in the 1800s. That's what I would say. But here is the thing. I feel like in besides us saying all we are doing, we should start preparing for this election because Tinubu is seriously programming us for this election. And why do I say so? He's programming our system for this election, and he started it with the Wike that was written, this Wike and NECO, for our children and our siblings to write Wike by 9 a.m. Like Wike that has been written in this country since the 1980s. In 2025, papers are not arriving on time. In 2025, people are writing WAEC and their exams with candle and torch. You people, we need to prepare for these guys. Okay, what if in a situation where he scuttles the election? In a situation where where he switches off the internet, are we prepared for that? We need to prepare front and back. We must be armed, and we must be armed both mentally and physically. So here are my suggestions. One, for the primaries, the ADC should build a comprehensive, we have mad tech talents all over. Nigeria is swooning all over with tech talent. All the times we are coming together to contribute money and help so that is in hospital, or help so that needs operation, we can galvanize together. ADC can do this, build a comprehensive system of members should be on that system, and let's show Nigerians that a digital voting works. And after that voting, somebody will come out and say there can be a hack of the system. But after the voting, there should be an audit. You cannot hack a system and corrupt a database. You will not leave a trail. It's impossible to hack and you will not leave a trail. These are things to start preparing our minds so Nigerians will know. He's coaching our system. These things are he's using a system design. He's now on his own turn. He brought in the worst of the worst to conduct our. By the time our WAEC goes like this year and goes like this next year, what do you expect this thing to be? That is, by the way, if we are serious by now, we should be strangling INEC to make sure that all of us have voters card and not wait for the. By now, what is INEC doing now that registrations have not started? I got my card in 2015, just like Jonathan. My card did not work. And in 2019, apparently they used the same card. For 2023, I registered again, and I went to my site to get my card. For straight 3 weeks, I traveled. I could not get my card. My card was nowhere to be found. So I was differentialized in 2023. A lot of people who are shouting on the spaces are differentialized already. Those who have their cards missing, how can they tell us that these cards cannot be printed ASAP? As you are walking
Obaka,
in, you
I think you've made a point. So focus on the primary consensus and all
are.
that, so we don't
The
broaden the stuff.
primary is one.
We'll
Then
come to that.
secondly,
Yeah,
the other
so
thing
so
is
we'll come to that. So consensus based on what you say, you respond 30, 45 seconds, then somebody will goes again. We don't want it to be like long, so we'll get to that. So just
okay.
within what yeah, thank you.
Then, besides the consensus, I believe that the direct primaries should work. Let them build for us a comprehensive system. Let everybody, and if all the people who wants to play on the election comes together and they are bringing in their voters, it's even going to send a strong signal. APC will know ahead of time before this election that they have lost, because they will not come and be shouting that we have so number of members. Then secondly, the current coalition today, all the big wigs that are in the coalition, the old guard and the old politicians, I know that some of them are there. They already saw what Peter Obi did in LP, that even an Okada man became a senator. Most of them are ready, they already have their money to buy form, and they will go against the primary because they want a situation whereby most of them will, if they are not getting the presidency, most of them are not even out for the presidential ticket. They are all to clinch the Senate ticket. But we can let them have that. And we can also intentionally let them go for this year. But if we are going to set a system that through that system, we are setting an accountability that enables other Nigerians to come out. We need their madness. All the old guard politicians, we need their madness because, like Yusuf said, that is not a romantic affair. We need their madness, and they also can control. Because one thing about election is this: the day of the election, everybody's either you are in your village or your polling unit, and the people that are coming to disrupt that polling unit will be most likely the thugs within your area, the people you know, or the people you know. They will not be far-fetched. But when they're coming into your polling unit, the faces that they are seeing, and they are seeing men that have already, sustained them, men that they to a point, it holds them sway. Just like a northern boy now that is coming to vote on a polling unit, and he's seeing that his alpha or his almajiri teacher is there on the premises of APC to thwart the election for the APC. That boy do not really have much to
Obaka,
do. So that's
thank you,
it.
thank you,
So
thank you,
that's
thank you,
it.
thank you
We
very
will
much.
go for that and also prepare for a coalition system that the whole nation will know the vote and will fight for.
Thank you,
I yield my mic.
Yeah, can
thank you
I
very.
Dr.
Yeah, go
Let
ahead,
me
net,
can
quickly
I
net,
respond to
net,
something he
net,
said.
net, net, net. Yeah.
um
Let me quickly respond to something he said. Ubaka, you can take away everything from you. You might not like Elfa as a person. You understand? You might have your reservations about him, just like me. But don't come here and tell us about his competence. And if you don't, if you want to know about Elfa, go Google just do some basic research about him. Check the things he achieved, and don't come here and start telling us about his competence. I, as a person, I might not like him. You understand? It's just like Wiki. I might not like Wiki, but just like Hope Uzodinma, for instance, I might not like him. You understand? But I can still tell you that he did this, he did that, he did this, he did that. So you don't just come here and start telling us that if the North, if they see everybody that they want to pick, it should be. Don't, it's just out of place if you just come here and start telling us things.
Please, the HDI, please. I know so well. We all know that Erufai is good with PR. So that one
Not
is
just
already an established
yeah,
fact. But
Ubaka,
I
data
thought we are
says
Ubaka,
not
that the
going
Ubaka,
this track
HDI
Ubaka,
of
so
Ubaka,
that's why
Kaduna,
Ubaka, Ubaka.
wait,
oh my
calm down.
god.
The HDI of
uh
Kaduna speaks a lot.
You see, sorry about guys. It's not about Aerofy or HGIs or something or this and that. There's a topic. Somebody challenge through a challenge, right? No consensus candidates. Just forward. So trying to like okay, that I'm not a fan of Aerofy, but I when he was a governor, I was there, right? I was in Northern Kaduna. I spent 9 days there, and I keep repeating it, right? And I was like asking people, sampling some opinion. People, no, we like him. He's very thoughtful. What they tell so that the things you from Southern Kaduna, those other stuff we hear on the media, on social media, and the mainstream media, they see that propaganda. They don't believe it. They don't trust it, right? For some reason, I don't know, right? But in terms of infrastructure, trying to get things right in the northern part of Kaduna, wow, you need to be there. It's beyond like he did a lot of work. And he tried to say how he can position Kaduna, you understand, in a way that it will compete with even some states, leading still in terms of revenue and all that. Beyond, I was there, like I witnessed it. Road infrastructure, security, and how they even frustrate them. But the challenge I'm having is why the emphasis on the northern part and not the southern part. That's the issue I had with him personally. right? So trying to like come and say, okay, like anybody that votes for this, he never that any other than that, okay, said okay, he voted for that, he'll be expecting Erifai to lead this country, and that well, no, no, he didn't say have any, he doesn't have any ambition, and nobody is campaigning for him, and nobody is saying that Erifai will. You understand? We know the leading candidates, right? And that is just it. So because some people go to some spaces, there are northerners here, there are southerners, there are people from different this, and trying to, right? There is a topic, we stick to the topic and all that. So please and please, guys, it's an open mic. Say
Yeah,
something.
Dr. AI, we have the privilege of having a lady in our midst. So let's go
Awesome. So
with
let's hear for. But
Valerie.
Ned has not spoken. Ned needs
Yeah,
to speak. There's an open mic now. Then Kolade wants to respond to what he wants to also make respond again. So it's an open mic. So please and please, guys. So it's a different space. It's not like your regular space where you just come. No, no, no. This is. I'm not. Nobody's gagging anybody,
so
but
maybe
nobody
you
should.
let Valerie know when she will go then.
Oh, Valerie. Oh, Valerie. Okay, okay. Ned.
So I have
Dr.
Ned Alpha. Ned, you're the next.
Sorry, I can't hear him. Can you?
Can you guys hear me? Dr. It's like you muted me before.
We can hear
Hello?
you.
You guys can hear me now?
Yeah, sorry. Is that Nakibe, right?
Yes, yes, yes. Can you guys hear me?
I thought you were done with your submission earlier on.
and
I came back up
I,
because I heard
yeah, and I
there
wanted to
was
make
some
a comment
conversation.
about Comrade stuff, but he has left already, and that's why I was requesting so long. It wouldn't have taken me 5 seconds, but anyway, I don't know, but
I came back up when I think God's will was speaking, and he really said a whole lot of things that I really concurred with, and I felt like adding to what he said. That brings me back to what I said earlier, that you guys actually misunderstood. I'm not saying that the opposition. I'm not saying not the our fellow or the other factions of the coalition. I'm not saying that they're not bringing value. I'm not saying that they are not important, because after I finished speaking, 10/10, I think you didn't let me talk again. Then you started pushing your own narrative. You chose what you wanted to hear, and you started misquoting me and saying things that I didn't. Did I tell you that those people are not important? Did I tell you that they're not relevant? Did I tell you that there are flow used in the equation? I didn't say anything like that. The only thing I said, this is politicking. You understand? And believe me, they are trying to. We are seeing the handwritings on the wall already, and we understand these guys. There's nobody that is a kid here. You understand?
Guy, don't come here and tell me that narrative or handwriting on the wall. I'm
My
saying the
my
same
brother,
thing. Guy,
see, let me tell you something. You calm down.
sorry, just give me 1 second. This whole handwriting on the wall, it's what I don't want to hear. It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. Which handwriting on the wall? Come to the party, make a case for your candidate, push it, and then let him have his way. Simple. Let's have somebody else, please. You've been coming here back and forth to push this narrative you said I'm pushing. Please. Valerie, you will go next. Then Onyekachi. Igab gentleman, so you go after Valerie, please. Thank you so much. Valerie, you have the mic.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, yes, I just
Now
want to
you
ask
just
some
muted me. You
brief
just muted me, and
questions.
you claim to be a democratic person. You just muted me. You shut me down. Then you gave the mic to somebody
I
else.
did
I
not
don't
meet you.
understand.
You've been
You just
speaking
muted me.
here
You just
for
I don't.
every time
It's so
anybody makes
disrespectful.
submission. You've been giving
Whatever
your
my
own.
opinion
So
is, you should
if there's
listen.
anybody
It's
that
so
has
disrespectful.
enjoyed
Then
enough,
you now start mis.
if there's anybody that has made more contributions here, you are the one. So you can't tell me I'm gagging you. You can't tell me I'm meeting you. You've had enough time to make submissions. You've had enough time to make rebuttal. So it will be unfair to you. I mean, for you to push that at me and tell me I'm pushing a narrative. Besides, just conduct yourself. Hold on. When is your turn again? You make submissions, but don't interrupt people. People have been waiting. We have over 6 people requesting to speak. It's only fair that you let them speak. The space is not for you alone. That's the point I'm trying to make. And then you don't come and say, oh, this is what 10 over 10 is pushing. What narrative? And I don't know the handwriting you said. I don't see any handwriting, guy. I don't know the handwriting you've been talking about. Please, I will omit the mic, and that's not. I didn't do that to disrespect you or gag you. The others are here, so it's only fair. If you don't let them speak, you're the one who is not being fair to them. A lot of people, we have over 10 people requesting to speak. Please, Valerie, you have the mic once again. After you will go with Anyakachi.
Thank you once again. So yeah, I joined late, so I've not really been like.
Sorry, that was Elon Musk. Go ahead, please. Sorry, can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I was still
Okay,
muted.
sorry, go
Okay,
ahead.
so
Go ahead.
it's fine. Yeah, thank you for this space. So I haven't been like on this space since you started, but from the topic consensus or primary elections, so obviously like I prefer ADC to conduct a consensus elections when it's time, because I feel like already there's a slight disarray happening in ADC right now, because I feel like as long as all the politicians or all the coalitors are like still in their individual parties and they've not officially like ported to ADC, which would have been like my own suggestion for like a more like better approach. So I feel because of that there's a little disarray, and I feel like now for people to start voting who they want, like the candidate they want to be the flag bearer, VP, whatever, I feel like it's not just going to be arranged. So I feel like a consensus, like they should just be in a room and just like decide, you understand, so that the people who accept, we know that the candidates have accepted, okay, I'm the one that's going to be the flag bearer, I'm the one that's going to be the VP and stuff like that. And I feel like apart from ADC, like going around trying to woo politicians to join their party, for example, Governor Lawa and other people, I feel like the way APC is like getting people to defect to them, they have to give more reasons, you understand, why these people should join them. A lot of people obviously have been defecting in Zamfara, Gombe, and everything we heard it today, and other states. But I feel like ADC needs to do better, to be honest, because a lot of people right now are trying to join, they're trying to be members. They feel they feel like happy that okay, this is the party that's going to unseat Tinubu and stuff like that. So they need to do better. The people I'm talking about, RFI, Peter Obi, Amechi, Atiku, the main coalitors, they need to do better in like understanding themselves, because their narratives flying everywhere. They need to make it clear. Okay, I know it's not time though, but they need to make it clear. Okay, who is the flag bearer and stuff like that, so that people don't assume. You understand? Everybody on here is assuming that okay, this person wants to be the VP, this person is the person holding it, or people alleging that it's just a ruse, you understand? Like it's just a ruse to just get people on their side, you understand? So I feel like they need to just put things in order. Right now, I'm not really impressed, to be honest. I'm not really impressed. So I'll just leave it like that. I just hope they actually get everything together, because obviously like people really want this ADC to work. I don't know about the backup party that they are trying to do. We also need information about that. Like if they're going to register a backup party because of infiltrations and stuff into ADC. So I just feel like how everything is not really manageable right now. So I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Valerie. Okay, 10 over 10. So yeah, Valerie. So the coalition leaders are doing everything they could behind the scene to manage things. They're doing a lot and they're sacrificing, right? And it's just barely 4 days, 3 or 4 days now, right? So expectations and all that. So let's look at okay how things will pan out within the next couple of days, right? So from there we're monitoring. Then also coalition has plan A, plan B, and plan C and all that, right? And they have also a plan of one of the they have a plan of also a new party which is ADA, right? And all that. So push out one or two things, they look at APC reacts, they go back, they iterate again, back and forth, right? So they you understand, they understood the system, they understood the people that are up against and all that. So they are not oblivious of that, they are not unaware of that. So let's keep our fingers crossed. And yeah, thank you so much. Sakola, do you want to respond before we go to Onye? Okay,
Yes,
Kenny, then Onye. Yeah.
yes. Comrade, if you can hear me, I came up because of you. As much as I love your submission and at least your own solution, which I agree to some of them, to the problem at hand, and the fact that you acknowledge that we have a problem that needs to be solved. But I disagree with some of the things you said. Number one, I said on this space earlier about the constitution, and people said, oh, they don't have a constitution here, blah, blah. But you quoted the same constitution. But I want you to go and take a look at that constitution very well. What exactly you read to us? You say it says, I think Article 19 says that election will be appointment to public office will be by election of party members, election held by party members. It did not say all party members. So you people need to be very tactical about the way they handle things. So the constitution did not speculate. It did not mention that all the word all party members was not stated there. So that does not translate to the fact that they must have a a direct primaries. No, it doesn't. So that is a fact that I want you to go and look into. So, and if
And
it
this
says
is
that,
the question I wanted to ask him before he left, because
you
that's
get
what
it.
I
So if you
got out
say
of.
members, two people
Yeah,
can gather
yeah.
together somewhere as long as they are
And it
members of the
becomes a
party
member.
and they
That's the
becomes a
question.
you get it.
And the last statement that he said, if anybody do not do that, then he's a weak man. So, but anyway, I'll let you finish, brother.
All right. So that's the weak that's the what's it called? Um that is a loophole. That is a loophole right there. Then secondly, it says that the NEC has the overriding power to decide or to take like to decide who in quotes the candidate will be or who in quotes the candidate will be. So what does that simply mean? Even if you do everything you want to, and they will draft the guidelines and you will work with their own guidelines. That was what was stated there. So, and all people have been saying, or what someone like me is clamoring for, is very simple. Why don't you throw out that guidelines to us right now? Let us begin to see the guidelines and motivate people. If you think if people see a guideline that everybody believes is free, fair, and credible today, things will not change. People will be having these skepticism about, oh, are they doing this? Are they doing that? So, so my own point is very simple. Do not give room for people to always have a second thought. And how can you prevent that? Simply by being open, open to the people. Like, guys, this is what we are doing. We tell them this is how you want to do it. It's going to be a primary, it's going to be a direct primaries. You've only stated it. And it's going to be by whatever, or it's going to be open. And secondly, I remember now, comrade, you also said that they should just close it to the few people in there right now, like the nomination. And I'm like, that means you're also contradicting the same document you just alluded to right now. If you want to say that if anybody now becomes a member tomorrow, he cannot vie for that same position, that means you'll be going contrary to the constitution. So this thing is complex, and people like me have seen those complexity, and that's why we are making that noise now. It's not because anybody is afraid of anything. No, we are just making the noise so that nothing happens close to election period that would destabilize the entire effort and process we put into this. Thank you.
Kenny.
Yeah, thank you. I think I wanted to comment on the last thing, the last word that Comrade said during his submission. He said, if anybody, chickens out from the primary, then he's a weak man. Without emphasizing is if what he stated is implemented of everybody having a representative, he did not complete the sentence to, okay, if this is implemented, then if somebody chickens out, but no, he just finished sentence submission and then said that. But aside of that, what I wanted to say is that election is all about momentum and excitement, regardless of apart from the general rigging. I mean, the type of rigging that happened in 2023, that's a whole different type of rigging that we are used to in a Nigerian election. That's a whole different type of rigging that we have never seen before. And everybody will agree to that. Or even what the court did at the end, it was completely out of norm of what we are used to, the type of rigging or the kind of mago court, excuse me, that we used to have. So it's totally different. But outside of that 2023 type of rigging, election is all about momentum and excitement. And that's where I agree generally with what Nini was talking about. You know, who has this excitement? Who has this momentum? Why are we still? I mean, yes, there could not be. We may not have a clear. This is who is heading the ticket. That's fine, but just like he mentioned about Buhari, and it was obvious. Yes, the primary was not held that time, but nobody can deny the fact that Buhari is clinching the ticket. They let the people go, as much as they want, screaming, say Baba and the rest of it. So if I mean, if these people that we saw in the room of this coalition, if they could be very honest with themselves, excitement and momentum should be one of the number one thing on their table when they are making any decision. And you don't want to, because we are doing primary, and then you lose somebody that has that excitement and the momentum, because there is somebody that you can bring and the momentum and the excitement will not be there. So that's one of the most important thing to consider when you're doing an election: excitement and momentum. And lastly, go to Gospel point about the south. I'm not big in the south and north kind of a thing, but there's a calculation that I'm watching. Wike, if we ever go north, Wike can become a candidate of PDP in the south, and he can do and undo with the avalanche of money that is available to him to run in the south. And I think that is where everything is positioning towards to. Once you strike the north, Wike we become a PDP member. We become a PDP presidential nominee in the south for PDP. So I feel like this is the kind of thing that those decision makers of those men that we saw in the room on Tuesday, this is the kind of thing they need to put into fact of when they are making that decision. The possibility of Wike running an election in 2027 of PDP, not running to win the election, but running to be a big spoiler. If this coalition go ahead, if they ever, either by primary or by whatever means, and they do the not, I see Wike running election. So those are the two the two my two biggest thing on the table I want to leave with them. One is the momentum and the excitement. The person with the highest momentum and the highest excitement, which is very obvious to us, except if we want to be dishonest with ourselves, that must be the first in in the decision making. Who has the most momentum? And then the second, if we ever go north, what about the possibility of Wike running election in the south? I yield the mic. That's the last thing I have to say.
Thank you so much, Onye.
All right, I greet you, my boss, 10 over 10, Dr. AI, I greet you. Um, Malam Side, Kenny, Goswill, Michael, the people I can see, because my phone sometimes it will not show everybody the way it is. It will not show the I don't know if it happens to everybody. My Samsung phone is better for doing space than the iPhone. I don't know whether it happens like that.
It
So
happens to me here too.
yeah, the Samsung phone is better than the iPhone. I don't know how they built X on iPhone. So um please guys, let us yes, everybody have their own preference, but please let us reduce the narrative of trying to put division. Honestly, I have been taken aback by some of the things I hear a lot of people say. Yes, because if, for example, now I come out and say, and let me say it again, that is the reason why I told my brother, is it the one with the Archbishop DP to repeat that thing he said. You see, the thing is that Malam Nasir El-Rufai have said that he's not contesting the election. So why all this attack on him? Please, let's stop it now. Let's stop it. That Baba Ahmed went to TV and was castigating him. Aisha Yusufu say he's a nuisance, he has a nuisance value. And I have seen people on the timeline saying they don't like him, but yet let him come and help us. Somebody that say he's not even contesting. I don't see how those kind of words are really necessary. I listened to one Hausa. A lot of us only sees somebody like Malam Nasir El-Rufai on Arise Television because we maybe only understand English. I've listened to 2 broadcasts now on interview on an Hausa media. I have forgotten the name, but 2 where El-Rufai was praising Peter Obi. He was praising him. He's saying, let all of us forget our differences that we have made before. And he was praising him. And he said, and when all of us has forgotten what we have said to each other, we are coming together for the greater good. If at least he said he's contesting, we would have said, okay, no problem. Because if somebody comes here and, let me tell you, during primary election, even people from the same party say some certain things to be able to put their candidate forward. I mean, let's not behave as if maybe when you are doing primary election, you are not allowed to put up your distance and say, okay, this person doesn't have the right experience. This person, there is a way they do primary election campaign. It's different from the general election. The general election, you can throw all manner of things, but for primary elections, I mean, there are some topics that I think are exclusive for primary election because at the end of the day, everybody will come together to campaign for one individual as it is assumed. You can talk about experience, you can talk about popularity, you can talk about zoning, you can talk about uh, engagement, you can talk about charismatic. I mean, there are a lot of topics. But when you now go to general election, everybody will join together and go full ballistic. But this man say he's not even contesting. And we all know that he's actually not contesting. Why not just leave him alone? I mean, it's good. Just leave him alone. He's not even contesting. And he has been going around telling his people, his supporters. And mind you, he has supporters. I might be exaggerating, but if Erufai contests the election today, he might score up to 5 million votes. I'm telling you. He's really, really that popular. So let us not just somebody that is not looking for your trouble. You just go and be castigating him. It doesn't make sense. For Atiku and Obi supporters, please let us tone down the narrative. We know that we want one of our candidate to emerge. We know. Let us tone it down now. It doesn't make sense. If you are an Atiku supporter, and I see a lot of Atiku supporters go on timeline to go and say some certain things. If Atiku emerge, for example, like I said, I have a lot of family members. I've started campaigning for ADC. I've told a lot of people, urged a lot of people to go and register. But in fact, I've reactivated my Facebook account. I've urged a lot of people to go and register for ADC. A lot of people have shown their readiness. Of course, some people showed you their reservations, which I know they will come around very soon. So if you are an Atiku sub, and most of all these people that are my family members, friends, and kinsmen, they are actually obedient and they have shown readiness to support the coalition. But if you're an Atiku supporter, for example, and then you go on timeline and you are castigating, you are saying, oh, obedience, this, and that, this, and that, it doesn't make sense. When Atiku, for example, or not when, if Atiku, for example, eventually clinches the ticket, do you now expect those people to now come and vote for you? You're expecting them to come and vote for you. Doesn't make sense now. Even if it is one person, even there are people that usually stand by their word. Even if they go ahead and say, well, I don't like Tinubu, let me just go and vote for the coalition. Even though the person that emerges I don't like, or yeah, there are some certain things I had from his supporters or his support base. And when I'm saying support, I'm not talking about any just random Joe. I'm talking about people that are close to some of all these leaders. Go ahead and make some disparaging comments about maybe Obi or something. Because these are the two major candidates. Let's not deceive ourselves. And these people, the supporters of these candidates, are the people causing this problem we are seeing. How do you now expect Obi supporters to now vote for you? Yes, we know that Atiku has popularity now that Buhari is no longer in the picture and he's no longer showing any enthusiasm to back Buhari or anything. Neither his in fact, some of his supporters has not joined. Yes, we know that he has that popularity in the north, but there is constitutional requirement for that is there for you to be able to clinch the Nigerian presidency. You need to score the highest number of votes, and then you need to score at least 25% of of the votes in two-thirds of the states. And we have 17 southern states, we have 19 northern states. So no single region can be able to produce presidency on their own. That is what it means. So if you are from the north, at least you need at least 5 southern states. That's assuming you score 25% in all the northern states. So which in most cases, most of the times is not even possible. But let's even assume that you score 25% in all the 19 northern states. You need at least what is it called? 6 southern states to emerge the president, even if you score the highest number of votes overall. It's the constitution. If you are from the south, let's even assume that you score 25% of the vote in all the 17 states, which in this case is even extremely difficult. To score 25% in all the southern states is extremely difficult. All the frontliners I have seen so far in this election, I don't think anybody will score 25% in all the 17 states of the south. Which means even if you score 25% in all the southern states, what it means is that you need 1, 2, 3, you need 7 states in the north to be able to clinch it, even if you score the highest number of votes. So these are some of the things we need to put into consideration. It doesn't make sense. I'm saying this thing because Atiku supporters are more experienced. Most of the obedience we see are talking out of emotion sometimes. Some of them joined start paying attention to politics in 2022. So I'm saying this because all these articles about so let's us go and retaliate. Why you are more experienced than this? Leave this thing to flow. Let's go into let's use what is it called constitution of the party to organize how the candidate is going to emerge. So let's do it like that. Let me give you an example. If Atiku emerges the presidential campaign, if the South fail to support him, he's not going to win. I don't think he's even going to win any states in the South at all, considering the character, the candidates. That is, if you assume if Peter Obi go and contest on his own, as most of you are pushing him to go and do. Now, if Obi emerges as the candidate, first of all, apart from Lagos, I don't see him getting 25% in any of the southwestern states. Let's tell ourselves the truth. So if he doesn't get 25% in any of the southwestern states, which means the highest number of states he can get is 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 15. No, not 15. 11 is 12. My Oga Kolade is lying, and I'm telling you the truth. That is the truth. You yourself, you know. You must be from the southwest, but and it is true. If he emerges the candidate, he's not going to get in any of the southwestern apart from Lagos. Let's tell ourselves the truth now.
So now you've put apart from Lagos. That's why I was laughing.
No, I said
And
apart from Lagos
Ogun, what
initially.
about Ogun?
I said apart from Lagos initially, my brother. And we know this thing. It is true. We tell ourselves the truth. We know this thing. We know this thing. We know this. We know it's true. He's not going to get it. And there is nothing wrong with that. Every election comes with its own dynamics. This dynamics is showing that the southwestern people are out to vote for Tinubu. Yeah, of course, we have a lot of people that will vote for the coalition or for individual candidates. Even if Amechi emerges, but some people will vote for him. But we know that majority of them, they are going to, you are going to, any candidate is going to struggle to get 25% in any of the five east western states, apart from Lagos. So you are now going with 12 states. If you are going with 12 states, you need at least 12 northern states to be able to emerge as the president of this country. Like, imagine if you score, that's assuming if you score the highest number. So no candidate, even Tinubu himself, Tinubu is not going to get 25% in any of the southeastern states. I'm very sure of that. So 5 minus 17, which is 12, which means he needs at least 12 more states in the north. So no can.
Onya, are you saying if a southern candidate is run, or if anybody? I'm talking about Tinubu getting 25. Sorry for
Tinubu, yes,
that.
thank you, my brother. Tinubu is not going to get 25% in the southeast in any set of condition. In any set of condition, is not going to get 25% in the southeast. Anybody that is ready to come and put that in any set of condition, he's not going to score 25% in the southeast. He's not. Forget all these things that Dave Umai and the rest of them. My brother, I stand to be corrected, though. I mean, nobody is a monopoly of knowledge. But I'm just saying what I feel will happen. So what I'm saying in essence is that nobody is going to win an election in this country without the collaboration of both North and South. My message is, let's tone down this narrative. It's clear that the opposition is clearly in the majority. When I mean opposition, I mean general opposition is clearly in the majority. Tinubu is the only president that emerged with less than 40% of the entire vote. Buhari got over 50% on both occasions he contested and won. Goodluck Jonathan got over 50%. Obasanjo got 50%. Yaradua got nearly 70% of the votes in 2007. So let us time the narratives. Let us be more mature. The candidate that emerges from the coalition will emerge in such a way that everybody will be acceptable. And if peradventure your candidate did not emerge, I'm sorry, there's nothing the coalition can do to help you. We can only try to convince you and say, okay, see reasons with us. So for those of us that say, oh, it's Atiku or nothing, oh, it's Atiku or nothing. If Amechi, for example, emerges the candidate of the this thing, and you say it's only Atiku you want to vote, I'm sorry, we cannot help you. I'm sorry. Atiku can go and find his own party and contest. We cannot help you. And if Obi emerges the candidate and you say, oh, it's Amechi that I want, is Amechi or not? I'm sorry. Amechi can go and form his own party and run. Maybe at the end of when Tinubu wins the election, we will not know the extent of the damage we have done. Because what will happen is that Tinubu will confidently rig this election. Because we don't know what is happening. What is happening is that Tinubu has not appointed the INEC chairman. He will confidently rig the election. When he rigs the election, there will not be enough momentum. That is, if we scatter ourselves, there will not be enough momentum to put a stop to it. We will only have about 1/3 or half of the people that are supposed to be in the coalition. You understand? So we'll only have half pushing and saying, the other half will say, well, we told you. And then he will easily smoother the resistance of the. But if the generality of Nigeria comes together, obviously we know that Tinubu has no path to victory. So what it means is that any outcome apart from Tinubu losing, we know that he has cheated. And other Nigerians will come out and sack him, just like the people of Ivory Coast sacked Laurent Gbagbo, just like the people of Gambia sacked Yahya Jammeh. That is what will happen. But if we divide our ranks, what it will mean is that Tinubu will rig the election together with Wike, Akpabio, Shomole, and the rest of them. And then he will come out and say, oh, the opposition has divided their vote yet again. Just like Festus Keyamo told us the other time. So that is the importance. Yeah, let me conclude with this. Atiku cannot win Tinubu alone. Peter Obi cannot win Tinubu alone. It is a real fact. We can come and grandstand whatever we want and come and pontificate. I saw that Yamen saying that Obi scored over 10 million votes in the last election. Good riddance. Good riddance to him. No problem. But what we're saying is that we are not going to, GRV said it, we the opposition, we are not going to allow ourselves to divide our vote again in 2027. It's not going to happen. So please, let's finally, Malam Nasir El-Rufai said he's not going to contest in 2027. And he's a key member. He has been going to Hausa TV and radio station, promoting the coalition, promoting Amechi, promoting Peter Obi, promoting Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. He has been promoting all these candidates to make Nigerians to vote them in case if they emerge. Please and please, I beg, I am on my knees. Please leave him alone. Leave him alone. He's not contesting. Thank you.
I have a question for you.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you. So I agree with majority of what you said. They align with me. But the area where I want to, okay, the question I want to ask you is, going by everything you've said and you've analyzed to us that no candidate can run this alone, don't you think that the best option is for us, the followers of these candidates, to insist and tell them to go and sit down within themselves, negotiate within themselves, and come out with an agreement that works for every one of them? Don't you think that?
That is exactly what needs to be done. And that's what we have been advocating. Simple.
And
No,
that is
majority.
exactly what they are. Let me, that exactly what they are working on the back channel, the back room. That's what they are doing. But we want to preempt them. You understand this? They know this politics. They know. You understand what is at stake. Who will? You see, you can win Tinubu, but who will ensure that at least you are declared a winner, right? Who will create diehards for the coalition supporters in the northeast, in the northwest, in the north central, in the south, in the southwest? Why are we not seeing all these things? In the choice of Adegbeshola, you can see now the Lagos now. Adegbeshola, you understand, he's a very strong member of ACN, very very strong. He knows the inner workings of ACN in the whole of Southwest. A Lagosian, and also by extension from Oshun again. Very strong. These guys are not joking. And on one thing, I may not be a fan of everyone, but if he says something publicly like he says it, he follows through. If he says it publicly, you understand, he follows through. Right? He said, yes, they brought this disaster to Nigeria, but he wants to also see to ensure that he wants to be part of those that will remove that disaster. Right? And the leaders are this. They want to, they want to come up with something. Of course, they want to also look at the competition. Who will give APC a fight for their money or run or whatever? How do you put it, right? And ensure that at least the person has that appeal that can also win, and ensure that that person also work. So they are doing all these things, but so sometimes what I do is I look at the limit of what I can influence on this. I know some of them may also have their own supporters that will come and also listen, look at what is on TL and give them feedback. We can decide to bring one of the coalition leaders to have an idea, interview them. Hey, look, right? But you see people back and forth, back and forth. Comrade said that coalition may decide to hey, let's review the constitution and have a consensus. That's it. And that's why the first thing they did was they removed the existing, they ensured at least the existing national chairman and the national chairman and the secretary resigned, and they hand over. Now they want to ensure. So these people know what they are doing. And APC wants to give all the talking points so that this will come and be talking. This is, you understand, and all that. If you have some concerns, you can write it down. I promise I'll ensure that it gets to the national secretary. Between now and next week, I will try to ensure that I have someone that can get us a contact to the inner caucus, you understand? Hey, these are our concerns. This is what we discuss on this and that. We can do that, right? If you have concerns, reach out to someone that is close to your leader to give him those concerns. These are our concerns, right? APC wants us to be divided. And the only way APC can reach 2027 is if we are divided. right? Who would take the coalition message to the northeast, to the north, no, sorry, to the northwest, to the northeast, to the north central? We would reach out to like 10 million people at a go. Who is that person? Right? So that's why we say, turned out, okay, who, you can promote a candidate, you can do this, you can do it. It's okay. But I can tell you for free that the coalition leaders know what is at stake. Because any little thing, there'll be a problem. So it's something that is very fragile. Right? And what someone says on the space, I want to like, okay, yeah, he has said his own views and all that, right? Will the coalition leaders take it? Probably not. Right? But people will go to other spaces promoting. I know some people have this agenda trying to, they do it on purpose and all that. We are aware of that. And that's okay. We'll try to once in a while, maybe once in on Saturdays by 10 a.m. we meet again and set the tone. Because you look at it, I was so shocked when some people came from other spaces, so avoid those spaces. If it's giving you, if it's putting you in a different mood, I don't attend some spaces, I don't go to some places because they have a clear agenda. They want to promote this before they even open the space. Honestly, all I have but at the beginning of the space, it was APC. We were attacking. It was APC. How they are losing and everything. And it's okay, consensus. Let's talk about it briefly, right? So it's okay, right? So we shouldn't fight each other. We shouldn't demonize. That's what I'm saying. You don't demonize because they have supporters. Erufai has a lot of supporters. I was shocked. And he's digging deep into the superstructure that APC used to rig at the grassroots. Now he has started it, right? So if the superstructures are with you, right?
Sorry,
Okay,
Dr.
you
AI, do you
understand?
know
They
that,
allow
in case
everything to
people
go.
don't know, most of those CPC bloc that pulled out of APC now are Aero 5 supporters, most of them. That's what people
That's what I'm
don't know.
saying. Also, by extension, that's what I'm saying. So for him to bring all those, he's taking a huge risk. Then getting some people to come and interview and say, okay, and say some things, So I don't think it make any sense to me. Right? Face APC, strike them, just like the response you gave about Shatima and all that. Awesome. Right? And you're an elder said, we know that, okay, you're under threat and all that. It resonates with some people, especially I see it. But I can tell you, an average northerner, some of the things he said doesn't resonate with him. And some of them will be like, if this guy can say this, it means we can't trust the coalition. So you can see, right? We don't really need that. Anything divisive, that's why the coalition leaders are careful. They have not even said much. They have not really even said much, right? So, and he said it's his own opinion, right? That Baba Ahmad gave his own personal opinion, not P2OB, but now they're saying that it's OB and the obedience. That's the problem. Aisha Yusuf said what she said, right? You understand? That's what she said. Aisha Yusuf, as an individual, as a private citizen, she didn't speak for the obedience. She didn't speak for P2B. She spoke for herself that if everybody has this nuisance, anger, and vindictive value, underline the word value, why shouldn't she use it? And she even tagged everybody so that he will know. And so people now saw it. They call it news and grammar issue in this country, right? So please and please, let's not magnify. That's why I'm careful. I would have put the topic. Okay, Aisha is so remarks on Erufai. Oh, the space go choke. It go choke. I intentionally didn't want to do that. And there are some things that some of the part of the clips, video interview clips of let's say Dati Babaman, I would have caught them and put them there. You have a lot of engagement. Awesome, great. I would have done that. But no. It will cause division. Because that's when some people now be insulting people, insulting Erufa, Aisha, Yusuf. I don't want that. Or Dati Babama. I don't need that engagement. Right? The coalition in its formation age, and I can tell you that PO stand a very, very high chance of being given, of being considered. The coalition leaders will do their bits, right? They will do and they are working day and night. The biggest headache is even APC. APC is trying to frustrate that to ensure that the coalition doesn't work. One former PDP chairman endorsed it. APC chairman again for CPC block, which is basically Oyego, you understand, has endorsed the coalition. It's a big plus for us. So we should just, the goal is what? Tinubu to be defeated and ensure that the coalition candidates emerges, goes into the election, and the results are declared, and INEC announces the coalition candidate and let APC take us to court. That's the goal, right? So it's just barely 3 weeks, 3 days. So the events that are following will be opening spaces, you understand, providing guide and all that. You go to some places, they say some things, it angers you, and I avoid some spaces as well. Some spaces are clearly agenda based. Some politicians are pushing them. I'm not going to do that, right? And any moment from now, when I pick my registration, when I register, then I encourage people to register because I can't tell people to go and register when I'm not registered. So as soon as I register, when I come, hey, I've registered, go and register. What are you waiting for? Yeah. So, guys, thank you so much for that. And we've said a lot. Tone down, tone that we are not fighting, right? But it's okay to have descending view, this thing, and all that. To want this, to want that. We shouldn't fight each other. It shouldn't be at the expense of the fragility of the bond, that coalition bond. That's what we are saying, right? Hope I makes some sense. Who goes next? Eze. Eze, how are you? Yeah, Kola, do you want to say something before Eze goes?
I have a question for
Oh,
you. So, Dr. AI, so how do we now help our people not to push agenda? Or how do we, like, in quotes, help the coalitors, like our guys? How do we help them? You get it? Have a pulse or a sense of what exactly we want. Did you get the question? Hello?
Dr. AI, are you still there?
yeah, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So, how we can help them? Number one, not like okay, one answer. Like number one, to help the coalition leaders, we can identify people that are close to them, and we channel our concerns and grievances and all that. People that are close to them, right? People that have people that have the ears of the coalition leaders, right? We reach out to them and we talk to them. This is it. On the social media, it's okay to push your, to promote your candidates. Okay, P2B, P2B, we want P2B to be given. It's okay. I'm not stopping that. I'm not discouraging that. Article people can say, okay, they want article, they want article. It's okay. But now, having the supporters and trying to criticize the quality, any of the coalition is, let's say, trying to bring back old memories, insulting them, castigating them, say all sort of things, is not going to help the coalition leaders. Right? Give us P2B. It's okay. Give us Atiku. Some people can say that. Right? We know these are the major candidates. These are the two major candidates, if you tell me. Right? So that is then another thing how we can also help them is to build the coalition party, being members, so that at least they will become active, then promoting, right? So, and I don't have to agree with some people. Some people say a lot of things that I disagree with, but trying to do back and forth with them, it's their own opinion. The coalition leader may decide to use them, may decide, except if it's clear cut that somebody is trying to force some things on others, then I will just clarify or will tell others, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? Right? And some people want to put talking points on people so that people start thinking, there's this, right? So here now, the one of the things that we look at is okay. The agenda on this fifth even term is how to expose the lies, APC lies and divisions. I love to talk about that as well. That was even what we started with. Sakola, I hope this answers the question.
Yeah, you at least you're able to pass the message across. Thank you.
Yeah, so we want a coalition to give us a P2B. Okay, go ahead. It's fine. We want a coalition to give everybody, you understand, right? And also have their own handle. If they have their handle, right? Tag them. They are watching, they're listening, right? So, and some of them are very active. Just, sir, this is our concerns. Direct it. Honestly, they see all those things. They see them, right? So rather than me dragging somebody that, so that's what I'll do. Like, okay, so based on what some people said, I'll call someone that is close to my principal and discuss the concerns of what we've been able to discuss on the space, right? This is what our people are saying. This is what I've been able to gather. Even the last time I held the space, I told them this is what we did, though, right? But these are people's concerns. What do you think about this? was like, okay, by Wednesday we'll expect something. I was like, okay, fine, right? So please don't be discouraged. I know we understood what is at stake, and it's a difficult decision for everyone. It's a very difficult decision. It wasn't an easy one, and we've been on this space for hours. At least we don't gag people, but at least, yeah. Hope I make some sense, Sakolade.
Yes, you did, my brother. You did.
Thank you so much. Eze,
All right, thank you very much. Can anyone hear me?
we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, so before I comment on the topic, so I want to first of all um, use a less than 1 minute address that about those that, you know, that be G-train and been in panic mode for over 3 days now, and some of them are here. So I want to assure you that you have been crying that these are old cargoes that we are bringing together, those that pull Nigeria down. I want to quickly correct you that if you want to produce vaccine for us in the medical field, if you want to produce vaccine, something like coronavirus vaccine, we'll go back to coronavirus and then remove the stuff causing the virus and then use it to produce the vaccine. If you want to produce typhoid vaccine, we go to bacteria that causes typhoid, like Salmonella typhi, and then extract whatever we need to produce that vaccine. So in Nigeria, since the system is already rotten, so if you want to turn the system all around, it is very, very understanding to go back to the same people in quotes that may have brought us down. And then we have no other option because we want Tinubu and APC to go. And the reason is very, very clear. Number one is that the money allotted for Coastal Road can be used to build refinery so that among all the countries that have oil and also have refinery, we will join our voice there. And then they want them out because we don't have any other option except the coalition, because that money we can use renovating ICC 39 billion can be shared to different hospitals in Nigeria in the 6th geopolitical zone, or better still, build industry. And lastly, before I continue on the topic, why the coalition is our only option is that the money that this government keep borrowing can be channeled into building industry, at least one industry across the 6th geopolitical zone, or trash out insecurity. If Tinubu can give a matching order to the security agents and say, if I hear this thing, if I hear this information again, you'll be sacked and jailed. I bet you the persons in the helm of affair will go down and clear the insecurity such that our farmers can go back to the farm and we start producing again. When all our economy was dependent on agriculture, it was 1 to 1, $1 to $1. So we can go back to that era by producing much. So I think that answers some of the questions you guys are raising. These are criminals and all that. And then one of our principals, those in the collator, has said that every saint has a past and every sinner has a future. So we are sinners and we want to correct the evil we brought to Nigerians. So coming back to the coalition, without apology, I am obedient, 100% obedient, and I also support P2B. Before now, I have issues with some of those forming the coalition. However, after listening to Peter Obi on the space he had, when he was asked several questions, he said, work with everybody. And I went further from that statement and began to think within myself. I asked myself, am I even better morally, legally, every aspect? Am I better than these people we castigate and call criminals? Or is it because they are in the public space? The things I do in my private, in my cubicle, when I tell lie, it is still same lie they tell. So I don't think I am different from them. However, why we should criticize them is because they have accepted to a better Nigeria. So on that note, coming to the coalition, I will personally prefer Obi to head it based on several reasons. Motivation or excitement. Now, if we place the key actors in that coalition, which everyone has, agreed to be Obi and Atiku, basically, if we place them on the pedestrian, we'll see which of them can ignite people easily. We see that somebody like Obi, for example, I can easily spend my money, which I did for the first time since I was born. I am in my middle 30. For the first time since I was born, it was in 2023 that I voted for the first time. And why I have not voted all this while is that I never trust the process. But when Obi came up and started preaching all that, I just say, let me give it a try. Even though within me, I never believed it will come out successful because of the system that brings the leaders in Nigeria. Now, during that period, I not only voted, but also spent my money and mobilized people to vote personally. So what we are talking about is candidates that will make these coalitions not to spend much money. Because where I'm so much concerned about spending money in primaries and in the main election and not being organic or by default is that when they climb there, we begin to hear about trillions in budget padding. We begin to hear about 1 trillion using to build 1 kilometer or 30-kilometer coastal highway. We'll be hearing all this nonsense that is bringing Nigeria down. That's why I'm totally against money or dollarizing the process. So, and if we want to go by what people can on their own, even without paying anybody, they will come out to campaign. They will come out during campaign to gather in a particular area. You don't need to mobilize people, give people 2,000 to come out. People on their own. I drove from Port Harcourt to Owerri when Obi visited Owerri. When Obi visited Port Harcourt, I also drove there. I carried some people from Port Harcourt to Owerri. Fuel was 40K then, but I didn't mind. Do you understand? So we need someone that can motivate people to do things on their own. Something like 1 million man march. Only one candidate can motivate people to do that. People will come out marching on Saturday. Let's do 1 million march to show our solidarity for this candidate. So if the coalitions are listening, or people have, of course they should feel the pulse of the people and see who can ignite the fire, who can motivate the people. I think that is where I will end. And I will end with what in Arise, that master strategist and hence in should be unthinkable. So there is no need us killing ourselves back and forth. Yesterday I posted a video in Agbado Space where all the wife of the past president and current president, they were marrying together, they were laughing, eating together, and we the supporters are and burning bridges. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. So, okay, 10 over 10. Since the Banzi is making it is a question.
Sorry, who?
Shinzwe Banzi.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
Can
that
I go
person.
now?
Same here too. Yeah, okay, Odunayo, sorry, I've been trying to bring you up since. I accepted the request more than 4 times, but it didn't allow me to get into the speaker session. So I apologize about that. So it wasn't a deliberate attempt. So sorry about
Now
that.
Matt the talk.
And okay, Matt, go ahead. Then
Okay.
after Matt, Odunayo, sorry, I've been making no vex. Then Temita Tokbe. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, my message has always been clear. I'm talking as a Nigerian who is tired of Tinubu. My main focus is to remove Tinubu. That's my main focus. Whichever way we are going to do it, I don't care. Make Tinubu come out. I'm tired. So all this moral this thing in politics, this is politics. It's party politics. And I'm prepared for the worst. I think we need to be telling ourselves the truth and face reality. This is a party. This coalition of people that have interest. My interest is to go into the system first, removing Tinubu, then see how I can make decisions in the party. That's my main focus. Because we preach these morals as if the person we are supporting is not a former governor. He's also a politician. You know how these things work. So at the end of the day, we need to just look at this thing and learn from 2023. It's like we are not learning from 2023. That's all I see everywhere. I see someone post that said they are gaslighting something. See, it's okay for people to sell their candidates. It's normal. I go to these people's space, the outside space, where a lot of them are in this ADC camp, and I tell them, going by my opinion, this is the best person. I will list why. This is the best person that should emerge. I think I tell them, if you are close to the hierarchy, please. And I got information that even in the north, especially even from El Rufai, because I see people attacking El Rufai, even El Rufai, from his body language, is supporting a southern candidate and possibly Peter Obi, despite their differences in the past, because it will also favor him in future. So all this coalition is just 3 days. 3 days. We've been clamoring for better opposition all this while. People have lost hope. Check out what this administration have been able to, let me say, what they have been able to, their body language in the last 48 hours. Suddenly, the Naira card abroad that they themselves banned, now them banned them, is now working. Suddenly, they can now hold space. But we are here, we are talking about candidates in 2025, when election is still in 2027. Obi will still declare for president first. He will tell all the 30 states to present his case. Atiku will do the same. Then they will go for primary. Peter Obi, our principal, left the PDP in 2023 before the primaries because he knows what will happen. And do you think he will come back and endorse a coalition with the same set of people if there is no agreement or the assurance? Now we are stating premises. Already we have have a premises that the primary will be rigged. Me, I'm confident that in primary, even in indirect primary, Obi will win. Because the sentiment of Obi getting the presidency favors those people in the north. Me, I'm confident that he will win. But me, because I might have alternatives, and the alternatives are, okay, even if Obi did not get the ticket, at last, my own is that if he endorsed the ticket and said he's supporting the person that won, me, I'm supporting also. Because my main goal is to remove this man. Maybe you guys don't understand. As bad as Buhari is, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
As bad, okay, let me, as bad as Buhari is, things have gotten worse 5 times. 5 times, so 5 times. If you guys don't know, it's not about maybe Tinubu got there 2 years, it's 2 years. It's not about whether he do something or not. He make things worse times 5. So I will now sit down because I must allow someone to be the president. I will now sit down, allow Tinubu to go for another 4 years. You think Tinubu that has bought all over the National Assembly, releasing bogus money for governors? You don't know the reason why governors are endorsing him, because they get more money to flex. Nobody is pressuring them. I will now allow that man. I will sit down. I'm in Akure. I will sit down here. I will allow that man to go again. Then things will get worse. I will now be crying online when I have a platform now that they gave to me to make a change. Okay, because David Mark is there. Because John Odige Onyego is there. You see, these people need to feel our impact. Let them know that if you are not performing, whoever is coming, whatever alternative that is there, I will vote for that alternative. So that when that alternative get there, it will perform. Because what we need is institution. It's not even individual. If the institution is not set up right, the Peter Obi that we are clamoring for, we also fail. But if Peter Obi get there today and see that, these people remove Tinubu, it will be me where they no go fit comot. He will set up the institution by himself. That's what we are talking about. Peter Obi that is going there, he's going to work with somebody. Not be only he go do it. He's going to work with somebody. One of the misrule of this administration is that they pack mediocres in the cabinet. As I'm talking today, I don't even know up to 10 ministers where they this government. As I currently, I don't know up to 10 ministers because others are sleeping. And you want me to give power to that person? I think we need to learn from 2023. What happened in 2023 is that we don't have a base in the north. Nobody is monitoring votes in the north. See the figures that is coming out from Borno, that's coming out from Yobe. If we sell our candidates, and even see, we can praise the people in the coalition. It's politics. There are some people that have insulted Tinubu in the past that are in APC today, hailing him. We can be praising those people in that coalition. I will be praising El-Rufai. I will tell you, he's the best governor in Kaduna State. I will say Rotimi Amechi is the best minister in FCT. When you praise these people, they put when your candidates emerge, they bring their support for you. They will help you increase that vote that you lost in Borno. They will help you to monitor that vote that you lost in Yobe. They will help you to monitor that vote that PDP is able to rig in Akwa Ibom. See, let me tell you guys, if there's an election today in Ondo State today, Obi will not get 25% in Ondo State. But with this coalition, I'm very confident we are going to get past 25%. That's what structure do. That's the work of a structure. So I don't understand. It's still early. These people, some people can still say they are not contesting again. I'm not contesting. I just want this party to win this election. It is the structure. It is the ideology. El-Rufai said that one of the things that make him fall out with the APC is because they have drive away from the ideology that they put in the party in the first place. And that's why they said they are going to, on the premise that they are going to lay this ADC on. So I think I've said this thing severally, but the thing now is even increasing. But me, I don't care. I've pitched my tent. Peter Obi don't talk and say, maybe there's a platform for us in ADC. Although he has not left the Labour Party. So there's a platform in ADC that we can follow. And I've registered. I want people to spread the message. That's my only message for people. We need a healthy opposition. LP, who is the spokesman of LP? When was the last time the spokesman of LP had talked about policies of this government? The ADC Andrew has tweeted about this administration more than the other opposition parties have tweeted in the last 2 years. And we are here, we are still dilly-dallying about presidential candidates after 4 days of coalition announcement, when they are still at the table negotiating. I don't understand. But majority of you guys abroad now day. Now me dey Nigeria. Now me dey feel am. I dey feel am well. That's why they pay me sometimes when we talk like this.
we get
It
your
they pay
point.
me
Yeah. Just
because
round off. We understand your point. Round off, my brother.
yeah, it they pay me sometimes. So I think I will beg again. Hey Joe, I beg. Anybody wey Yoruba, I beg. Let's support this coalition first. Let's push it first. The people that are there, and to my surprise, sef, we used to think Obi is not part of this coalition. He went there with three serving senators and up to 6 House of Rep members that are there. So that means he has a stake. There might have been some assurance for him to even get into that coalition. I think we should stand by that instead of demanding some things that are not imaginable in politics. It is politics, so me, I expect the worst in politics because I don't put my head there. Thank you, I yield.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. always interesting listening to you. Thank you so much. You've made a couple of submissions and all of them have been top notch. Yeah, thank you so much once again. We appreciate.
Please,
Yeah,
please, can I use 30 seconds to
I
just
think
react
I
to
think it's the turn of
the internet?
Odunayo. Eze, can you hold on a second?
Okay,
Odunayo,
okay,
are
okay.
you still there?
Yes, I'm here. How are you, sir?
Yeah, Odunayo, you have to
I
speak
think,
up a little bit. I'm struggling to hear you. I guess it's same
okay,
as others.
uh, uh, let me change my ear pod and use my normal phone. It's not going to take it.
So you want to
Or
do
even ear
that in
pod.
a minute while Eze go.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, thank you very
Can you
much.
hear me now?
Okay, yeah, perfect.
All right.
Odunayo, go ahead.
Thank you. So, is you're having a very frank discussion here, and I think very well that we need to be serious people, right? That's the first thing. We have to be serious people. If you want to work hard to get anything done in life, not just in politics, in life, you have to be serious-minded person. And it doesn't play around. You say, no, you're going to procrastinate and do some kind of givish or be very verbose without any working, right? Obi was a governor for 8 years. Did he make decision for Obi? None of us make decision for Obi. Do you think Obi, because he's a calm and speaks very slowly and respectful, does it mean that he's a stupid person? You can't even trust Obi as a person enough to say, this is my leader, whatever he says, I will do. See, if you cannot do so, you don't have, that means you are working for another person. If Obi is your leader, you will respect him. It's not by July 19th, in the next 2 weeks, 2 weeks from today, Obi will be 64 years old. This is 64 years old is a small beginning. When you guys they talk this thing, oh, you want to make a shop for Obi? Look at what you guys are doing on timeline. Oh, if Obi not be not. Obi came on Sunday here, just just a week ago, and he told you guys that we're going to build first. Let us build first. But if you guys are saying, oh, we have to destroy a house before we build it, you don't even understand politics at all. You don't even understand politics at all. You are just swimming on the bare face of it. We have to be serious people. First, Obi is not a kid. First of all, he's not a kid. He was a governor for 8 years. Don't undermine the man. He worked so hard more than anybody I have imagined. So I did not even doubt how he made his money. Because if you work hard as a person like him, you will make money. You know the worst thing? He doesn't even care about the money. He doesn't even care about the money. Because when you have the alacrity and the mentality to win, you don't think about when you win. No, that's not Obi. I think people undermine this man very well because he's a slow guy, he's a calm guy, he wants to carry everybody along. Please, politics, everybody cannot be carried along in this sense. He's a leader. That's the first thing. Leadership comes with decision making. And when you make decision, sometimes you must not go well with everybody, but it is the right intention. And it is to the general purposes. Obi have told you guys on Twitter, this man came on Twitter. Nobody come on Twitter and discuss. Nobody comes to start discuss. Obi is the only person that comes to Twitter and discuss with you people every day. This man has been discussing with people. You don't even understand him at the end of the day. You understand two people that do not speak to you. You understand article that does not speak to you. You understand every other person that does not speak to you. But Obi that speaks to you. Something is wrong with you. Something is wrong with us. That's just how I see it. This is a simple matter. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Allow him to be a leader to you. I'm not lying to you. See, I don't even need to tell you, say, I hear from Obi. In fact, the moment I say this is my leader, I'm just waiting for him to say, go. That's when I criticize Obi, I say, don't tell us to be God bless you. Tell us to shoot. Don't matter how we shoot. Don't matter how we shoot. That I will shoot everybody for the village. That's not your problem. Don't tell us to shoot. That's all you need to do. That is my leader. Please, let us be calming down. We are just not doing Obi good. We are not doing Obi one good. when we do all these things on Twitter, right? I was speaking with a senator, a hierarchy senator from the northeast. He told me this morning, and he said, Emmanuel, this election and this politics, we are already going. We want to leave this thing that we have failed you guys. They want to do it. This is the last thing we want to do. Then we leave you guys to do the rest thing. That's why he's saying, come to this party, come and own it first of all, right? Come and own it first of all. So if you own it, it becomes your party. But you know the worst thing, when you are arguing, be it or not, you are losing the sight. You are losing sight of the major issues. And I hope that some of us will have understanding, because emotion is what you guys do. Is you do this thing, emotion. That's why you say, oh, people will be. I don't call myself Obi there by mistake. I have never said so. I'm supposed to be, but I'm not a foolish person. Because I believe very well that a man who was governor for 8 years, he's not become governor because of saying he was a smart guy alone. He went through painstaking process of court process in Nigeria for 3 years, almost 3 years. And he became a governor. Do you think he's a stupid person? Somebody that built wealth, in the sense that he built wealth. In his very young age, when he became governor, he was in his 40s, early 40s. And he has already made wealth. Not just wealth in a million pounds. You don't even trust his judgment. Something is wrong with you. I want to start calling people. I want to start seeing people as enemy, because I want to believe that Tinubu is paying some people here in the name of obedience. I don't want to believe that it is normal head are using the judges. It's not normal head. Somebody who made millions of naira at a very young age. You are saying he cannot make decision for you. What kind of people are you people? What are you arguing about? Oh, there will not be primaries. The primaries. Obi said, let us build first. This is politics, not emotion. Not emotion. You think that these people are not aware of all these things? They are looking at you. Many of them are on Twitter. Many of them are on Twitter. Many of them, they see you. They come to Twitter space. They listen to you. Many. This morning, 3 honorable members followed me. 3 House of Rep members, current House of Rep member from Labour Party followed me. I don't know them. I may not even look for them.